Tsitsi. Tsitsi. Tsutsu.
I will just Deputy Speaker.
Please be seated. We will now proceed to the next item on the order paper, which is members' statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Thank you, House Chairperson. In 1989, world leaders came together and made a historic commitment to the world's children. They made a promise to every child to protect and fulfill their rights by adopting an international legal framework, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, celebrated annually in every first week of November. But sadly, still, not every child gets to enjoy a full childhood. Still, too many childhoods are cut short. Amongst these young lives that were cut short is an 11-year-old Zara Ramsamy from KwaZulu-Natal, where I come from, who was run over by a vehicle that was being hijacked at a parking lot of a fast food outlet in Malvern in Durban on Wednesday, 11th of September 2024. This young victim of violent crime was conveyed to a nearby hospital for medical attention, where she was declared dead on arrival. House Chairperson, our thoughts and deepest sympathies are with Zara's family, her friends, the classmates of Penzance Primary, and all those who were touched by her warmth, her kindness, and vibrant spirit. House Chair, the tragic death of young Zara Ramsamy is a reflection of how vulnerable our children are to violent crime in South Africa. We call upon the Minister of Police to bring to book Zara's killers and to do more to protect all children of South Africa and make our neighborhoods safer for our children to thrive and grow up to serve the country. We also call upon the Minister to do more to find Jocelyn Smith.
Your time has expired, Honourable Member. Thank you.
Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The aviation industry contributes 3.2% to South Africa's GDP, while tourism accounts for approximately 3.5% of South Africa's GDP. From the beginning of this month, the DA-run Cape Town municipality is welcoming 226 international flights weekly into South Africa. The city proudly funds the Air Access program within Westgrow, where they have effectively engaged many airlines. This will assist in connecting 31 destinations with 27 airlines and 39 routes. More flights into South Africa attract international tourists, business travel, investment, and trade, boosting the local economy through spending on accommodation, food, and the creation of jobs. Increased flights enhance South Africa's global connectivity, making it easier for citizens to travel abroad and for international visitors to access the country. Expansion further encourages competition among airlines, leading to better services, more routes, and competitive pricing. These connections will drive economic growth, create jobs, and strengthen Cape Town's position as a global hub for business and tourism. This achievement highlights the importance of job creation through cultural initiatives and the promotion of local talent. Thank you.
The MK.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. On behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe, I congratulate Honourable Dudu Sambudla Zuma on her election as chairperson of Southern Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. This achievement honors the resilience and leadership of South African women, essential to our journey towards true continental liberation. Honorable Sambudla Zuma's appointment marks a victory for Pan-Africanism, signaling the strength of Southern voices advocating self-determination social justice, and resistance to imperialism. We trust she will champion African unity, equality, and dignity, advocating policies that elevate the working class and protects Africa's resources from exploitation. This moment underscores that the fight for a decolonized, prosperous Africa is advancing. We look forward to her impactful work. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The ANC welcomes the unveiling of the statue of Zulu King Shaka Zulu by President Cyril Ramaphosa alongside King Misuzulu Kazwelithini and the KZN Premier Thamsanqa Ntuli on Thursday, 7th November 2024. This event was a partnership between the provincial government and the national government. The statue is a tribute to King Shaka, the founding father of the Zulu nation, and is a monument that will serve as a symbol of unity, strength, and pride, not only for the people of KZN, but for the nation, the entire nation. King Shaka's leadership and military strategy forged one of the most powerful kingdoms in Southern Africa. The unveiling of the statue aims to honor his legacy and preserve his memory for future generations. The ANC welcomes the lifting high of our heroes. May this statue continue to honor his memory as a beacon of courage, resilience, and leadership. We congratulate the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, the Department of Transport, and the Airports Company South Africa for fulfilling their undertaking to erect this memorial in honor of Isilo Ushaka. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, Adjunct Speaker. Speaker, in terms of Section 198B of the Constitution and the Regulation of Foreign Military Assistance Act of 1998, South African citizens are prohibited from participating in any foreign armed conflict, and such actions are criminalized. In fact, the South African Citizenship Act states that any citizen who participates in a war for another country ceases to be a citizen. Brandon Lee and Tony Lee Filthy were arrested in July 2016 on terrorism charges for attempting to leave South Africa to join ISIS in Syria. They spent 6 years in prison for it and were only released on parole in 2022. But there are South Africans who are currently participating in the genocide against the Palestinians on behalf of the racist apartheid Israeli state. Jamie Lockett and Benjamin Rattle. A petition was submitted in March this year to have the two extradited so that they are prosecuted to the fullest extent. A letter was also sent to Advocate Nicolette Bell of the National Prosecuting Authority here in Cape Town offices, demanding an investigation into Aaron Bayak's participation in genocide. But nothing has been done. Why are we not seeing the same energy that went into the prosecution of the Tulsi brothers when dealing with these racist, genocidal perpetrators killing Palestinian women and children? Thank you very much.
The IFP.
Thank you, Deputy as Chairperson. I'm sorry, Deputy Speaker, I'm sorry. Every day in South Africa, we are confronted with a news of horrific crimes committed against citizens. Our people live in constant fear, wondering, will I be next? The IFP is deeply shocked and dismayed to note that most of these criminals are repeat offenders. Research indicates that South Africa's approach to punishing criminal offenders has been a profound failure. Between 86% and 94% of convicted criminals re-offend after being released from prison, highlighting the persistence of criminal behavior patterns. While the IFP acknowledges the efforts of correctional services, it believes that additional programs must be implemented, particularly for those seeking parole, along with stricter sentences for individuals who engage in criminal activities after being released or on parole. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. November 16, 2024 will mark the 164th anniversary of the first indentured Indian workers landed in Durban aboard the SS Truro from Madras, here to work in the sugarcane plantation of then Port Natal. These 152,184 indentured laborers were not free men and women. They were indentured laborers, here on a promise of a slave wage and a free voyage to the Natal. On November 16, the 1860 Heritage Center will host a public commemoration ceremony in celebration of this day. The event will include an interfaith prayer, the South African national anthem, and a bell-ringing ceremony and an address from the KwaZulu-Natal government. The ANC acknowledges the significant role played by the Indians in the history of this country. Upon arrival, the Indians were subjected to all forms of discrimination, including being denied full citizenship of their new country. One of the first such discrimination legislation aimed at Indians was passed in 1885 and prohibited Indians from full citizenship and owning property and limited them to walking on separate pavements from the so-called Europeans. It is therefore no surprise that the Indian community found a common cause with the struggling masses of South Africa, who were largely African. It is this history of colonialism and apartheid which defied the resistance movement. Those who were oppressed together joined forces against our common enemy.
Your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ACDP is extremely concerned about the limited to no availability of South African Air Force aircraft for search and rescue operations. The South African Search and Rescue Organization has said in its annual report is a huge challenge, adding that funding shortfalls and resource limitations hinder the country's search and rescue efforts in the oceans off our coasts. During the reporting period, the Maritime Rescue Coordination Center responded to 138 search and rescue incidents with 168 lives saved during this period. However, during the reporting period, 20 lives, sadly, were lost. The Search and Rescue Organization identified a number of issues hindering the aeronautical and maritime sector's ability to effectively respond to search and rescue incidents, including a lack of funding and aircraft availability. Regarding the Air Force, training and operations have continued to decline over the year due to a lack of serviceable airframes, and most recently the C-47 Dakotas, which played a significant role in maritime surveillance, were retired. To address these challenges, the annual report lists a number of recommendations, such as service-level agreements with vessels that can assist with search and rescue and recover survivors. Additionally, they should be allowed to identify able and capable resources, air and surface, to assist with these search and rescue operations. The activities are funded from the Department of Transport.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The role of the State Information Technology Agency is to consolidate and coordinate the state's information technology resources in order to save on costs and enhance delivery capabilities. SITA is the main service provider to the largest employer and consumer of IT products and services in the country, the government. However, it is common cause that SITA has failed miserably in its mandate. Many government departments, including those in the critical security and services clusters, such as the South African Police Service and Home Affairs, have been rendered ineffective on their operations, and their operations compromised by the failure of SITA to provide modern and reliable IT services. In some cases, even services as basic as government email addresses or internet connectivity are not working. and staff have to resort to using personal email addresses or external internet providers. Moreover, the organization is beset with internal challenges, including poor leadership, rampant corruption, and disgruntled staff. A task team appointed by the then Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies in December 2023 has failed to resolve the issues. This state of affairs is not helping the country's cause to use ICTs to spearhead economic growth into the future. The DA calls on the Minister to review the mandate of this organization and seek better ways to deliver these services that are crucial to the security and development of the country. Thank you.
FF Plus.
Dankie, Speaker. Die VF Plus het kennis geneem daarvan dat die Gautengse Departement van Gesondheid die ondersteuning versoek het van SAPRA om 'n taakspan saam te stel om die onwettige verkope van medisyne by spaarwinkels en ander ongelisensieerde instellings te ondersoek. Hierdie versoek volg op die krisis wat die afgelope maand in Gauteng en op talle ander plekke in die land posgevas het nadat verskeie skoolkinders weens voedselvergiftiging oorlede is of in hospitale behandel moes word. Dit het tot gevolg gehad dat inspeksies by verskeie spaarwinkels plaasgevind het en daar afgekom is of van hierdie winkels het medisyne verkoop wat deur wetgewing verbied word en slegs deur gelisensieerde apteke en ander gesondheidswerkers uitgereik mag word. Die VF Plus doen hiermee dringende beroep op die regering van nasionale eenheid asook die minister van Gesondheid om toe te sien dat die nodige gesondheidswetgewing afgedwing word, munisipale wetstoepassing versterk word, die polisieering van hierdie kosafsetpunte dringend opgeknap word en dat die departement van Gesondheid sy onvoldoende toesig oor voedselveiligheidsstandaarde dringend moet begin opknap en uitvoering daarin gee. Die VF Plus is uiters bekommerd oor die feit dat dit blyk dat die nodige gesondheidsinspekteurs eers opgelei moet word om hierdie take te kan verrig sodra krisis sy kop uitsteek. Die massiewe tekort in hierdie inspekteurs is 'n groot bron tot kommer. Die VF Plus versoek hiermee dat spaarwinkels streng beheer, gereguleer en gepolisieer moet word en dat opgeleide mense hiervoor aangestel moet word om hierdie take te kan verrig. Ek dank u, Speaker.
The ANC.
The ANC welcomes the recent initiatives by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development to blacklist child maintenance defaulters. The department has signed a memorandum of understanding with the Social Justice Foundation and the Consumer Profile Bureau for the Maintenance Online Listing Project. This project aims to blacklist parents who default on maintenance orders, addressing the alarming statistic that around 70% of parents default on maintenance within the first 2 years of an order, while millions of children rely on child grant in the country. Failure to pay maintenance has a detrimental impact on the best interest of children. It undermines the child's rights to financial support and contributes to the adversities and poverty many children face. According to the Act, defaulting on a maintenance order is a criminal offense, punishable by a fine or up to 1 year imprisonment. The Maintenance Online Listing Project seeks to establish a structured, transparent framework where maintenance obligations are tracked, enforced, and integrated within the financial system. Practically, this means that individuals' maintenance obligations will now appear on their credit profiles, influencing affordability assessments when they apply for financial products like vehicle financing or store credit. However, the full implementation of this system will take time as the government needs to develop a comprehensive database to facilitate information collection and dissemination. Importantly, the information about maintenance debtors will not be made publicly available. Thanks, Chair.
The MK.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The MK party is devastated by the tragic death of 12 children this month, highlighting a dire crisis. While the government points to bylaws to regulate foreign-owned tuck shops, these measures fall short. Poverty and unemployment worsened by the president of the GNU inaction force our people to rely on cheap expired goods, often sold on credit. This is tantamount to poisoning vulnerable communities. We demand that homicide charges be opened against those responsible and be called for the immediate closure of the illicit businesses, swift deportation of immigration violators, and decisive action against suppliers of harmful products. This is a matter of life and death. not just a mere regulations. I think all of us here, as we are mothers, we should take this issue very seriously. So, regardless of the political affiliation, it is really killing our children. If we don't take it seriously, that means we are not mothers enough. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The economic freedom fighters are deeply concerned about the alarming condition faced by officials, staff, and inmates in the Johannesburg Correctional Center. During our oversight visit in October, we discovered that there's foul smell that spread across the facility, posing serious health risk. The smell is especially intense around the basement, where sewer pipes run through, even dripping into the kitchen areas in the spots. This shocking situation is a clear violation of Basic Conditions of Employment Act of 1994. Even more disturbing is that at the center reportedly spends over 3 million rands every 2 weeks to address this issue, only for the stench to return in days. We are still shocked that the minister does not know about the horrible situation, because if he was aware of the situation, he would have by now relocated all inmates and staff to other facilities while this matter is being resolved in a more practical and sustainable way. The minister, if he fails to attend to this matter, when the department gets sued, we will demand that the commissioner and the minister be held personally liable because they are aware of the problem and allowed it to continue, demonstrating high level of incompetence. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ANC stands to applaud the 715 people who earned Rocky Builder green badges. 6 unemployed young people from Port Alfred and surrounding areas deployed as educator assistants by Recycle Board Builders are now implementing a groundbreaking robotics and coding program across 6 schools, namely Klipfontein Primary, Mjobo Public Primary, Dambuza Full Service, Egupumuleni Full Service, Port Alfred Junior Secondary, and Guyasa Combined School. Recycle Board Builders is a pioneering robotics and coding program designed to cultivate the next generation of visionary thinkers, innovators, and problem solvers. By harnessing the power of reusable materials, this initiative ignites creativity, fosters critical thinking, and equips young minds with the skills to transform ideas into solutions. Through hands-on learning and real-world applications, Recycle Board Builders empowers children from grade R to 3 to build structures such as roller coasters, launch pads, and pulley systems, along with balloon-powered cars to understand concepts as aerodynamics, force, and gravity. Supported by the Eastern Cape Department of Education and the Industrial Development Corporation, Recycle Board Builders is dedicated to nurturing the next generation of problem solvers. In September, the respective schools completed level 1 of the program, which makes the people's Rocky Builders and earns them green badges. This means they have learned
Honourable Member,
how to
your
make
time has
things.
expired.
Thank you very much.
The DA.
The African penguin was recently uplisted to critically endangered. This is just one step away from extinction. Studies suggest that we may lose our penguins by 2035. This should shock all South Africans. African penguins can only be found in southern Africa, with most of the population concentrated along the coastlines of the Western and Eastern Cape. Penguins have declined by over 97% in less than a century. They play important economic and ecological roles as important marine predators and ecological facilitators, as well as being the bedrock of popular tourism activities, which generated between 613 million and 2.7 billion rand in 2023. They are precious ambassadors for our natural heritage. African penguins have historically suffered from unsustainable egg and guano harvesting, but the current day declines are overwhelmingly driven by a lack of food and harmful ship-to-ship bunkering practices. Penguins compete with the commercial fishing industry for already heavily depleted sardine and anchovy stocks, while noise pollution from bunkering has caused the collapse of colonies in Algoa Bay. We call on the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment and the Minister of Transport to urgently implement solutions to this crisis. We need to legislate environmental assessments for bunkering operations, prevent the depletion of fish stocks close to penguin colonies by implementing fishing closures, and we need to publish and implement the overdue African Penguin Biodiversity Management Plan to prevent other threats such as oil spills and disease. If we fail to act, we will lose some of our most precious heritage forever.
The ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The work of the Border Management Authority aims to secure borders for development through the realization of regional economic integration, efficient trade and tourism through facilitation of legitimate movement of persons and goods within our border law enforcement area. More importantly, border management for the ANC is about protecting our country's sovereignty, economic prosperity, and our homeland security. The recent signing of the historic Joint Action Plan by the Border Management Authority and the South African Revenue Services with the Kingdom of Eswatini to address the challenges faced by the border environment is thus a positive and progressive development. The delegation from the authority met on Wednesday, 6 November 2024, with the Kingdom of Eswatini to engage on a shared vision to manage borders. The bilateral joint action plan included commitments to enhance the existing approach to managing the borders, including the harmonization of policy and procedures, and joint organization of resources and structures to support efficient movement and trade facilitation. South Africa has already signed the JAP with the Republic of Mozambique in 2023, and significant improvements on the trade facilitation were realized. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Action SA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In just under a month, 12 families have had to bury their children, with an ever-growing number of children hospitalized due to the proliferation of fake, expired and contaminated goods being sold across townships and rural villages in South Africa. It has become increasingly evident that these cases are not isolated, but are part of a broader crisis affecting poor communities across our country, involving an unregulated industry dominated primarily by undocumented foreign nationals, often with little to no regard for health and safety standards. Frustration is mounting over the government's inaction and the President's silence in the face of this severe and escalating crisis. As South Africans are confronted almost daily with the heartbreaking news of children losing their lives or being hospitalized for severe health complications. Given the serious threat to public health that has emerged, Action SA calls on the President to declare a state of emergency to enable intensified raids on manufacturing facilities, informal retail outlets, spaza shops, and distribution networks linked to fake, contaminated, expired, and contraband goods. Action SA will also be tabling a Spaza for Locals bill before this House to reclaim South Africa's township retail economy and empower 100% South African ownership of this nearly 200 billion rand industry. Thank you.
That concludes members' statements. Are there any ministerial responses? Okay, I have Minister Schreiber, Minister Nell, Minister Creasy, Deputy Minister, Minister George. Those are the hands I see, and that is Deputy Charlie. Thank you so much. I have you. And then also Deputy Minister Masemolo and Deputy Minister Mashlaule. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we have 6 responses. I will start with Minister Schreiber.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to respond to the comments made about the Border Management Authority. In the main, to agree with the point regarding coordination being absolutely vital to this effort to restore the security and management of our border environment. In fact, Deputy Speaker, I would say that in many ways the BMA is all about coordination. It was founded as a mechanism to better coordinate the way in which we manage the border environment, integrating various different departments that were previously working on their own and that had to streamline that mandate into a coordinated institution. And we are most definitely making progress. Tomorrow I will be speaking at the BMA's inaugural expo, where we will start to showcase some of the progress that's taking place in this environment. Deputy Speaker, we all know about the funding shortfall that besets the BMA. It's over 4 billion rand short of what it requires. But we are not sitting back. We're not allowing ourselves to be defeated by the funding shortfall. We are focusing even more on interagency cooperation as a force multiplier for the BMA. That is why, as the Honourable Member correctly says, there is close cooperation with the South African Revenue Service, but I'm also very excited about additional cooperation agreements that are underway, including right here in Cape Town and the Western Cape, where the BMA will be working with the City of Cape Town as well as the Western Cape government to onboard law enforcement officers who will serve and assist as immigration officials over the busy tourist season to ensure a more streamlined procedure at Cape Town International Airport. And that just goes to show the power of the BMA, not only in facilitating and securing our borders, but also in helping grow tourism and the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Creasy. Minister Creasy, let's just find you a microphone that works.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Allow me to thank the Honourable Member who raised the important issue of air access to South Africa. And I would want to congratulate the Western Cape, KZN, Gauteng and Mpumalanga for promoting access to our country amongst international airlines. As we do that, honourable members, we must also ensure that we are promoting the role of our domestic airlines in moving passengers and freight amongst different airports within our country, because as we know, there is a requirement for domestic airlines to have a significant portion of South African ownership. It is also important in promoting air access that we are also promoting the open skies movement of the African Union, which is a companion agreement to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We must ensure that air access promotes travel and trade, first and foremost amongst African countries, so that we are building the economies, not only of our own country, but of our Southern African and African neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Minister George.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for bringing attention to the plight of the African penguin. We agree that it is imperative to do everything in our power to protect this iconic species that holds immense significance for South Africa. As you are aware, there is currently a court case scheduled for March next year concerning conservation measures for the African penguin. In the meantime, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment is working to settle the matter amicably among all stakeholders involved. We need to find a solution that addresses both the conservation needs of the penguins and the needs of the communities and industries affected. The Department has proposed the establishment of a working group, including stakeholders and scientists, to develop and implement strategies to halt the decline of the penguin population. We also recognize multiple factors that contribute to the downturn in penguin numbers. Overfishing has reduced the availability of sardines and anchovies. Historical guano mining has removed essential nesting material. Climate change has resulted in shifts in sea temperatures and currents, and ship-to-ship bunkering, or the practice of refueling ships at sea, has led to oil spills and increased noise pollution in penguin habitats. These disturbances have caused significant declines in penguin populations, especially in areas such as Algoa Bay. The department remains steadfast in our commitment to preserving the African penguin and ensuring that future generations can continue to witness this extraordinary species in its natural habitat. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Nell.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I thank the Honourable Hlongo for her very, very important statement on the agreement entered into between the Department of Justice, the Social Justice Foundation, and the Credit Organisation. I think this is a very clear demonstration of the efforts by this government, led by President Ramaphosa, to enter into social compacts between government, business, labor, and society. The MOU follows the resolutions of the National Maintenance Working Session that was held in June of 2023 that identified the critical need for partnerships and collaboration in addressing the challenges relating to the enforcement of maintenance orders. What this partnership will result in is the Social Justice Foundation helping the department to build a maintenance defaulter register portal and the transmission of those details to the National Credit Consumer Profile. And what this means is that those parents who default on their maintenance payments will feel the pain where it hurts most, and that is in the pocket out of which they should be paying money to maintain their children. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister Mashlale.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start by appreciating the question posed by Honorable Diale. I must agree that I was with them at the oversight when they visited the Johannesburg Correctional Facility. And I must agree with what they saw. Our center has poor water drainage system underneath, and as this correctional center, it has also other structural defects. And I must indicate that it's due to poor water drainage system that is underneath our center. Hence, there's a stagnant water underneath. And we could not further maintain our facility due to the withdrawal of the Department of Public Works attending on the issues of maintenance. But what we have done as a department, there's budget that we have allocated to sieve that water there temporarily, but also engaging Public Works to come and assist us in maintaining and revamping those water drainage system under our facility. And also our facilities, they really, other than Johannesburg, all of them, Public Works must give attention to this. And I want to agree it is a threat because that stench, it goes to the kitchen. But we have tried to renovate the kitchen, but those under a water drainage system, they are really old. It needs a total haul out, and we remove those pipes that are no longer draining the water. And as a department, we don't have money, I must indicate. Hence, our presentation to Treasury was an allocation of funds, and funds were cut. This department has suffered almost 12 billion budget cuts since, and hence we are further engaging the minister to say we should be assisted in this, but also let this government really take seriousness of maintaining assets and facilities. Public Works must up their game. Hence, we are also engaging with their infrastructural department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister Mashlale, you now have the floor. The Honourable Deputy Minister before you was very quick off the blocks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank Honourable Maimela for the acknowledgement of the work that the Department of Basic Education is doing. And indeed, it's a fact that we're piloting from grade R, an entire foundation phase for the coding and robotics. Now it has been gazetted for grade R to grade 9. And all the teachers were trained, and we still continue with the training. And the education system has changed from just the accumulation of knowledge and reproduction of knowledge. But we are working together with the Department of Science, Technology, and Innovation. We are building innovation that our children solve the problems of South Africa and beyond. And we see that in action when we visit the centers where they do the work. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister Masemola.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I would like to comment on the matter that relates to the existence and the problems that the country is experiencing currently with regard to spaza shops. As COCTA, we have gazetted a standard bylaw which has been sent to municipalities for compliance by convening special council meetings in the next coming 7 days, so that becomes the primary legal instrument that will empower municipalities to reclaim that space in terms of authority, but the reinstatement of the rule of law, so that it becomes extremely important that anybody and those who are running spaza shops at the moment throughout the country in villages and townships would be expected to basically comply with that piece of legal instrument. We have presented that standard bylaw this morning before governance cluster and as well as JCPS for joint implementation and as well as probable enforcement as we move forward, so that we can be in a better position to make sure that every South African or whoever that would want to run a spaza business somewhere else in the country, that law becomes an instrument to empower municipalities to deal with matters of permitting, restrictions, and as well as compliance to the extent that the food that will be sold in those areas is consistently monitored through the health inspectorates that are existing within our municipalities. So together through JCPS cluster, a legal muscle will be, and also the state machinery will be unleashed to make sure that that law becomes the actual instrument to restore peace and order, and we save the lives of our children. Whatever that could have happened so far, we really would want to pass a message of condolences to the families of those who have lost their young ones, but very importantly, the police, most probably, they will do their work as we restore and reclaim that space through this standard bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. That concludes ministerial responses. The next item on today's order paper is questions addressed to ministers in Cluster 1, Peace and Security. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which questions their members wish to pose on a supplementary question. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, among others, has been applied. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. The first question has been asked by the Honourable Mbio to the Minister of Police. The question is about partnerships the South African Police Service has established with the private sector and security industry to combat crimes. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Police.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker and Honourable House. The South African Police Service established the following partnerships with the private sector and security industry. The National Non-Ferocious Metals Crime Combating Committee and the Provincial Non-Ferocious Metals Crime Combating Committee have been established to ensure the effective and coordinated approach to combating ferocious and non-ferocious infrastructure-related crimes. In partnership with the relevant stakeholders, and the following have then been established. One, Business Against Crime, South Africa. Minerals Council of South Africa. Cellular telephone providers, Vodacom, Cell C, MTN. Bombela Holdings, Gautrain. South African Revenue Protection Association, SAPRA and Agri South Africa. Combined Private Investigations, CPI and Telkom, Bidvest, Protea Coin. Now the Firearm Dealers, Manufacturers and Gunsmith Forum, which addresses matters of mutual interest regarding Firearms Control Act. SAPS has also formed a significant partnerships with Business Against Crime South Africa, formalized through Memoranda of Understanding and other instruments. I may as well add that we've also established partnerships with municipalities, especially the metros in South Africa, and we go on to rural areas at some relevant point. But we also have an agreement in place with CIRA, or through CIRA, to reinforce and strengthen our relations with the private sector companies. We do have another partnership with Transnet and Freight Rail, Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, PRASA. So we've got a number of these partnerships. Overall, I must say that there is momentum in a number or in the majority of cases in these partnerships in terms of moving up with the fight against crime. I must add the firearms dealers and manufacturers and gunsmiths also a part of these partnerships in broad. And we're hoping that as they gain momentum, as we close gaps and refine some of the issues, we will get more effective on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mbio. The Honourable Mbio. Is there anyone from the ANC who will take charge of the question?
Okay. Diabulela, Deputy Speaker. Minister, despite the fact that partnership agreements have been concluded a few months ago, are there any visible improvement in the collection to fight against crime by the different spheres of government?
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, I must say we can't make any exaggerations in this regard, but we are seeing better coordination. We are seeing better responses in terms of time in some areas. Worth mentioning is one attempted, or should I say, halfway successful as far as they are concerned, when 7 criminals attacked a mall called Clearwater Mall. As a result of this partnership with the private sector, a button was pressed and many agencies turned to the scene as directed. SAPS, Johannesburg Metro Police, and a number of private sector companies. And within no time, all 7 would be criminals after they took jewelry off in a shop. They were rounded off. Not only were they arrested, which was their luck that they were arrested alive, all of them. But the firearms that they had were also confiscated. But whatever jewelry they had taken was also confiscated. There was one example. We are making it a mall. We want to start that and see who responded first, what did they do, how long did it take for the first person or grouping in this crime fighting agencies who turned first, and how did they coordinate their acts within such a short time, and they were successful in what they are doing. We do have increasingly a number of examples that we are seeing
Honourable
where
Minister, your
coordination.
time has expired.
Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for your reply. As we all know, there is a serious backlog in forensic processing and DNA in South Africa. Is the South African Police Services planning to work with the private sector for forensic processing like ballistics and DNA? If not, why not? And if so, by when will such an agreement be finalized? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Not only is the question whether we are planning, we are actually doing it. We are having meetings, as I would have indicated. Very recently, we had a meeting with all the companies that are involved in cash in transit industry. And we consider it to have been a successful meeting in the sense that we were able to identify gaps and loopholes. And at the moment, processes are on to refine and even to review the Memorandum of Understanding so that we adapt it to what is happening now on crime in that particular aspect. And we're going to see good results there. So we're on it. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Bosch.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, what are the reasons that the police have not been able to stop the instances of criminal collusion between SAPS and private security firms?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, he may be referring to some specific cases which I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't say we are not able to stop that collusion. All we know, and I can state here, each time we come across any allegation of any collusion on any matter, whether it is with the private sector or the public sector, we institute disciplinary actions. In some cases, suspend, and there are many such processes that are going on. We are intolerant of that completely, 100%. And therefore, there's no question of us not, or us being stopped by something. There's nothing that stops us from actually dealing with that collusion. Whenever we come across it, we do deal with it.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Maimane.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm not the Honourable Maimane, as you can see, but I'll ask the question nonetheless. Minister, with over 80 murders and 135 rape cases that are reported daily in this country, we are rated amongst the most violent countries in the world. We have a strained police force that's overwhelmed, and we average 300 cases per officer. So despite recent funding increases, there has been no notable improvement in crime detection rates in this country. Instead, what we've witnessed is an increase in VIP protection funding for the extensive cabinets within the government of national unity. And what that seems to say is that we prioritize politicians' safety over ordinary citizens. Now, Minister, my question to you is, will you commit to redirecting funds from VIP protection to where it's truly needed in eliminating the issues that we have of violent crime in this country for ordinary citizens?
The Honourable Minister.
Firstly, I can't stand here and say crimes are not overall getting reduced, because that's our focus. That's our mandate. That's what we are dedicated to doing. Maybe we need to wait a little bit for the results of the third quarter on crime stats for the financial year to conclude. But I'm saying that with caution, because this is crime and it involves murdering of people and so on, and we can never be satisfied even if one person were to be killed. Secondly, the example that she makes on rape is quite an uneasy matter to detect before it happens, because most of this kind of crime is conducted in, between people who know each other, who are intimately involved and so on, and then things turn all of a sudden without any notice or any detection. But we're doing our best to do that. And you are saying then, will I be able to undertake? Yes, I'm undertaking by, among other things, saying we're working hard on the matter. There are examples on each and every day. There's no day that would go in South Africa without us hitting hard on some of these crimes, and we'll continue to do so. But we're working towards the third quarter results to see if we're impactful or how far we are or not impactful. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I have been informed that the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation will not be available to answer questions today. Consequently, the Minister has requested that questions numbers 424, 393, 434 and 425 stand over in accordance with rules 144 sub 1A and 144 sub 2. These questions will now be rescheduled for 27 November 2024. I now take question number 390, which has been asked by the Honourable Chabane to the Minister of Home Affairs. The question is about the measures that will be implemented to strengthen the Border Management Authority, particularly regarding budget allocation adjustments. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Indeed, as I mentioned during the statements part, the management and control of our borders is absolutely essential, both for national security and for economic development. But the ability of the BMA to execute on this important task largely depends on the financial and human resources allocated to the organization. It is indeed an open secret that the BMA is underfunded. The implication of this underfunding is felt by both the operational arm of the institution as well as in administration. With regard to the impact that the underfunding has on human resource capacity, it results in a staff shortage. The BMA has a total staff complement currently of about 2,700, but it needs around 11,000 personnel as per the approved structure. The BMA does not have adequate personnel right now to do port and field law enforcement, and this affects the ability of the institution to deter and detect transgressions. The impact of underfunding on infrastructure can also be observed at some of our ports by things like the absence of inspection facilities, the unavailability of security cameras in some cases along the borderline, and the corridor towards the border post makes it difficult to manage the port environment effectively and efficiently. Therefore, the BMA does require additional tools of trade, such as drones, boats, for maritime border guards in order to discharge its mandate as expected. I do note that a lot of this technology has been procured through the CARA funding, but it is still on the way. The BMA has further inherited inadequate and obsolete movement control systems. The inefficiencies brought about by these systems does leave the BMA vulnerable by limiting its ability to detect illegal movement of persons and goods. While we acknowledge this constrained environment, the important point to make is that the BMA is actively engaging with National Treasury, as well as myself, so that this underfunding issue is addressed. To date, the BMA has prepared and presented 3 business cases to the National Treasury, to reflect its financial requirements in terms of everything I've mentioned, human resources, tools of trade, and ICT. These meetings continue to be held between the BMA management and National Treasury to ensure that the institution is prioritized during budget allocations. It's a good deal for South Africa, Deputy Speaker, because an investment in the BMA prevents various issues, helps secure our national security, and facilitates the trade we require to grow our economy. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Chabane.
I will take the supplementary question. From the Minister's response, it is evident that the BMA is seriously impacted by the underfunding. The hope is that the engagements with the National Treasury will yield positive outcomes in terms of the resourcing of the BMA. Given the fiscal constraints we face as a country, it means that prioritization of programs becomes very important. Now, Minister, what are the immediate programs that the Minister will consider as priorities for budget allocations for the BMA in the negotiations with the National Treasury in the face of the fiscal constraints that you have outlined?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much to the Honourable Member for the follow-up question. I agree fully with her statement, and it is important that we all carry the message around the importance of funding the BMA. In terms of her question, without doubt, a critical priority is technology, because in an environment where an organization is understaffed, technology provides a force multiplier. Think about the ability of a single drone to detect movements across the border and how much that makes up for personnel shortages, for example. So I think investing in technology for the BMA is a critical priority, and that goes with its stated intent of setting up a national targeting center. Now, Deputy Speaker, this is a really important point, because at all of these institutions, whether it's Home Affairs or the BMA, it's not only about having technology, it's about making sure that the technological systems are integrated. For example, if you have a drone and it picks up irregular movements across the border, that information must be fed somewhere. It must be analyzed, and it must be linked to what you may be seeing on body cameras or what you may be seeing through your officials on the ground. That's what the National Targeting Center aims to do. It is an ability for us to analyze information in real time as it comes in from the port environment. If you link that with biometric access control at our ports, you will have the ingredients required for a really powerful multiplication of the BMA's force, even as we continue to work and motivate for higher personnel budgets. So I think without a doubt, digital transformation and investment in technology is the most critical and immediate impactful change we can make at the BMA, and that is a central part of the motivation that we have taken to National Treasury and that we continue to make on all platforms, because we can improve the situation at our borders. We live in the year 2024. There are amazing technological solutions out there, but we do require the resources, the willingness, and the innovative approach to make use of those. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable van Staden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, the legislated mandate of a border management authority is to facilitate and manage the legitimate movement of persons within the border law enforcement area and ports of entry, the legitimate movement of goods, and to cooperate and to coordinate its border law enforcement functions with the SAPS, SARS, and the SADNF, border communities, and any other persons. Can the Minister indicate to this House if the Border Management Authority is currently in a position to successfully combat the smuggling of drugs, illicit cigarettes, human trafficking, and other illegal products given their budget constraints? If not, why not? And if so, what measures will this department put in place to ensure that the BMA will receive an adequate budget to successfully perform the legislated mandate? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and to the Honourable Member. Well, firstly, the measures that you refer to are contained in the business case that we've submitted to National Treasury. So we're hoping to win the argument that, because Treasury thinks in numbers, of course, and I note that it's the Deputy Finance Minister sitting next to me, we have to actually motivate in terms of the numbers. But we have a very strong case when it comes to the BMA, because if you secure our trade environment, and at the same time speed up the amount of time that a truck or a person who's seeking to trade spends at the border, you'll actually enhance efficiency, you'll grow the economy, and of course that will lead to more tax income. So that's why we're saying through these business cases that it's a good deal for South Africa to invest in the BMA. But we also aren't stopping there. So I go back to the question of collaboration. Because in the meantime, while we're motivating and trying to get the resources, we can't just sit back and say we can't fix this environment. And to be clear, to answer your question, we have a very long way to go. I think every South African knows that. But what we're doing in the meantime is collaborating. So when it comes to the South African Revenue Service that has been mentioned a couple of times, they operate in the same environment. And so you can leverage off of technology and existing processes at the ports. And that's why the signing of that agreement and that cooperation between the BMA and SARS is so important. And that work is underway, including when it comes to the movement control system. So simply the IT system that logs people as they come in and out. So that's one example. I've mentioned personnel. We all know the personnel shortages. So where we can find local governments or provinces that are willing to assist us with personnel, we're also looking at that. So that's where the discussions are with the city of Cape Town that I mentioned, because we know that we want to grow tourism in South Africa, but there's no point in attracting more tourists and then they spend 5 hours standing in the airport queue. And that's what will happen if you don't fund the BMA. So what we're looking at now is to get law enforcement officials who are already vetted and trained to go through training, work with the BMA, and actually
Honourable Minister, your time has
the work
expired.
that we're doing at the airport. Those are some concrete examples. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Peterson. The Honourable Peterson, Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chair. Thank you, House Chair. Given the government's consideration of adjustments to the budget allocation towards Border Management Authority, can the Minister outline the specific areas or operational needs within the BNA that will benefit from this increased funding? Additionally, how will the government ensure that the budget adjustment results in tangible improvements in border control and management efficiency? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and to the Honourable Member. Well, I've spoken a lot about technology, so I think that that's one clear area in which we need to invest any additional resources. Some of the other ones are, of course, personnel. We need more border guards. South Africa has a severe shortage of border guards. Again, though, that's where cooperation with SAPS and the Defence Force is currently assisting. So when we recently had the issues at the Lebombo border post with Mozambique, it really was a good example of how cooperation with SAPS, public order policing, and the BMA can assist with personnel. But over the longer term, it's not sustainable. The BMA needs its own officials. That needs to grow from 2,700 to 11,000. So that's another clear example of where this funding will go. I think the second part of the question is really important. How does all of this translate into actual improvements on the ground? So firstly, of course, if we can get technology and we can detect people that are moving across the borderline, even though the BMA and Home Affairs is not responsible for building the actual border fence, we'll be able to detect people who are moving and we can catch them before they come into the country. And that's always financially better than having to catch them here and then deport. It's better to do that now. So that's a very clear, tangible impact. I think also, as I mentioned, trade facilitation. We don't want to have queues of trucks standing at the border posts for hours on end, because that's money lost. The money that's spent, wasted in those queues, is money that could be reinvested in South African companies to create more jobs. So if we can speed up the flow of borders, we've introduced the one-stop border post bill to Parliament. We want to go through that process. We're looking at public-private partnerships to redevelop some of the key land borders. And then I think if we can leverage technology, we can address both security and economy and the economic needs of the country in the border environment. And again, as I say, it's a good deal for South Africa. Thank you very much.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Thring.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, AP Letlape of Stellenbosch University writes that the main causes of our porous land borders Our lack of resources, the length and material condition of the border, uncoordinated intelligence, corrupt government officials, the colonial border legacy, liberalist migration policies and laws, lack of integrated overarching national security strategy, the large South African informal employment sector, ineffective cooperation and collaboration between South African departments of state and national strategic level, and parallel departments in neighboring countries, which results in human trafficking, extremism, cross-border crime, drug trafficking, amongst others. Honourable Minister, how do you respond to Letlapa's causes of our porous borders? And in responding, what intergovernmental initiatives are in place to protect our borders and citizens while strengthening the Border Management Authority? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Unfortunately, my time is too limited to go into the long list of issues identified by the researcher there. But I think the last part of the question really gets to the nub of it. So it really, at this stage, given where the BMA is, keep in mind it was officially launched by President Ramaphosa in October of last year. It's gone through a whole institutional set-up process. It's integrated officials from 7 agriculture, home affairs, forestry and fisheries, and it's actually had to bring them into a new organization. Now just think about all the different organizational cultures as one start, and then you can imagine the difficulty of getting that right. However, I would say that to a large extent the BMA has succeeded in that. It has set up as an institution the systems and processes that it requires. So what we need now is to build on that. That's why we've advertised for port commanders at all of the various ports in the country. So we will be filling those crucial positions where there will then be one person who's actually responsible for the management of a given port. This may sound elementary, Honourable Member, but can you imagine when there were 7 different agencies, who was actually in charge of a particular port? And immediately, once we fill those vacancies, we'll be able to have a command and control system in place at our ports. So these are some of the key human resource elements. But then on the collaboration front, just to emphasize again, it's already happening. The thing that was really lacking before is that central command and control element. So you had SAPS, the Revenue Service, the Defence Force, Health, etc., all present in the border environment, collaborating on a daily basis in real life. But there wasn't a streamlined command and control system. With the BMA there now, it's able to much more effectively pull those sort of different entities together, collaborate with them, and we are slowly starting to see, through the fact that the Lubombo border post issue did not drag on for days. It was because there was good coordination. So those are some of the initial promising signs, but I do believe to address that long list of underlying causes, we're going to have to adequately capacitate
your
the
time
BMA
has expired.
and invest in collaboration. Thank you.
Question number 449 has been asked by the Honourable Sali to the Minister in the Presidency. The question is about whether the Minister intends tabling a proposal in Cabinet or the National Conventional Arms Control Committee for South Africa to supply weapons to the resistance movements in Palestine. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The approach of South Africa in respect to the ongoing attacks by Israel against the people of Palestine is geared to ensure an amicable solution of 2 states, as well as the respect and protection of human rights by all parties. This is the basis of South Africa's case in the International Court of Justice, which is now supported by many countries, including the countries of the Global North. The National Convention Arms Control Committee considers applications from countries that have applied to transfer of military equipment in line with the provisions of Section 15E of the National Conventions Arms Control Act number 41 of 2002, that provides clear guidelines and principles for considering matters related to trading in arms. The legislation is unambiguous on the need to avoid transfers of conventional arms that are likely to contribute to the escalation of regional military conflicts. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Sali.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. A very interesting response and a bit of a cop-out. It is interesting to watch how many countries are supporting the apartheid unlawful state of Israel with arms to continue the atrocities against especially the children of Gaza, providing weapons to kill civilians, especially children and women. Over 45,000 is already massacres. Court cases has proven to have limited power, especially with a force who has got no respect for the law. The least we can do is to arm the Palestinians.
The Honourable Minister, I do not suspect, or I did not hear a question, but you are welcome to comment.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Indeed, we sympathize and empathize with the people of Palestine and the plight of children and women who are being massacred on a daily basis. But the case of the South African government and the ICJ wants to demonstrate to the international community if the system of international justice is fair and applicable to all. Those countries that do not support equity and who are hypocritical will be exposed in the manner that that case and the implementation of the decisions of the ICJs will be done. And South Africa should not fall to the trap of those who want to propagate and instigate war and the proliferation of war. We must remain principled in our pursuit for peace and reconciliation as part of creating a better world. And we know that we're going to be justified in demanding a seat in the UN Security Council so that we can ensure a globally just system of justice for all. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Lechuete.
Thank you very much, Deputy Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate the Republic of South Africa for the case against Israel at the ICJ, as well as the submission of memorials as the portfolio of evidence. I would like to ask the following question to the Minister. In the face of atrocities and acts of genocide against the people of Palestine by the State of Israel, what are additional supports and measures that the government of South Africa is providing for the people of Palestine in line with our anchored position of our foreign relations of promoting peace and friendship in the world? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the commendation that we have been given for the work that we are doing to support the plight of the people of Palestine, in particular women and children. The South African government availed itself should the need arise and the people of Palestine need to be transferred for medical care in South Africa, we will be willing to assist and respond to them. One of our non-governmental organizations, the Gift of the Givers, had been very fundamental and supported by the government in making sure that we transfer aid to the people of Gaza during the starvation. South Africa has also participated in the various summits and conventions, including the one that was held in Cairo, Egypt, to make sure that the border is opened for food aid and other aid to reach the people of Palestine. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Marquee.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Minister, do you subscribe to President Nelson Mandela's stance that we are not free until Palestine is free? If so, what steps have you personally taken to ensure that South Africa's actions reflect this commitment, particularly in light of Mr. Ramaphosa's blatant refusal to implement the National Assembly's resolution to expel the Israeli ambassador from this country?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. South Africa indeed will not be free until the people of Palestine are free. That's why South Africa is very active in leading for a solution of a two-state solution for the people of Palestine in line with the 1967 borders. And in addition to that, we have then gone to the International Court of Justice, whereas we were condemned that that case will not hold water. We now see a general support. We had ensured the United Nations resolve and support our work in terms of making sure that the justice of the people of Palestine is sought, and there's a United Nations resolution as passed by the recent UN General Assembly. In terms of the embassies, South Africa has closed its mission or recalled its diplomats from Israel back to South Africa. And there's no point of closing the embassy of Israel in South Africa because the government of Israel recalled all its diplomats from South Africa in respect. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a preposterous question, given the fact that Hamas attacked Israel last October, killing more than 1,200 innocent civilians, and continues to hold more than 100 hostages, many of whom have been murdered. The loss of innocent lives in Gaza is equally regrettable. Honourable Minister, that being aside, do you not agree that we as a country should, rather than pouring fuel on the fire as is suggested in this question, be seeking a peacemaking role in the Middle East conflict, given our peacemaking role and peace-building role both in Africa and across the world, and in so doing to follow the injunction contained on the sculpture at the United Nations building in New York, "Let us beat swords into plowshares," which symbolizes man's desire to put an end to war and transform tools of destruction into tools to benefit mankind. Are we not told in the Beatitudes, "Blessed be the peacemakers, for they shall be
Honourable
called
Member, your
sons
time
of
has
God"?
expired.
Thank you.
The Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The killing of women and children can never be justified. The bombing of hospitals can never be justified. The refusal of aid workers to make sure there's relief to the people of Palestine can never be justified. The killing of the aid workers, the UN aid workers in Palestine can never be justified. The banning by a government decision of access to aid by the government of Israel can never be justified. So South Africa cannot stand aside and watch when the people of Palestine are being annihilated. But we believe the course of action we have taken of pursuing the matter in the International Criminal Court of Justice is warranted and is the best step we can do. And the continued efforts that we lobby in international fora for a solution of a two-state solution is the best approach we can have. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Question number 423 has been asked by the Honourable Hutton to the Minister in the Presidency. The question is about what led the National Conventional Arms Control Committee not to allow export of 155mm ammunition to Poland, severely impacting South Africa's arms industry, resulting in job losses and significant revenue loss. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The business of the NCACC is governed by the National Conventional Arms Controls Act, but regard is given to other national interests of the Republic, such as growing the economy, creating sustainable jobs, and developing sound relations with South Africa's diplomatic and trading partners. Due to the way the business of the NCACC is regulated, I accordingly will provide the detailed response to this question to the Committee of Parliament that is responsible for overseeing conventional arms exports related matters. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Hutton.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I have to do a follow-up on a non-response. The reality that, and I'm happy that the Minister mentioned the situation that we are reliant on the arms industry for job creation. The reality is that the arms industry is on its knees with very limited procurement coming from the SANDF. So the arms industry is heavily reliant on export. What we have here is a potential investment by Rheinmetall of 1 billion rand creating jobs. If we consider that Rheinmetall Denel employs 2,500 people, but further, that they deal and procure from 1,500 other South African companies with approximately 45,000 people reliant on them. We talk about 250,000 people directly affected by the non-decision of the NCACC. My question, has the NCACC reconsidered, the newly appointed NCACC reconsidered that application? And if not, will it reconsider it, and when will that be done? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. That is a new question. What I'd like to respond to is the fact that the Department of Defense, AMSCO and DINEL have developed a strategy for developing what we call the Arms and Military Industrial Complex of South Africa to support the rejuvenation and the sustainability of that industry as a key contributor to the economic development of this country. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Dlakude.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, thanks for your response. But what are the immediate and long-term implications of the indecision by South Africa's defence industry, considering both the direct economic impact of losing the Polish contract and the potential deterioration of South Africa's reputation as a reliable arms supplier? Thanks.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Honourable Deputy Speaker. My apologies. There was no indecision. The committee previously declined the application, and after they've done the necessary follow-up processes. But there is a full plan on the table that wants to strengthen that industry, and that plan will be submitted to the relevant committee of Parliament when it has been considered and approved by Cabinet. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ndleshlela.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Honourable Ndlela.
Apologies, Honourable Ndlela, please proceed.
Minister Nashbutiso, the National Conventional Arms Committee, ipfumela or approve ku xavisa aswibhamu ka tiko ra le Poland na in the past 5 years. Loko swi te tano hi kombela mi nyika ti details. Loko swi nga ri tano kombela mi hi hlamusela ku swi yini ke mi nga mi hlamusela na khensa.
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Khensa mtshamaxitulo a hi xavisanga swibamu ku ya a Poland. Hi ta submita ka komiti ya defense mhaka ya uri hi strengthena njhani arms industry ya South Africa uri yi pfuna u kurisa ikonomi ya hina na u endla mitirho for vanhu va hina. Ha khensa.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ghana.
Na khensa mtshamaxitulu. Na khensa holobye.
Order, Honourable Members. Order.
I want to check, Minister, in terms of these contracts that are being put on hold, and you've been skillfully digging on the implications to the economy and jobs. Are you confident that with all these contracts that are currently put on hold, that are not being actioned, that there's no effect in terms of the defense industry and the jobs within the sector itself?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Our responsibility is to make sure that there is a plan to strengthen the industry of South Africa as part of a critical growth strategy of the country. And as I've indicated earlier, the Department of Defense, AMSCO and DINEL have put together a plan to resuscitate and strengthen the industry, not only for the export market, but also to strengthen our own defense capabilities of the country. And I've indicated that those details will be provided to the relevant committee of parliament in line with the legislation governing conventional arms control, but also governing the regulation of the military industry. Inko.
Question 438 has been asked by the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is about the requirement of Article 3.9 of the extradition agreement between South Africa and the United Arab Emirates, that an extradition request should be accompanied by a supporting warrant of arrest, and that according to a Dubai court judgment dated 15 March 2023, the National Prosecuting Authority submitted an extradition request for the Gupta brothers without a warrant of arrest or with a cancelled warrant of arrest. And what were the reasons that the NPA failed to meet the requirements of Article 3.9 of the extradition agreement, and why should the National Director of Public Prosecutions not be held accountable for misleading the nation that the UAE is refusing to cooperate with South Africa? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Red notices were applied and issued for by Interpol in the Nolane investigations in 2021. My apologies. Red notices were applied and issued by Interpol on the Nolane investigations in 2021, based on 2 warrants of arrests which were issued by the magistrate in Bloemfontein against Atul and Rajesh Gupta. And these warrants were cancelled subsequently in July 2022. And further investigations were conducted against the 2 regarding Estina, in a case which was emanating from 2017, and the reapplication was issued on the red notices, coupled with 2 arrests of 2018, which were issued again in the magistrate of Bloem, and the 14 July 2022, then the date upon which the extraditions were requested. In summary, the 4 newly issued warrants were issued on the 14th of July, together with the 4 cancelled warrants were attached to the extradition application as per Annexure AJ4. It is also important to note that the House note that the hearing in UAE, the prosecutor, according to the UAE court decision, made it clear that, and I quote, the 2 persons may be extradited as the conditions were met, and that the legal basis for the extradition request is in the extradition agreement, close quote. Of course, it continues to explain further, but it is important for the House to note that. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister of Justice, for answering the question. The follow-up question is simply this. As a matter of fact, are there warrants of arrest issued against the Gupta brothers in respect of crimes committed in South Africa, and what are those crimes, and when exactly were those warrants issued? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. That's a new question altogether. Warrants were issued, as I had read, in 14 July 2022, and I will provide the answers on a new question that the Honourable Member has asked.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, in any law or lawfare, there is always substantive and procedural issues involved. The former minister would have briefed Parliament that we have suffered a setback only on the basis of procedural matters. He further indicated that government is starting a process of appealing against the court decision in UAE. Can you update us on how far is that appeal process now? Because we want the friends of Honorable Marquee extradited. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. We are working on the issue both in terms of following the processes, but also in terms of diplomatic relations that we have with the country. Just on our recent visit as the Department of Justice, we were able to meet with the Minister of Justice to further discuss and have an elaborate process that the department jointly with the UAE will be undertaking to provide the additional information that they requested with regard to the case that has since passed.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Diale.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Minister, following the rejection of extradition of the Gupta brothers to South Africa, the then Minister of Justice vowed to appeal the decision. Has the appeal been lodged? If not, why not? Further to that, a joint task force was apparently established in June 2023 already. If that be the case, what is the composition of the task force? What are their terms of reference? And in your view, are they likely to achieve their mandate? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I think the second last part is what I've just responded to. That in the meeting in just last month in Moscow, Russia, the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development in South Africa met with the Minister of Justice, UAE, to iron out the processes that the technical team have been working on and additional information that is sourced. And I do believe we are on track with regard to submission of such until the process has been finalized. Thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Trollip.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I was wondering why the leader of the official opposition would have asked this question, because his current president of his party used the Guptas to enrich himself and fund his former party. Maybe they want him back to fund their new party. But we've now learned that there were warrants of arrest.
Honourable members, order.
Warrants of arrest that were cancelled, renewed. There were technical issues. There were rejections. I want to ask the Honourable Minister, has this whole impasse occurred by design or by error? Because it appears to me that maybe the people in government don't want the Canaries to come back and sing in a court of law because they might sing a tune that they don't want to hear.
You run away from
the Honourable
DA.
Minister. Honourable members, I have not recognised you. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. My sincere difficulty here was hearing the very first part of the question, but the essence of the question overall is the seriousness of the officials and the state to conclude the extradition process so that the Honourable Mr. Gupta can be able to come to the country and be responsive to the allegations that have been made. I think I've elaborated, and the former minister did indicate the process that was initially made and the difficulties generally, not only with regard to this matter, but the extradition processes by their very own nature in terms of how laborious and exchange of information and the hearings that are supposed to be held. But there is no evidence that I have that indicates that either administratively or politically there's no intention to follow the process for the Guptas to come to the country. I guess we must wait for the process to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question number 394 has been asked by the Honourable Sokanyile to the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans. The question is about how the Department of Military Veterans will prioritise vulnerable veterans for the 750 planned houses and what tracking mechanisms will be implemented. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much for the question. The answer is, Chair, that the Department of Military Veterans does receive applications that have been lodged by veterans for veterans who qualify to benefit, and the criteria being used is the criteria of the Department of Military Veterans. And after its processes have been followed and the list has been given to them, the Department of Human Settlements, using its means test, then prioritizes these veterans. The mechanism that is in place, Chair, is that the delivery of houses is monitored as follows. There's a recovery plan from Department of Housing, which will fast-track the delivery of houses to these veterans, but also there are mechanisms in place to strengthen the housing project monitored for all provinces.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Sokanyile.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Given the department's emphasis on socio-economic support and the housing allocation for military veterans, could the Minister elaborate on specific partnerships or collaborations with provincial and local governments that will enhance the implementation and delivery of these housing projects, because those military veterans are suffering, and some of them, they die without a shelter on top of their heads. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the follow-up question. The response is that in the 6th administration, there were mechanisms which were put in place by the Presidential Task Team, which is led by the Deputy President, and there are MOUs with different provinces to ensure that province by province, in terms of their own plans, these military veterans are being catered for. So the program is really run between the DMV, which provides the list of veterans who need houses, and it's the Department of Housing that then prioritizes them and implements the plan. So it's informed by the MOU, Chair. Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Shelembe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, there are a number of most vulnerable military veterans who need houses and have applied long time, but to date, they have not been vetted and captured into the national database of the military veterans due to the failure by the Department of Military Veterans to finalize the national database. The Military Veterans Act has been in place for more than 12 years now, but the DMV is still struggling to finalize the national database. And this is very unfair and disappointing that the military veterans are suffering the consequences of your failing department. Can the Minister tell us when it is envisaged to finalize the national database for military veterans and accommodate all vulnerable military veterans and their entitlement and enjoy their entitlement and be happy like you, Minister? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much, and be happy like both of us. I'm sure you also have a house. But the issue is, and I agree with you, that it is very disappointing, it's very saddening that up to this stage, we have not finalized or cleaned the database, which has been corrupted by lots of challenges that we found in the database, but there is a very rigorous process to clean that database. Until it has been cleaned by experts and verified, we're not able to do anything. But I can promise you that all the sentiments you are raising, we share those sentiments. It's really unfair that more than 10 years down the line, we're still talking about database of a few people. But the truth of the matter is the database is corrupted, it's not usable as it is, and there are processes with the support from other agencies to help us to speed up the process, because you are right, we have to sort this thing as soon as possible, but there is a commitment, and there is work underway to do exactly that.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Rekplana.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Minister, a significant number of military veterans who played a key role in the liberation of our country have died, and some will still perish before they receive the housing that the department intends to issue to them. What will happen to the houses of those who have died, or who will die before the houses are delivered to them? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and also thank you very much, Honourable, for the follow-up, because indeed, I want to repeat, it is said that up to date, all the people who have given their life or were willing to give their last life for this country are still find themselves in the situation that they're finding. So I fully agree with you and fully are committed to making sure that indeed we can make do. But in terms of who will inherit the homes, I think I really don't have an answer to say. If this veteran had inherited a house or had gotten a house, they've got children, I think the automatic thing is that the house goes to their children. But if the family decides otherwise, it's a matter that can be resolved elsewhere. But the commitment to make sure that indeed we make do or we make right to those people who have made the highest sacrifice, it's a commitment that we share, and it's a commitment that we are hard at. And I can assure you, member, that in this administration, both myself and the deputy ministers have prioritized military veterans department as a priority department to make sure that we really correct the wrongs that have been happening in that sense. Thank you very much.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Nontenja.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, given the importance of ensuring that the most vulnerable veterans are prioritized for the 750 houses planned for delivery, what specific criteria will be used to identify the vulnerability of veterans into the selection database? How will the department ensure that their allocation process is fair, particularly in terms of the process they are going to take to put them into the database? And how best do they plan to make it efficient? What is the time frame for completion of the database process, considering that some of the vulnerable veterans might be left out of this process? Thank you.
Honourable members, or member, those were quite a few questions in one. Honourable Minister.
And I assume others have already been answered with the previous questions. But just to repeat that, which I had said earlier, that the criteria has been determined. That's why you have a figure of 750 that have been identified. The process is to make sure that indeed the 750 that is there in the list is the real ones that are supposed to benefit, because in some instances we found that the wrong people had benefited from the system. So it's to verify that 750, it's to make sure that the criteria that has been set up, which is the means test from housing, is being applied, so that veterans who have means will not be able to be prioritized, but veterans who have needs as per the criteria will be prioritized. And from there, depending, because we don't deliver houses, we work through provinces, province by provinces, to make sure that provinces implement the MOU in terms of their own plans in the provinces, supported by the department with our own resources to implement the resolution, but it's called the plan. But it's done by ourselves with the provinces, with the Department of Housing, on the basis of agreed criteria, which are the means test which has been agreed on. Thank you very much, Chair.
Question number 452 has been asked by the Honourable Tebekulu to the Minister of Police. The question is about what efforts the Minister and his department have made to collaborate with other departments to develop tangible plans to address the surge of gang and violent activities in the country and the ever-pressing crime problem. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. South African Police Service recognized that gangsterism is not only law enforcement responsibility, but requires a holistic approach, which requires communities, departments, or the whole of government. Now, the link, for instance, between the number of gangs in South African correctional services and traditional gangs within communities, as well as insecure care facilities, remain cause for concern. And of examples that, to this effect, giving cause to our concern. Now, the response by the South African Police Services and relevant departments has been ongoing. I could give an example of correctional services, us having had meetings on this matter, Department of Social Development, having had meetings on this matter to raise the concerns, and of exchanges and ongoing discussions with Department of Justice on the same matters. There are 4 pillars that underline these discussions. Firstly is human development. Now, communities are plagued by various stress factors. The adverse effect of drugs and alcoholic dependency and the impact it has on family disruption, schools disruption, and so on. And then social partnerships, spatial design, and the last one is criminal justice process. So I could emphatically say there are efforts that we are making in order to ensure that we act as one on the side of communities and on the side of government departments, even at provincial level, but also with the private sector. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Tebekulu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister. Yes, it's true what the Minister has responded to, but the angle that one is coming from is that the biggest challenge that we are having currently with the gangsterism and all that, it's simply because the part of the members of the SAPS are a contributing factor to these factors. What is your department doing, Mr. Minister, to vet all members of the SAPS, because they seem to be part of, or they are contributing somehow to bringing in illegal firearms inside the prisons, as well as exchanging these drugs as it's alleged by some quarters. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Honourable Nkosi Cebekulu, to be honest, our job is to investigate crimes and criminals that would have committed such crimes. And we take them to magistrates and judges. Once those have done their job and then they end up in prisons, they are beyond SAPS. They are a responsibility of a different department. But out of worry and out of concern, And out of our own observations, where some crimes get committed by people in prisons, we've gone beyond our department, engaged other departments. The question is actually a direct responsibility to correctional services than SAPS, but on our side, I'm saying, other than waiting to reinvestigate, say, the same criminal and arrest the same criminal, we are engaging with other departments and so on, so that we decrease the number of instances where imprisoned criminals are at liberty to commit crimes and so on. Now, we even want them rearrested inside their cells, inside this, so that we show that we are arresting, we are meeting for the second time with you. You are still doing your 10 years and so on, but you have now committed another crime and we are new again. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Marquee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Department of Police outlined its strategy to fight crime that include the concept of whole of government, whole of society approach. Honourable Minister, how is the department ensuring the strengthening of the involvement of society as a whole in the fight against crime? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, firstly, we have structures called CPFs in communities that would have decided to take a stand against crime, and we assist them to formalize some of their processes. We don't have enough money, but this financial year, about 75 million has been committed just to assist CPFs, which are community-based crime-fighting structures. And we appreciate that. But what we appreciate more is those who are not, even if they don't get any allocation or any assistance, out of their own commitments and concern, they go out of their way and organize themselves into structures that fight crime and cooperate with police. Where it happens, it's quite effective. And therefore, we are asking the public out there to join those who have already established this and establish them where they are not yet established. But private organizations as well, private sector organizations are much more community-based, especially those who do patrols on streets and all of that. Where it happens, it's proving to be quite beneficial to all of us in the fight against crime. But as I say, we even have a toll-free number where we encourage communities that in the safety of their homes, they can phone, they can use the toll-free number without actually mentioning their names and without giving their addresses. Just report crime and where it's happening. And where they have done so, especially in the Mthatha area, we have benefited because people used these toll-free numbers or hotline, as they call it. It has worked in a number of instances.
Honourable Minister, your time has expired.
And I see people are quite happy with that. Thank you.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Study Minister, ifonele le toll-free number now, sila, ayifake speaking. Nabon iyasebenza le number because the number is not working.
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order. We proceed. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Souls. Honourable Members, order. Honourable Members, order please. Honourable Souls will now ask his question. Honourable Mente. Honourable Members, order please. Allow the Honourable Souls to ask his question.
Or otherwise, you must call the number yourself here and demonstrate the number is
Kalibi, you are now totally out of order. Please take your seat. Honourable Souls, please ask your question. Honourable Souls, please proceed with your question. Honourable Mente, do you have a point of order, and please indicate which point of order you are referring to?
Speaker, there was a point of order. You haven't made a ruling. Can we hear your ruling on that? That the minister must call the number now and put it on speaker.
Honourable Mente, you clearly did not listen to what I said. I said that is not a point of order. That is my ruling. That is something you can take up with the minister later. Honourable Souls, please ask your question. Honourable Souls, please proceed.
Honourable Minister, in Menenberg, and for the past few days, 6 young people has been shot. Reese, Diano, Bester, Yumna, a grade 11 at Phoenix High, has been shot and killed in cold blood. How would these collaborative efforts that you outlined between yourself and other departments, how would this exactly and in the immediate stop this senseless killing of our children? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Now, schools, hospitals, and other institutions, public institutions, they are led by specific departments and specific people on the ground. It is important for all of us, not just us in SAPS, but all of ourselves in this house, councillors, amakosi, and principals themselves, and leadership of the Department of Education right up to national, to actually initiate a situation where SAPS per police station, where such schools are found, to initiate engagements to say, well, this particular problem in this area, in some cases it will be just 2 or 3 individuals, which will take a small effort to deal with, and it gets dealt with. But if principals, if the Inspectorate of Education or managers of education, MECs and ministers, don't take that initiative, it is otherwise quite difficult for SAPS to police schools, all of them as a whole. But we have given them advice and directive that a police station and a station commander must expect that they would be approached and they must be responsive to whatever over and above fighting crime around schools. But we're urging, pleading, and saying, please approach police stations, and only if there is no cooperation that the matter can be escalated. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Sally.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, to assist understaffed police station, the Minister of Finance has proposed 2 social workers to be deployed and trained at every police station. The question, Minister, is whether, Minister, you've supported this proposal made to the debate on the medium-term budget policy, which was rejected. And is this now not a blow against efforts to eradicate gender-based violence?
The Honourable Minister.
We wholeheartedly agree with the approach that social development needs to have a number of social workers, at least 1 per police station. Exactly for those reasons, that police are not specifically trained to assist victims in the manner that professional social workers are able to do. But they do, which is beyond the call of duty, of course. But we are still engaging with social development and we are expecting them to respond. We wrote a letter, we held a meeting to check whether they can be able to cover. But if they are not current, that we encourage and ask them to make efforts to cover police stations. The day this thing happens, I can tell you it will be a shift in terms of how we care for GBVF and F victims, over and above arresting these people after incidents. But I could just take 1 minute to give the honorable members free of charge these numbers. There's an extortion-free number, which is different from the toll-free. It is 0800 911 011. That's an extortion one, dedicated. The second one is 086 0010 111. And this is also a bit separate. The ordinary toll-free one, it has problems here and there, but the matter is being attended to. But it is working. It is working to an extent. And this is what you actually wanted, and we are giving it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 398.
Chair.
Honorable Ntlangwini.
It's me. It's me. I'm not Ntlangwini, Chair.
No, there was a hand of Honorable Ntlangwini. That's why I recognized her before, because she raised her hand before.
I'm here, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Maute.
Yeah. Chair, can the minister please repeat that number? The first number he called.
The first one, Tom.
We didn't hear. I don't know why these GNU members are making noise. We want to hear the number, not only in the House, but the rest of the country wants to hear the number. We're humbly requesting the minister to repeat the number. Easy.
Okay, thank you very much. But I think maybe you can engage with the minister and be able to get the number outside of the chamber. But now we are continuing with the business of the day, which is
we've dialed the number, it doesn't work.
Honorable
He wants to talk, he wants to talk. Let him talk.
Honorable members, please. You are making noise and we can't hear what other members are saying. I've recognized you, Honorable Mente.
House Chair, when the minister is answering questions, he is answering questions on behalf of the people we are representing, not us. So it will make no sense for the minister and me to have a chat outside. What he's doing here, he's doing his job responding to the South Africans. Now the South Africans want to know the number. Can the minister just repeat the two numbers? It's simple.
And these howlers must keep quiet, man.
Honorable Mautwe, that is not allowed. I did not recognize you, and what you are doing is wrong.
And the public heard the minister.
Yes, Honorable Member.
No, Minister, I can assist you. I captured the number very well, and it doesn't work, but I can repeat the number for you. It's right here. It doesn't work,
No,
but I can
you
assist
don't.
you.
Why did you raise your hand? I thought you had a
To
point
assist
of
you.
order.
To assist you, sir.
No,
Sit
don't,
down,
don't
Wena, man.
assist
Sit
me.
down, Wena, man.
I have ruled on that matter, honorable members. If you need further engagements with the minister regarding numbers, you will be able to engage with the minister outside of this chamber, and we are moving on. Question number 398 has been, comrades.
Order, Speaker. Order. Chair. Order, comrade.
Honorable members, what you are doing is not allowed. And we know the rules of the House. We do not all the time have to outline the rules of the House. If you are not recognized, you do not press
Point of order,
a mic.
Chair.
And
Point of
no,
order, Chair.
you don't say that. You
I
raise
don't
your
say
hand.
point of order.
No, you raise your
Point of
hand.
order.
You
Point of
should
order.
raise your hand.
Point of order.
Then switch off your mic, because I have not recognized you. You should have just raised your hand only. And I'm still addressing a matter. I will come to you. Honorable members, We know the rules of the House. We do not speak when we are not recognized. What you are doing, it is wrong. And please adhere to the rules of the House. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to raise a point of order on two matters. The Minister has read a number here. That is not operational, which means he has lied to the Parliament of South Africa and to the people of South Africa. That's the first point.
Honorable Tambo, that is not a point of order.
It's a point of order. He's
No,
given a
it's
lie
not a
as an
point of
answer.
order.
The second point,
Please take your
Mr.
seat.
Chair, you are calling who comrades here? When you refer to comrades, who are your comrades here? Because you're supposed to preside over this House neutrally. You sit there
Honorable
and say
Tambo.
comrades to who? Who are your comrades here?
Honorable Tambo.
You're out of order.
Please take
yourself.
your seat.
The
Take your
minister
seat.
has lied. He has lied to the people of
Honorable
South
Tambo,
Africa.
take your
He gave
seat.
us a non-operational number, and we must call him to order for that.
No.
Thank you.
Honorable Tambo, take your seat. What you have just said now is not a point of order. And I did rectify in calling you comrades. Even if I would have said that, it is not like I've insulted any member in this House. I went back and said honorable members. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And you can't call me out of order as if I've insulted anyone in this House.
Chairperson, when you're sitting there, you're not a comrade of anyone.
Recognize
you must preside over this House neutrally. We're not your
I
comrades.
did not
there.
recognize you.
But we're not your comrades.
I'm saying this for the last time. Honorable Tambo, I did not recognize you. You pressed that mic again. And we are moving on this matter. I am no longer taking any further point of orders regarding a number about a call center from the Minister of Police. Honorable Ntlangwini,
It's a different point of order.
I'm recognizing you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, number one, Honorable Tambo is absolutely correct. You must address us when you are seated in the chair. You know how members of parliament must be addressed. Number two, the minister have yet again shown the incompetence that they have no plan to deal with extortion within the country. They have no plan and there's no numbers that are working. He have proven and even have said it to himself now and give us 2, 3 different numbers. It's a shame. It's a shame that you are standing up and lie and misleading South Africans that there are some help that is going to come from the GNU and there's no help that is coming. There's no numbers that they're going to call that they're going to get answers from. It's a shame.
Honorable Ntlangwini, I'm calling you. What you are raising, what you have, what you are, no, Honorable Ntlangwini, what you are doing is wrong. Honorable Ntlangwini, I'm addressing you now, and I'm saying, I've spoken to that matter that was raised by Honorable Tambo, and I've requested all members here who did not hear the numbers or so to engage the minister. And you've got members also that sit in portfolio committees who can take it further to the committees. We are not taking any further point of orders regarding this matter. Honorable Mautwe, I hope it's a different matter.
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Dlagute, after Honorable Mautwe, it's Honorable Dlagute.
Chair, we're pleading with you to be patient. The people who came before you, who were impatient like you are, they are watching us on TV today. They are not here. Be patient with us. We're here to hold the executive accountable. The executive can't come and lie to us here. We're asking for the number so that we can call. The number that the minister gave us is wrong. It's not working. If he says it's working, he must dial it himself. But we're not seated there. Please be patient. Don't do those things of I'm not taking any point of orders. We're here to, that's our mandate. Why we're here. To hold the executive accountable. And will not be rushed by anyone. No one.
That is not a point of order. And I'm ruling on that one is not a point of order. Honorable Dlagute.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I want to agree with you
that with regard to the numbers, members can get them from the minister after the question session. And they also have members who are serving in the Portfolio Committee on Police. They can get those numbers from the Portfolio Committee. Where we are now, Honorable House Chairperson, where we are now, we are on the question session as per the agreement of the National Assembly Rules Committee. So if members are wasting time by raising this frivolous point of order, when the question time comes to an end, there should be no additional time to this question session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. These are the last two questions, Honorable Manyi and Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson of the session. Chairperson, I think it's going to be very important for you to be neutral in that chair. Honorable Dagute, when she rose here, she didn't rise on any point. She just came and she just spoke. And you allowed her to speak everything that she wanted to say, which was
You don't rose, you are right.
The issue here.
Tiger, wait. No, honorable members, honorable minister.
The issue here.
Please,
The issue
you are
here-
not, Honorable Manyi, please hold. You are also not assisting. Can we all switch off our mics?
Can I just complete what I was saying?
No, I
Chair?
said hold
No, Chair,
because
can
I
just
wanted to
complete?
address this issue.
Can I just complete?
Honorable Manyi,
We
I
are-
am going to, you are going to continue. You are
Okay.
speaking now and I'm protecting you as the chair. While you are speaking, there are other people who are opening mics and speaking. So I'm trying to protect you as the chairperson. So I'm not sure why are you fighting now. Because it's what I am doing, seated here, protecting you. Continue, Honorable Manyi.
Thank you. Chair, I think what you perhaps are missing is that we are sitting here receiving WhatsApps and SMSs. People wanted that number that the minister needed to have repeated. And the amount of time we spent on this is far more than if you had just allowed him to just repeat the number. Because we're sitting here, people that we're representing are watching this session. And they are saying they have not heard the minister properly because the coalition is busy making noise here. So can you please allow the minister to repeat the number? That's all. It will take 30 seconds and then we're done.
I've heard you, Honorable Vessels.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chair, it's very important, and I want to plead with you that you do not allow...
Honorable members, please.
That you do not allow...
The noise is too much. We can't hear from this side.
House Chairperson, I want to plead with you that you do not allow unparliamentary language in this House. If you allow it once, it stands. The Honourable Nzangwini used the term and said that the minister is lying and lied. That is unparliamentary, and you cannot allow
Yes,
that.
he's lying.
And I want to ask you to make a ruling on that and ask you to withdraw that. We cannot call each other liars in this House.
You must be ashamed, Mkhulu. You're defended by racists. Sis.
Honorable Tambo. Honorable Tambo.
You can't allow that.
Honorable Vessels. Honorable Tambo.
ubuyiswe ungaphandle kwelist njalo.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. You are all going to keep quiet. Because you are making it very difficult in both sides. You're making it very difficult. Because when one wants to take a decision and make a ruling, but the other one starts opening a mic. So you are making it very, very difficult. I am not going to go back. I have ruled on that matter. And we are moving on. And Honorable Manyi, it's incorrect that I've let others speak when others did not speak. Everyone who raised a hand here spoke. And that is not the truth, what you are telling, that others I've gave enough time to and others I did not. It is not the truth. I gave everyone ample time to raise their issue, and we are moving on this one to the next question. Question number 398 has been asked by Honorable N.E. Mutaung to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is about how the department is monitoring the implementation and effectiveness of the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act, Act 12 of 2021, Criminal Law Amendment Act, Act 13 of 2021, and Domestic Violence Amendment Act, Act 14 of 2021, with regard to the combating and prevention of gender-based violence and what weakness has been identified in the impact assessment department conducted on the specified legislation. The Honorable the Minister.
Order, Chair. Order, Chair.
Honorable Manyi.
Thank you. Chair, you have mischaracterized my order. The order I was raising was not whether you've allowed others and not allowed others. The order was that you allowed Honorable Dawuja to speak without quoting what point of order she was rising on. And she just stood up and just rambled
Honorable
on and
Manyi.
allowed it.
Honorable Manyi.
So don't mischaracterize my point and say I'm
Honorable
telling
Manyi.
untruths. I don't lie. In the MK party, we don't do lying.
Honorable Manyi. We are in a new question now, and I'm affording the Minister an opportunity to respond to the question. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. In relation to the Domestic Violence Act, we have set up a domestic violence intersectoral committee that has been established to monitor.
Chair.
Honorable Kaula.
Kune-truck ebeyigcwele ingane ebezifakathi zikhala. Idlula eGoli. So manje.
No, Honorable
Kaula.
Kaula.
Wena mhlambe mawunama-bodyguard. Uyithathe kalula lento. We are not playing la.
Honorable Kaula.
Iyadingeka inamba lena ipublic iyazi. Musani kudlala ngathi lana.
Honorable Kaula. Honorable Kaula, we are on a new question. I've recognized the Minister to speak. Please. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I was elaborating that in relation to the Domestic Violence Act was established for the monitoring all stakeholder departments and institutions from the social sector and the criminal justice system to ensure that there are processes and systems that have been put in place, and it's chaired by the Department of Justice. Secondly, into this national committee, it feeds into provincial intersectoral committees, which have got the direct mandate to deal with the crimes which are relating to domestic violence. This is informed by National Pillar 3 of the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Strategy, which insists on all of us, led by the Department of Justice, to put on collaborative effort in fighting the scourge. And with regard to criminal law, particularly with special reference to sexual offenses, you will recall that on the 25th of January 2022, the President signed into law the Act, which also ensured that we strengthen the efforts of ending gender-based violence and femicide, and the creation subsequently of sexual offender courts. And the amendment still outlaws, amongst other things, the exploitation and sexual grooming of children and persons with mental disabilities. Of course, we also watch against the vulnerable persons who must be recorded in the register of sex offenders. We have subsequently given the provinces the right to also decentralize the function so they can deal with the registration and the clearance certificate to ensure that there's no time and gaps that lapses. We also, at a technical level, have dealt with the directors legal from departments that forms part of the committee to ensure that they process the legalities and assist people who have been offended with regard to assistance in our court service branch in the National Office of the Department of Justice. And we are vetting at the request from the Department of Education, educators and public staff, particularly that deals with minors for the very protection of children in our schooling environment and the surrounding areas. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mtaung.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, with the festive season we are approaching and the high incidence of domestic violence which are often reported during the festive season period, what are the additional measures by the department to ensure that victims of GBVF and domestic violence speedily get justice during the festive season? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Agent applications outside the ordinary court hours on a day which is not an ordinary court day also, services are being made available. And this application may also be submitted directly to the court to avoid the waiting time or period. The department also provides for after-hour services to the victims of domestic violence with clerks on standby after hours, during weekend, and on public holidays to accept agent application outside the ordinary court hours during the festive season. We're doing this to ensure that the agent applications for protection orders, which can also be done online now, gets to be issued immediately and considered by the court to prevent domestic violence. Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Klopper.
Thank you, Chair. With a staggering backlog of nearly 670,000 postponed cases that critically impact the victims of sexual offence, as well as the domestic violence victims, perhaps the Minister believes that the department has done enough to address this crisis. What concrete actions have been implemented, both in the immediate term as part of a sustainable long-term strategy to ensure justice is not indefinitely delayed for these vulnerable victims?
The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much. The continuing rollout of the sexual court offences in order to speed up the processes on how the cases get to be resolved is part of the long-term strategy. But the availing of hours beyond what we call the normal hour is also to ensure that at the time that there are high volumes and large numbers of cases that needs to be reported, gets to be dealt with. We are not saying this is a panacea to ensure that everything happens at a go, but we do believe it does go a long way in assisting and servicing. And lastly, we are embarking on the digitization of our processes in court. As I've already indicated that currently you can do a protection order online. There's also maximization on some of the other cases that could also be dealt with online to ensure that we speed up access to justice to victims of sexual offences. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Minister, the truth of the matter is that even if you can have a legislative framework which is a paragon of virtue or perfection in combating sexual offenses and GBV, but that is not enough for as long as you don't address the shortage of specialized personnel in the justice system. I'm saying this because many of these cases collapse at a prosecutorial level. The SAPS does its work, but the matters get stuck at a prosecutorial level because some get withdrawn. Now the question is, what is it that we have done since you arrived in office to ensure that you empower prosecutors and you empower the legal age which represent the victims of GBV and sexual offenses. Thank you very much.
The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I did indicate the multifaceted approach which allows even sister departments to be able to assist, right from the psychosocial services, which the Department of Health does assist in providing, including the Department of Justice, the Department of Social Development with regard to the care and the education, women and children with regard to the Office of the President, in ensuring that the legislative framework is beyond what is written in paper to deal with these cases. Actually, the legitimacy of the question should be, how are we going to get everybody else, including in the House, to ensure that we do not offend sexually, particularly women? And we need Honorable Nomvalo and others in joining government in ensuring that it does not happen in the first place. Women don't have to go to court to demand what should be done when they shouldn't have been violated in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Webster.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'd like to know if you agree, or maybe let me ask if you at the very least acknowledge that a central weakness of the legal framework that has been cited in the question when it comes to gender-based violence is the fact that we have a secret national register of sexual offenders, that we continue to protect perpetrators who violate citizens and women in this country at the expense of the vulnerable. And I want to ask, are you willing to take the steps to make the sexual offenders register public? And if so, when can we expect that?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Not necessarily a question that relates to the overall question that has been asked, and I would like to go and get legal expect to advise on whether the department has a right to just name and shame. It's not a decision that the minister willy-nilly can decide on. Information with regard to second and third parties is protected by law in South Africa, and there are transgressions that I may not willingly make without really following certain provisions of the law to ensure that we all comply. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 411 has been asked by Honorable N.L. Webster to the Minister of Home Affairs. The question is about whether the Minister intends to introduce legislation to change South Africa's electoral system from a closed-list proportional representation system to a constituency-based system. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The honourable member would be aware that the former Minister of Home Affairs appointed an electoral reform consultation panel to consider this issue of possible electoral reform. That process is now well underway with public engagements and other parts of that process being rolled out. That panel will then make recommendations which will also come to this House. And it's only at that stage, once this process has concluded, that we can really engage on the substance of whether or not these changes will be made or required. Thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Webster.
Minister, a policy position is a commitment to the public. And your own political party has a clear position on electoral reform. In your party's policy on electoral reform, it recommends that a mixed PR and constituency system is ideal for this country. And I want to quote, "The notable strength of a mixed PR and constituency system is the direct accountability of public representatives through the introduction of constituency-based voting," end quote. So do you support or rejects this position, which is your political party's position on electoral reform?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The great thing is that I've spent a lot of time in my career working on the importance of the separation between party and state. So I'm very grateful that the Honourable Member is that interested in the policy position of this party. But the process that's being undertaken by this electoral reform panel demands the utmost independence. And I have made it clear throughout this process that there is actually nothing more fundamental for our democracy than questions around the electoral system. And therefore, while an independent process is underway, it would be completely inappropriate for any of us to get ahead of that or in any way to undermine the independence of that panel. So that is the approach that we will take. We will uphold the independence of this panel at all times, and we will await the recommendations, and it would be at that point where it would, of course, be entirely appropriate for everyone in this House to engage with the recommendations. But let me just repeat again, before that happens, it is a live and ongoing process. So if the Honourable Member has strong views on this matter, then I can only recommend that she take the opportunity and engage with this panel. They are currently working as we speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Chabane.
Thank you, House Chair. I'm asking to take the question for Honourable Chabane.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Minister, indeed the PC on Home Affairs received update on the work of the electoral panel through the Minister. Can the Minister indicate if the panel is on track with its work as per the timeline they presented to the committee? Thank you very much, House Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, as of now, this process is underway and on track. There are timelines that the panel has committed to meeting, and in many ways, I think the appropriate way to look at the Department of Home Affairs' role here is as a secretarial and support service to the panel. Let me just emphasize again, the independence of this process is absolutely fundamental, because it will, in one way or another, whether its recommendations are implemented or not, it impacts on the very essence of our democracy and the way in which voting functions. So indeed, we are imploring the panel to stick to the timeline. We are providing the secretarial support it requires. But even as we say that, above all else, it is the integrity and the thoroughness of that process that must guide us as we deal with this really, really fundamentally important question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Roos.
Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, in the 6th Parliament, under the previous administration, the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs was dogged by the late submission by the then Minister of Electoral Reform, etc., etc. And my question in this regard, you've said that the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel is making progress and it's going to be in time. What is being done in terms of capacitation in your department on legal advice? Because the legal advice before, it seemed to be problematic, and this is what was creating the situation where the Minister was unable to table legislation in time.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, well, I think the gazetting of this reform panel, or its activation, was done in a timely manner because it gives us the longest possible runway before the next national and provincial election. So in principle, we should be able to thoroughly engage with this without it being rushed. However, there are some, the question about legal advice and legal support extends to the understaffing of Home Affairs more generally. I am happy to report in the context of this question that we've recently gotten approval from the Department of Public Service and Administration to advertise 99 really important senior positions within the department, including Chief Director for Legal. So if we can get those positions filled with the kind of excellent candidates we're looking for, it hopefully will address the issue that you raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Letlape.
Minister, we can all agree that no electoral system is perfect and that each electoral system has its own weaknesses and strengths. And although not perfect, in the South African setting, the PR system has ensured a fair and significant representation for both majority and minority parties in Parliament. Given this, which measures have you put in place to ensure that the system remains a fair and accurate reflection of the will of the people? Thanks.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I believe those measures will follow on this process that I've outlined, but I am very encouraged to see that we are clearly going to have a very stimulating debate on this matter when that appropriate time arrives. So at this stage, I think everyone must please engage, please make sure that your voice is heard and that indeed the Honourable Member's view is articulated as part of this process. That's why it's for, and I would encourage everyone to participate and then clearly look forward to the outcome of what this panel recommends, the options it puts on the table, and then most importantly the debate and decision that may follow on that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We move on to question number 426, which has been asked by Honorable Breitenbach to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is asking about how a member of the executive reconciles their duties with the ongoing VPS-related controversy, considering President Ramaphosa's emphasis on the Executive Ethics Code. The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development abide by the Executive Ethics Code that was quoted at length by the President in this House. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Minister, the President is clearly unable to take a decision in this regard. You have failed to adequately explain your dealings with VBS to the Portfolio Committee. VBS was not registered nor authorized to give loans, and you have an indisputable conflict of interest. So my question, Minister, is this. Why are you still here?
The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I'm here because I'm a member of Parliament.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Sotetsi.
Thanks, Minister.
Honorable members, can we allow other members to ask their questions, please? Continue, Honorable Member.
Now, Minister, you were summoned by the Portfolio Committee some time back to come and give an account on the issues regarding the loan. Subsequent to that, the President also ordered you to give a comprehensive report on issues that are surrounding this loan. Now, the question, Honorable Minister, is whether you have been able to hand the report to the President as per the request of the President. Thank you.
The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much. That was done.
The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Minister, I know that by asking this question, I'm putting you in a risk of losing your job. But I appeal to your conscience that you must be reliable to the people of South Africa and to no one else. Our observation is that you are just on the receiving end of an arrangement of crooks who call themselves GNU. That is the first observation. Secondly, given the timing in which the matter is being raised, by the time you were sworn in as a minister, this matter was hanging, but it was never raised. Do you think that these allegations are genuine or are allegations that are meant to deal with you or to remove you from the position of being a minister? And the DA on this matter is flip-flopping because during the day, they pretend to be fighting corruption, but at night they protect it. They say they are not going to pursue
Honorable
the issue of
Nomvalo,
Pala,
your time
whereas
has
on the
expired.
issue they are very strong. Thank you very much.
The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. That's a new question which does not relate to the main question, and I will not be able to respond to that.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ghana.
So there's this perception in our country that the wheels of justice, and now I'm asking you as the Minister of Justice, the wheels of justice are turning very slowly. And in some instances, they don't turn at all, especially when it concerns high-ranking officials or politicians. As the Minister of Justice, what are you doing to change this perception that the wheels of justice are turning slowly? Thanks very much.
The Honorable Minister.
The mandate of the Department of Justice is to ensure access of justice to all members of South Africa as citizens. And all our amendments in terms of the Act and the bill that we have put is to ensure that we equally receive access to justice speedily. And that's our day-to-day function. Dealing with the court role, improving it on all the matters, without really looking on what is your standing in society. We are all equal before the law. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question, number 403, has been asked by the Honorable Klotz to the Minister of Correctional Services. The question is about the total number of infrastructure projects the department have and the expected completion timelines. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. At present, there are 69 projects, infrastructure projects, a combination of maintenance and capital projects. If we look, for instance, at new facilities, we have one project at Burgersdorp. The completion date is in 2026. And we hope to get a 500-bed facility. The other one is in Paris. Now, this is an interesting one, Honorable Chair. The contract was terminated in 2022. It took 10 months up till December 2022 to get a new contractor, and that project will also be completed in 2026. Because of the comprehensive, can I say, time frames, we will submit on the 26th of this month to the Portfolio Committee the total time frames on each and every project. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Klotz.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the response. Infrastructure is crucial in the implementation of the self-sufficient and sustainable framework, including the utilization of own resources, offender development and offender labor, to the use of state assets to reduce costs to the fiscus to generate revenue for the department. In these projects, how is the department planning to make use of the SSS model? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister.
Chair, I didn't hear clearly exactly what the Honorable Member said, but what I want to say is it is no secret that when it comes to projects and capacity, when it comes to correctional services, we don't have a challenge and a problem. We have a crisis. We have a crisis. And therefore, we will do from our side whatever we can to ensure that we expand our facilities. I'm in a process to see that we can expand them, because overcrowding, as we speak at this moment, is about 49% in our facilities. I thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Engelbrecht. Yeah.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, the number of inmates are on the increase and bed space numbers are decreasing, many prisons being dilapidated. Minister, you said in October, considering the fact that the department is already underfunded coupled with huge maintenance backlogs, it is expected that facilities infrastructure will deteriorate to a level which will require total refurbishment and upgrade and replacement. How does the department plan to house inmates under humane conditions in the event of expected further delays of infrastructure projects?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Can I say to the Honourable Member, he is quite correct. We have an increase, and the more effective the police services become, the more inmates we're going to receive. And everybody is very glad that there is an improvement when it comes to the fighting of crime by the South African police services. I am in the process where I have asked that we already start planning for 2 more facilities of 3,000 beds, but it's very expensive. To just give the House an indication, for a C-Max, the cost is more than R1 million per bed space. At this moment, we have around 108,000 beds. Sentence inmates is about 103,000 persons or inmates. But the real problem is with our remand detainees. We have about 60,000 of them. So you can understand the problem we have. What we are trying to do, yes, of course, the capital projects, there are problems. To give you one example, we have a chicken abattoir in Grootvlei, but because of public works, there are certain problems, because we all inherited problems, and that abattoir can supply 500 chickens per hour, so that we become more self-sufficient. But because of problems with public works, it can now only be operated in next year. So we do everything we can. The budget of correctional services over the last 5 financial years were cut by 11.7 billion. So we have constraints, but we're also in a process with the Department of Justice to see how we can deal with these remand detainees. I thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Marquee.
Given the need for safety and human conditions, what steps in your department taking to ensure all new infrastructure adheres to national and international correctional facility standards?
Honourable Minister.
We do all that we can, Honourable Chair. For instance, there are many instances where we use the inmates to do their own repairs when it comes to maintenance, so that they can also feel that they are contributing for the better life for themselves. But we have constraints when it comes to certain projects, specifically because of it must go through the Department of Public Works. So, yes, the overcrowding is a problem, and I'm very glad that I received these sort of follow-up questions, because this Honourable House must also understand that we have a responsibility, that when there is an increase, when it comes to the budget, in the end, everything stops with correctional services. I always say, so when the people are coming to justice, the buck stops with me as Minister of Correctional Services. But I need the support of the House that we get more and bigger, can I say, budgets and finances to ensure that the inmates have a humane stay in our facilities. I thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. House Chair, the Honourable Minister now reflected on the fact that some of the delays are caused and lies with the Department of Public Works. Will the Minister consider engaging his counterpart, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, and maybe consider a memorandum of understanding to take over some of these projects, infrastructure projects, and the budget thereof, so that the Department of Correctional Services do these projects in-house and do it more speedily? I thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Yes, we are already in a process to see that we can do that. That is also a relief for Public Works, that we can use inmates. We have the workshops. We have workshops when it comes to, for instance, manufacturing furniture. And can I say, there is already a memorandum of understanding, for instance, with Public Works, to provide certain furniture for houses, state houses. I already had talks, for instance, with the Minister of Basic Education. We want to produce the desks for all the school children so that we can become more self-sufficient. But when it comes to these specific projects, we do have the capabilities, and it needs a new memorandum of understanding, and I hope with the next round of questions that I will be able to say to my to the honourable members that me and my counterpart did have a memorandum of understanding so that we can start working. Our inmates must start working so that they can improve their conditions. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question number 439 has been asked by Honourable Montana to the Minister in the Presidency. The question is about the issuance of valid security clearance from the State Security Agency to discharge duties within the requirements of the law. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The matter pertaining to vetting and issuing of security clearances is guided by the National Strategic Intelligence Act, number 39 of 1994, as amended. With the further details that were provided with the question, I'm able to explain that there are 8 such senior officials at the said institution, and they are all undergoing security vetting at various levels. Thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Montana.
Thanks, House Chair. Honourable Minister, I think the first issue, I want to understand some of the reasons that have been given for these 8 officials not getting a security clearance. But most importantly, can you assure this House that this practice or conduct of officials commencing their employment with the state before such clearance is obtained, in your view, do you find that in line with the law that you've just told us about now? Is it lawful?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House. I didn't say they did not get, I said they're still undergoing vetting process. And I'm sure all of us are aware that there was a time where the State Security Agency was experiencing backlogs in terms of vetting of officials at various levels. When we took over the responsibility towards the end of the 6th administration, we put mechanism as part of the turnaround and transformation of the national security intelligence structures to make sure we get up to date in terms of vetting. So that is part of the backlog we've been addressing. And part of the delays was also because officials who needed to be vetted could not submit the necessary documentation. We have now put in place a system that enables us to cut down the turnaround time of submitting the necessary documentation. Thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked.
Chair, I ask, is it lawful?
I have not recognized you. You should have raised your hand.
But I'm asking,
Honorable
is it lawful,
Montana.
Chair?
No, I'm addressing you. I'm saying I did not recognize you. You should have raised your hand, and then you raise a point, and then we take it from there, instead of just standing and opening your mic. So we deal with proceedings. I told you before that we must adhere to the rules of the House.
Part of the rules, Chair, I think, is to answer questions that we're asking in this House.
And the minister has answered a question.
No, she hasn't answered, Chair, but I won't pursue it. Thank you.
The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Kola.
Thank you very much. It is of huge concern to learn that we have employed in extremely sensitive areas people who fail to obtain top secret security clearance. Now, it's reported, for example, that the Deputy Director of the MPA was denied such clearance, and while the MPA says there's no need for this person to view top secret documents, that's all well and good, but there are many other instances where clearance has been denied. Our National Police Commissioner and the SAPS head in KZN were refused theirs for many months, but then mysteriously obtained them. And in crime intelligence, the delegation of those allowed into the JSCI is now alarmingly truncated. Yet their new head managed to obtain one in record time of about a week. Minister, why is it that you don't see to the suspension of those who fail to obtain top secret security clearance? Instead, they seem simply to be left to carry on at work.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. State Security Agency is not the employing department of senior officials who are denied the security clearance. And when officials are appointed, they appoint government officials at particular levels. When they're appointed on condition that they must then pass the requisite security clearance level concomitant to their level of employment. When an official has been denied a security clearance certificate, we inform the relevant official, but also the relevant minister, to make sure that they do then the process to make sure that those who do not have the necessary clearances are exited from the public service. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ghana.
So, with the change in government and also elections, there will be a lot of changes insofar as the senior leadership of government and the people that are employed in that level. What measures yourself as the minister have you introduced to ensure that the applications that are coming in thick and fast are speedily processed and that security clearances are issued without delay so that the people that have been earmarked to be appointed can be appointed without delay?
The Honorable the Minister.
What we have introduced an e-vetting system to allow the new members or the ones who have to apply for re-vetting to complete an e-vetting, an electronic form, and submit the necessary documents online. But we have also worked with various departments to make sure that the pre-vetting work and compilation of documents that are necessary are done at the departmental level to make sure that we have got full compliance with the officials. With those in place, we are also digitizing our previous records so that if we have to do reference checks back, we are able to do that, and that project is underway. Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I have been informed that there was no request for the last supplementary question received. We move on to question number 432 that has been asked by Honorable Niehaus to the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans. The question is about the department's reliance on AMSCO for the critical midlife upgrade of South African Navy frigates and measures in place to monitor and prevent past failures. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, the Navy has consistently repeated that there is a need to upgrade our frigates and that they need to be enabled to function to protect our waters. But it is not true that as a department was solely reliant on AMSCO. We work with AMSCO, with local defense industry and international industry to upgrade our frigates. So we're not solely reliant on AMSCO, but we work with AMSCO and also the Navy itself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Nieuwmeester.
Honourable House Chair, I thank the Minister for her reply and appreciate the measures that she claims will be put in place to ensure that the mess at the Armscor dockyard is sorted out, and Armscor is in charge of the dockyard. However, the Portfolio Committee for Defence and Military Veterans paid an oversight visit to the dockyard, and the effect of years of mismanagement and unkept undertakings was starkly evident. That is certainly not going to be an easy fix, as it may seem from the rather glib answer that we received from the Minister. In the light of the dismal record of Armscor failing to meet undertakings, what contingency measures are being put in place to ensure the effective patrolling of our territorial waters? Has the Minister considered the use of long-distance aircraft and drone patrolling until the frigate fleet of the SA Navy is eventually operational again? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Chair, as indicated, and the member is quite correct that there are processes in place which include AMSCO, which work with the Navy to make sure that we upgrade our dockyard. And he should be aware also that we are working not only with AMSCO, but we're also working with the defense industry, where we don't have the adequate capacities. But to say we'll be using other alternative methods, it's not that part of the dockyard. We are fixing the dockyard in the way we have planned to do it with AMSCO and other industry players, both locally and internationally. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Harting.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, the Armscor is a state-owned entity reporting to the Minister. However, there's a great intolerance expressed by senior Navy commanders in public about their perception of the competence of Armscor, and specifically the dockyard. And this is a serious concern and an indication that there is little or no trust and even less cooperation between Armscor and the Navy, certainly between the senior officers. Now, as the responsible minister, what steps has the minister taken to resolve these issues coming a long time? And if not, what are the minister's intentions to resolve the conflict?
Honourable Minister.
Chair, we've been in meetings with AMSCO and the Navy, and the difficulties raised, and we have agreed on a way forward which includes AMSCO and the support that AMSCO needs to be able to save the Navy. And I don't think there are difficulties that we're unable to resolve, but this is work in progress. There are discussions which are ongoing, and I can assure the member here that we will indeed, with even international partners, I can even confirm here that also the President has also been very helpful in terms of really even getting us partners to help us with the dockyard. So it's not that we have insurmountable problems. Yes, there are challenges, and we're dealing with them. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honourable Njingila.
Thanks, Chair. Honourable Minister, given the mismanagement of funds by Armscor and the intention of taking back the dockyard from Armscor to the Navy, what plans or mechanisms are in place to restore the maintenance capabilities of the South African Navy amid the 51 billion budget cut that will repurpose in repurposing what's the already available allocation? And lastly, what's the state of readiness in establishing the warehouse with all required spares so that once we get to a point where these capabilities of maintenance are in place, there is adequacy, and all frigates, platforms, and the submarines are back at sea to maintain what would be a constitutional requirement or mandate of defending our territorial waters. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chingela, you have asked 2 questions and you are only allowed to ask 1, but I will allow the minister to respond. If time permits, then she will respond to your questions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much also for the follow-up. The mismanagement have not received the report. I'm not aware of any financial mismanagements of AMSCO in relation to the dockyard and all the challenges that are faced by the Navy. What I'm aware is that as a department, we have inadequate funds, and that's why the member raised the insufficient funds that we have to enable us to get there. So it's a process. We're working with Treasury to see if Treasury can indeed not necessarily take us to the full capacity that we require, because it's going to require capacity to be able to implement that, but also resources. But we have a step-by-step process that we have worked on, which we have requested Treasury to help us to get to that process. So there are plans in place. If the member in the committee wants us to say, and actually even tomorrow we're going to the Navy with the select committee, where we'll be spelling out what is our journey to greatness. But it is a journey. I can't promise that by 5 years we will have reached that level that he's talking about, but it is a journey that is going to take some time, but it's a journey that we have embarked on and that we are working on, which we have plans for, and which, as I say, we can share with members when we are given the opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ghana.
So, Minister, you've been talking a lot about the way forward insofar as AMSCO is concerned, and you haven't outlined that way forward. So I'll just ask this question, whether as a Minister of Defense, are you confident that the SA Navy is well equipped to protect the country and the water? And also, what are you doing in that way forward to ensure that AMSCO performs the function that it's supposed to in repairing and maintaining the SA Navy fleet? Thank you very much, Nakeza Mtramashtur.
The Honorable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I thought I'd answer, so if I answer and say I'm talking too much, I'm going to repeat what I said. That there is no contradiction or denial that we are not at the stage where we are supposed to be. That we are agreed, and that it's us who came up front with that matter. But what we are saying, we have put in place measures to ensure that we embark on this journey to greatness. So I'm not sure it says I've been talking too much where, but there is a journey to greatness, and there is a plan in place, and there is an admission that we are not where we are supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 388 has been asked by the Honorable Muela to the Minister of Police. The question is about the initiatives that have been used by the South African Police Service to utilize technology in the fight against crime. The Honorable Minister.
I'll try this one. The following existing information systems and information communication technology are in place and are supporting the South African Police Services operational environments in crime prevention, detection, and investigation. Community self-service access to SAP's technology capabilities. Now, 1, SAP's mobile application to enable anonymous crime, tip reporting with video uploads, and safety information accessible via a QR-linked application or app to reduce SAPS civil claims. 2, the rate our service app to collect public feedback to improve SAPS services. 3, service complaint system that provides a platform where citizens can lay their complaints regarding services rendered by SAPS. And then on enhanced community policing, global emergency mobile communication command control system for logging calls and reporting incidents, automated vehicle location system, remotely piloted aircraft system. Then there are digitalized crime detection and investigation capabilities. There are quite a number. I'm afraid I won't be able to go through, but they include the case administration system or investigation case docket management system. They include photo images system. They include person verification system. They include circulation system, geographical information system. There are quite a number of these. There's even closed circuits television. What I can add is that all of this is not enough. We are working on upgrades, on renewals, on more capacity for technology because we realize the importance of technology and it has to be enhanced. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Muela.
Yeah. Thank you, House Chair. And thank you, Minister, for the response. The follow-up question will be that whether the technological initiatives which will be rolled over, will it be rolled over to all stations, including those that are found in the rural areas, in the deep rural areas, Honorable Minister? Thank you very much.
Honorable the Minister.
Yes, it will have to be ultimately done that way to cover all areas, rural and urban. But we have identified the need to prioritize, and in this instance, 4 provinces in terms of upgrades, in terms of speed. It's the ones that are giving South Africa an ugly face of criminality. Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and then KZN and Gauteng. But that is not to say nothing must be done or nothing is being done for rural areas. There is a rollout, but it's just a question of prioritizing per year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Cameron.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your detailed response. Without proper support from CETA, any form of advancement in digital policing is null and void. The many failures of CETA are impacting negatively on the police to perform their constitutional mandate and any plans to leverage technology as a force multiplier. The previous Minister of Police had several engagements with the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies on this issue, which led to the establishment of a task team to investigate this impact and possible exception from the CETA Act. Is the Minister aware of any tangible outcomes of this task team, or will it remain business as usual? Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
Yes, we are aware of the engagements that have taken place in the past. But on our own, we have had an engagement with the new Minister of Communications. It was a meeting where we made an elaborate and detailed presentation, clearly motivating for an exemption for reasons that were outlined clearly. It is quite a disastrous situation that is obtaining at the moment, and it needs to be changed. So we requested that, and response was that Minister of Communications would come back in due course. We're waiting for the Minister of Communications to respond to our document. But it's quite an important task. It's quite an important job to be done to get this exemption. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Taiboj.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, the ability to conduct accurate and timely triangulation of cell phones appears to be key in solving a substantial number of crimes. Has this technological capability become part of standard SAPS training, or is it just a specialized few who have access to operate this capability within SAPS? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Currently, what we've done since we came was first to establish what is there, and then what needs to be improved in line with the priorities. And everything was outlined, the areas of ICT that we need, and by different divisions in police, so that each and every one of them, of these divisions, confirm and affirm that, yes, this is what we need, whether it is what you're talking about or any other. And we then said they must go ahead. So currently, processes are on to make sure that all divisions are covered to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Nkosicebekulu.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Mhlonishwa kuliqiniso elingephiko ukuthi izinselelo zinkulu ekuphathweni kwendaba emaphoyiseni. Enye inkinga eyikhona mhlonishwa ukuthi kuyenzeka kulahleka amafayela bekuvuliwe okanye amadokodo bekuvulwa amacala ngezenzo ezithile la khona kuphazamiseke izakhamuzi zamangalelana. Umuntu ke manje ngafisa nje ukwazi ukusizakala kwabantu lapho kulahla khona amafayela. Ngabe umnyango wakho mhlonishwa wenzani ugwema lesi simo sokuba kuthiwa amadokodo alahlekile waziwa bese kuqhubeka ubugebengu kulabo abasuke begebengile okanye baqhubeke bohlukumeza abantu abasuke bezoba ngofakazi phambi kwenkantolo ngabo.
The Honorable Minister.
Exactly what Nkosi Ucebekulu is talking about, it does happen. It's identified as a problem. Ikhona impela leyo nkinga. Kodwa ke sikwenzayo ukuthi ukufaka itechnology ezokwenza ukuthi ama-docket anganyamalali. Uma enyamalala atholakala ukuthi agciniwe ku-technology. Yona nto esiphezu kwayo sivumelene ngayo ukuthi ngala kuma-detectives yona yenye yama-priorities noma ezinye zezinto eziseqhulwini ukwenza ukuthi singalosilahlekelo ama-docket ngoba unyaka u-2024 lo akufanele ukuthi sikhulume ngokulahleka kwamaphepha nemiqulu eminye njalo entshontshwayo nethengwayo ikhona i-technology. So ke siphezu kwayo noma singeke sakwenza ngonyaka owodwa ukuthi siqede yonke into yamaphepha sifake i-technology kodwa siphezu kwayo Nkosicebekulu. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we will now move to the outstanding questions that were left of trade, industry, and competition from the last session. And the question was number 356, which has been asked by the Honorable M.M. Dluli to the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. The question is about strategies to promote inclusive economic growth, job creation, and reduced inequality in the 7th administration. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair and
Let me acknowledge and thank the presiding officers for indulging us. Honorable House Chair, let me start by stating to the Honorable Ndluli that this government has a historic political and moral obligation to ensure the redress of economic injustices of the past. We also have a constitutional obligation to ensure that the injustices meted out against the majority of the people of this country is addressed. It is therefore a misstatement to argue that broad-based black economic empowerment is a failed program to reverse but instead entrenched an elite class. We have no choice but to reverse the injustices of the past, and indeed, we have no choice but to emancipate the black people of this country and the women of this country. Maybe our shortcoming is that we don't tell the story of broad-based black economic empowerment enough. And maybe there is a misunderstanding of what in fact constitutes broad-based black economic empowerment. Without going into the detail, it is important to state that it is about equity and ownership. It is about enterprise and supplier development, and therefore access to procurement opportunities, not just in government, but in those companies that are measured in terms of broad-based black economic empowerment to procure and get services from black companies as part of their scorecard. It is about employment equity and therefore ensuring that black people and women have access to the management echelons of the companies in which they serve. Indeed, it is also about socio-economic development and skills development. So quickly, just to touch on a few numbers, I should state that we have improved the overall ownership in the economy to 33.9% by black people. We have improved overall black women ownership from a historic 9% to 14.2%, and the task remains to ensure that this increases and becomes equitable. We have improved management control to 62% and improved skills development to 51%. Indeed, as this administration, we have the obligation not just to ensure that BBB is implemented, but that we revise it to ensure that we improve its efficacy and speed and ensure that more and more black people and women are emancipated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ndluli.
Honorable Minister, during the Financial Times Africa Summit, you highlighted that you will tweak BBBEE to help foreign-owned companies comply with black empowerment laws. Could you clarify how and when this will be done?
The Honorable Minister.
As a supplementary question from the person who initially asked that question, I'm sure you'd appreciate that that's a completely new question. Thank you.
The second supplementary
answer the question
will be asked by Honorable Mkutu.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Point of order, House Chair.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much, House Chair. I'm rising on a point of order, House Chair, and it's something that we've raised previously. Ministers are called on here to come and answer questions. The follow-up question that has been asked is in direct relation to what has been spoken about around BEE, and it has not been answered. And I would implore on you, Chair, to rule on that, considering that ministers are here to account to the House of Parliament and not just simply avoid questions that need to be asked. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As you would know, that we do not prescribe how ministers would then respond to questions. And if a minister is saying maybe this it's a totally different or new question, then maybe he is responding in that manner. And if maybe you are not satisfied with the response, Honorable Member, you know the procedures to follow, but we will now move on to the next supplementary questions, which is the second supplementary question. Yes, Honorable Member.
Honourable House Chairperson, notwithstanding what you've just said, you have a responsibility seated in that chair to make sure that the executive don't take Parliament for granted. You can't simply say that because the Minister says it's a new question, he's not going to answer it. You have a responsibility to run this Parliament to the benefit of everyone in South Africa and not to kowtow to the executive.
Honorable Trollip, I have responded to that matter, and I have said that we don't prescribe, but as the Minister is saying, it might happen that when the Minister, maybe he does not even have a response to that question because it's a totally new question. Then what is he going to say? He is responding to the question by saying that this is a totally new question, which means it's something that he has not prepared on. So we are moving on from that, and I'm taking the second supplementary question from Honorable Mkutu.
Thank you very much, Chair. In part, Chair, I think the Minister has...
Honorable Mkutu, Honorable Kana.
Councillor Chairperson, with all respect, maybe the Minister can say that he did not hear the question. But then to say that it's a new question, it's unfair to the person that has asked the question. The question is not new. It's related to the question. I think the Minister must be asked to respond to the question. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kana. I think I have responded, and I'm not going to repeat again. I have responded to that, and I have said that, which means the Minister, if he feels that this is the new question, he will then write, you will respond and response to the member that has asked so that they get a clear response from the Minister. But I can't prescribe that the Minister must then respond in a certain way. Honorable Kwankwa.
House Chair, ultimately it is still up to you to decide whether the question is related, the follow-up is related to the question or not. And on the basis of that, make a ruling. It's not up to members of the executive to decide on their own whether the question is new or not. That means what's missing now, I sanungol. Into esotayo amandicela esiXhosa mhlawumbe ndibone lento ndikhumsha ngathi ndiyanonqena. Mamela napha into eshotayo into yoba House Chair wena usixelele ukuthi whether the question ebibuziwe is related to the main question or not, and you make that ruling by making a summation of what was actually said here. Injalo awuzange watshersha kwa meeting ke wena.
Honorable members, as I have said, I'm not sure I see the hand of the Honorable Minister.
Honorable House Chair, the issue was not to resist to answer the question. But the original question essentially decried broad-based black economic empowerment. It said and made allegations that the program has been about addressing the elite and so on and so on. The follow-up question relates to something different because it says, we are going to implement broad-based black economic empowerment, and we're going to ensure that as we facilitate broad-based black economic empowerment, we accelerate processes of implementation. So that was my only interpretation. But if there is an insistence in the interest of time that we proceed, certainly we did say at the Financial Times Summit that in fact, not only do we have an obligation to implement broad-based black economic empowerment, we have to ensure that we revise the policy to ensure that it improves its efficacy and speed, and that more black people have access to ownership, to management control, to skills, and to ensure that we emancipate black people. Certainly that's our commitment as this government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mkutu.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, in part, the Minister has captured the supplementary question, but maybe the Minister must just elaborate on the strategic essence of BEE in relation to opening up the economy to be more inclusive and to ensure that those that have been in the margins of the economy participate in the productive sectors of our economy, contrary to the view that, that is raised by the DA, that BEE only benefits the elite. Can you please do that, Minister? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Honorable House Chair, let me state that any country that does not take advantage of the skills, the capability, the acumen, and abilities of the majority of its people is doomed to failure. So not only do we have a historic obligation to emancipate black people, this country's economy can only succeed if it is able to ensure that all the people of this country have equitable access to skills, to opportunity, to entrepreneurial opportunity, to be able to help grow the economy of this country. It only makes economic sense that we emancipate black people. It only makes economic sense that we emancipate women. It only makes economic sense that we emancipate the youth of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Msezan.
Ngisukuma ngegama lika mengameli wabantu umnomzana umhlanganyelwa Zuma. Minister, welcome back. Asakwazi sizwile kuthiwa uphesheya njalo lesemakomitini. Hlele kuthiwa use uphesheya. Asithemba ubuye namathuba omsebenzi kule country. In the past 5 years, what was the department's targeted improvement of South Africa's geo coefficient, which is the worst in the world, through the BBBE program? Were these targets achieved? If not, why not? Thank you very much, Slal.
The Honorable Minister.
Thanks once again. Maybe to start with the preface to the question, an important part of the mandate of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition is economic diplomacy and trade. We have a duty to ensure that we engage with countries and multilateral organizations to facilitate and enable better trade and therefore improved economic development. Certainly, we also appreciate our obligation to Parliament and are very appreciative of the indulgence of the presiding officers to defer these questions so that we can be able to reply. With regards to the Gini coefficient, I think it's important to state that when we're dealing with the Gini coefficient, we're dealing with inequality in essence. And when we're dealing with inequality, part of the reality is that it is entrenched by the fact that the majority of the people of this country were historically disadvantaged and did not have access to opportunity. Our responsibility as a department is to ensure that we facilitate access to economic opportunities. But with regards to addressing the Gini coefficient overall, it is a collective responsibility of government. Because in fact, when you create jobs and you have decent salaries for people that are employed, you can measure them in terms of the Gini coefficient. When you create an environment where people have access to economic opportunity, but those economic opportunities do not translate into real jobs, then in fact those people are calculated outside the Gini coefficient. So we need to improve the issues of inequality in the country, but we equally need to improve the measures through which we measure development. Because in fact the Human Development Index is a much better mechanism of evaluating our progress as a country, because we are then measuring access to water, access to electricity, access to food, and a whole range of other development indicators. So I'm suggesting that yes, we might not have made significant strides in addressing inequality, but in terms of addressing human development challenges, we have made significant strides, and the numbers are there to tell the story. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Zibi. Honorable Mani. please take your seat, Honorable Ghana. I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, actually, I want to rise on a point of order on you, in the sense that, Chair, we keep appealing to you to be fair and balanced. If you are going to have the rigor of asking or pointing out that a person is either raising a new question or many questions and all of that, you must therefore apply the same rigor in interrogating the response. You can't be one-sided. The question here was about the question was about the Gini coefficient targets by the department, the contribution of DTI in doing the in reducing the Gini coefficient. That was the question. Now the minister responds into something very different about the role of the country and everything else, but the actual question is that it does not address. And you allow him to get away with that.
Honorable Manyi. Honorable Manyi, when the minister was responding to that question, you kept quiet up until we got to the last supplementary question. The minister responded to the question that was asked. And if you are not satisfied or you want further information on the question, you can then write to the minister on written questions and ask further questions so that you get further responses. Or if you are not satisfied with the responses that the minister has given here, you know the procedures to follow. And as I said before, I will not prescribe to the minister and say, this is the way you must respond to questions. If he understood the question in a way that it was asked, he responded in that manner. I cannot prescribe to him that he must respond in a certain manner. And I think we are moving on this matter and taking the last supplementary question because I'm not going to take any further more questions on this.
I'm not going to have a dialogue.
Yes, Honorable Manyi.
The reason I did not call order when the minister was speaking is because I know that's standard answer. And the order I was calling was not on the minister, was on how you are running the session. That you are not fair. You are very strict in pointing out that people are asking questions in this or that manner. And the same rigor you do not apply when the responses are poor quality responses. The issue is on you, not on the minister.
Yes, I was responding on the issue that you were raising on me, not on the minister, but the content of the matter was directed to the question and the response that was given by the minister. So neither there or there, but I was telling you that you can't call me out of order because I cannot prescribe that to the minister. And I've never said to anyone that what the question that you have asked is not a question that you were supposed to ask. When ministers respond and say this is a totally new, different issue, we engage on that matter and we passed on that matter. So your point of order is not sustained. We move to the last supplementary question of Honorable Ghana.
Nakenza Mtramoshtul. Since your appointment as a minister, you have attended a lot of conferences.
Honorable Ghana,
summits.
can you please take your seat again? There's a hand this side. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. No, Chair, we are concerned about the abuse of processes in this House, about the spurious point of orders that are unwarranted. The minister has answered the question comprehensively. So if Honorable Manyi did not understand the answer,
Honorable
it's
Member,
not our fault.
Honorable Member,
Honorable Manyi did not understand the answer that the minister given. So it's not our fault, Chair. So I'm just calling
Honorable
that
Member,
you are very much
no,
concerned about that.
no. What you are doing is wrong. And you are out of order. We have passed on that. You are taking us back. Why do you do that? In fact, you are contributing yourself to the spurious point of orders that you are complaining about. Please, can we move on? Honorable Ghana, please ask your question.
It will be a third time like it. Nakens. So all of you, you've been attending summits, conferences, and accompanying the president to various countries. Has there been investors that have come to you and say that they will not come and invest in South Africa because we've got a broad-based black economic empowerment that's supposed to redress the imbalances of our past?
The Honorable Minister.
At the risk of being accused of not answering, the simple answer is no. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Question number 333 has been asked by the Honorable M.Q. Ndlozi to the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. The question is about the total amount that has been spent in the automotive industry, specifically companies like Toyota, to set up factories in South Africa, and whether these investments have provided value for money in terms of job creation. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you once again, Honorable House Chair. With a GDP contribution of 5.3%, the automotive sector is not just an industry, but a backbone of South Africa's productive economy. It stands as a testament to how a focused, competitive and transformed industry can drive sustainable development and economic resilience. As a country, we must continue to incentivize, because research informs us that an ambitious path requires us to double our employment by 2035. This implies enhancing and transforming the entire value chain. This includes a focus on creating highly skilled jobs, with 497,000 jobs directly in the automotive industry already providing stability and growth for the workforce. These jobs are not just only plentiful, but well compensated, contributing a remarkable 32 billion rand in formal wages across the country. South Africa's new vehicle market is on a steady path towards sustainable growth, and projections aiming for 800,000 units by 2035. Currently, the automotive industry holds an impressive place on the global scale, ranking 22nd in production worldwide. The competitiveness reinforces South Africa's reputation as a manufacturing hub and with strategic importance. The Honourable Member would be aware that the Automotive Production Development Program, which is aimed at promoting production volumes and promoting the added value in the automotive component industry to create employment across the value chain. As the 7th administration, we will be reviewing this program so that South Africa remains on the global stage. Let me just quote a few numbers. Incentive payments through the scheme has reached about 20.7 billion rands, which includes payments to both the original equipment manufacturers and component and automotive tooling manufacturers. This program has over 150 projects, resulted in the investment of over 76 billion rand from 2016-17 to September 2024, generating a simple investment multiplier of 5. That is, for every 1 rand spent in incentives, it resulted in 5 rand investment by the project. It is important to note that the automotive industry generally requires highly skilled labor and in some instances specialized skills, which result in high-paying jobs. Of the approximately 100,000 AIS-supported jobs, approximately 70% are occupied by black people and 32% by the youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have been informed that the first supplementary question will be taken over by Honorable Tambo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll wait for them to keep quiet. Oh, thank you.
Keep quiet yourself.
Honorable members, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Is investment in the automobile industry limited to providing support to international automobile manufacturers, and is there any intention to establish a domestic automobile and automobile manufacturer, and would this not lead to more creation of jobs and factories? Minister, thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister.
There's a conversation that I think needs the mic. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Just to indicate that the automotive incentives are targeted both for original equipment manufacturers and for component manufacturers. So in essence, it is not only international companies that benefit from the scheme, because component manufacturers also benefit from the scheme. And part of its target is to ensure that we move from the historic 40% or less local content to 60%. So in terms of the master plan, it is intended by 2035, we're able to achieve 60% local content, and therefore the contribution should increase for local producers. Does South Africa have an immediate ambition of manufacturing a local car? The program is not currently underway. There have been various efforts, particularly in electric cars, where South Africa pioneered amongst the original technologies in electric cars. That, however, had not reached commercialization. At this point, we have not spoken about commercialization, but it should not be out of the picture to the extent that the opportunity presents. Thank you very much.
So essentially, you're not going
Thank
to create
you.
a car. That's what you're saying.
The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Siade.
You're not going to create a car. The question was simple. Do you have a car? You don't have a car.
Honorable Siade.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, my question is, what efforts has been there to attract foreign direct investment in the auto sector industry specifically? This is because of our own South African incentive package we offer to the sector. And with the aforementioned deliverables then, how far are we in terms of building the industry capacity? Thank you, House Chair.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me say that efforts to attract foreign direct investment in the automotive sector are ongoing. In fact, last week, we had a meeting with BYD, Build Your Dreams, which is the largest battery electric vehicle manufacturer in the world that have expressed interest to establish a base in South Africa. We've also attracted Bike, which is also an auto company from China that has already established base. And we're having a meeting tomorrow with Stellantis that has also committed to invest in the Eastern Cape. So the program is yielding results as we continue to engage with investors. And more and more investors are looking at the country as a destination for auto manufacturing. Because of our capability, because of our skills, and because of the maturity of our incentive schemes, this is beginning to yield results. Of course, the industry itself is undergoing a complex transition as more and more markets that we export these vehicles to are changing their demand patterns. Amongst others, a reduction in demand for sedans has impacted jobs in the country. A reduction in demand for internal combustion engines has impacted the South African economy, and our ability to transition to new energy vehicles is an important part of the interventions that we're currently making. Yes, we're talking to investors. Yes, they are showing interest, but they're also saying we need to adapt our own technologies to be able to respond to what the markets need. I can confirm that this morning we had a meeting of the oversight committee between government, industry, and labor on the automotive master plan to ensure that we align our efforts and have agreed to reconvene in December and make firmer commitments both to government and the private sector about how we can accelerate these efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Chance.
Thank you, House Chair. In the 12 years from 2009 to 2021, subsidies for the auto industry grew by 130%, while employment grew by 15%. Let that sink in. In total, 333 billion was provided in automotive subsidies in 12 years. Minister, why is your department exclusively subsidizing the manufacture and auto parts sectors of the industry at a cost of 320,000 rand per job created, and ignoring the retail and aftermarket sectors, which have a much higher job creation potential at far lower cost per job created?
The Honorable Minister.
Our focus is on industrialization and reindustrialization because you're able to take advantage of the backward and forward linkages at the back of industrial development. Because when you're talking about an automotive vehicle, part of what you're dealing with is minerals. It's agriculture because you have leather, you have components, you have steel, you have aluminum that essentially come from the minerals. So there are backward linkages. There are forward linkages with regards to sale, after sales, and so on. So when you're talking about the automotive sector and you only look at what happens in the original equipment manufacturers without linking it back to component suppliers, to those that in fact produce what the component suppliers need to contribute to the leather, to the steering wheel, etc., then your calculation of the number becomes limited. A focus on the industrial effort is yielding much greater results than, in fact, the narrow interpretation of the subsidy and its output is. Because, in fact, you have to calculate the impact overall on the economy. The automotive sector accounts for 1/3 of manufacturing capability in this country. That's the extent of its impact. And I don't think that we should understate that impact and the role that the subsidies have played to ensure that it's able to make that impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Zuma Sambudla.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members,
I'm
let's give an
questioning
opportunity.
on behalf of
a member, please.
Duduzile Zuma Sambudla. Minister, is there any incentive for these automotive companies to decrease the wage gap among their employees, whether through more equal wages, a stake in ownership, or other means? If not, is there intent to give incentive or make investment conditional on certain targets that will indicate the elimination of the unacceptably high wage gap? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
The government of South Africa, like other governments throughout the world, do not subsidize wages in the private sector. So in essence, if you say we need an incentive to close the wage gap, you're suggesting that we should incentivize wages in the private sector. What we're incentivizing is industrialization and reindustrialization. The function of determining salaries is a function of the bargaining process. In fact, the industry itself will in the next year be undertaking negotiations between labor and employers to determine a medium-term salary wage negotiation. And that's the determination that's made on the bargaining council and not dictated by government. And that, I think, is a principle that we should defend in the country. Our successes in achieving central bargaining, in ensuring recognition of labor unions, and ensuring that we have a facilitated process of reaching consensus, and if there are disputes, mechanisms of dealing with that, is something that we all need to defend. as members of parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next question is question number 316, has been asked by Honorable Mkutu to the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. The question is about the measures in place to ensure effective collaboration and strategic development for vocational training that promote the country's industrialization goals. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you once again, House Chair. Vocational education and training is critical for skilling the workforce and addressing economic and social challenges, especially for students who cannot access higher education institutions. VET programs equip students and learners with skills that are in need and demanded by the industry, which eventually helps to create a workforce that is more skilled and adaptable. By focusing on practical skills and hands-on training, vocational training ensures that individuals are well prepared to quickly respond to labor market needs. The master plans in retail clothing, textile, footwear and leather, sugar, poultry, automotive, steel and metal fabrication, furniture and medical device sectors have targeted programs on upskilling personnel. These programs are delivered in partnership with the Department of Higher Education and Training, TVET colleges, and CETAs. The DTIC, working with the Department of Higher Education and Training, the Eastern Cape and Gauteng provincial governments, have to date invested more than 700 million rand into the program to build the necessary capacity in terms of human resources and physical infrastructure. The decline, however, of South Africa's tooling industry has a negative impact on the manufacturing sector. Therefore, since 2009, the DTIC entered into a partnership with the SA tool, die and mold industry represented by the Industry Association. This is to develop and implement programs aimed at addressing the needs of the industry. The department continues to engage and implement a turnaround strategy together with the Insimbi Future Production Technologies. Furthermore, the broad-based Black Economic Empowerment Codes of Good Practice have skills development as one of the priority elements. The Skills Development Scorecard measures monetary spend on Black employees and the number of Black employees who are enrolled in learnerships and or structured work-based learning programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Mkutu.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The follow-up question to that is that, Minister, have we done a skills profile to look at the skills base that we have to drive the industrialization program that we have been talking about? Thank you.
The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much once again for the follow-up question. I think it's important to state that we are currently working through a program of redesigning the industrial policy and programs of this government, and linked to that is about identifying the appropriate skills and the level of skilling that is required to ensure that we drive that level of industrialization. So yes, historically there's been skills gap identification, including mechanisms of addressing that. But I'm also indicating that not only should we deal with the past, but we should also look at ensuring that the new skills requirements are met. An example would be in the automotive sector, as indicated earlier. The transition into battery electric cars, new energy vehicles, means that the skills base of the people that are in that sector, from motor mechanics, etc., needs to be adapted to the new needs of what the demand is. Therefore, we need to adjust our skills demand to respond to those realities. So the argument is, yes, let's focus on the strategic direction that we're taking as we decarbonize the economy, as we transition to new energy vehicles. We need to ensure that the skills that we generate meet those objectives. And I can confirm that our skills profile is beginning to change, at least in the auto sector, to respond to the new needs of the industry. Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ndluli.
Honorable Minister, it's me again. Hopefully you'll answer this question. Hopefully, Minister, given the critical role of vocational training in supporting South Africa's industrialization efforts, what specific discussions has your department had with the Department of Higher Education and Training to improve the quality of graduates, particularly in STEM subjects, to ensure that the workforce meets the sector-specific skills required to drive industrial growth and innovation? Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you very much. I'll respond because I was asked to handle with care. Honourable Mdluli has indicated in my reply, we are working very closely with the Department of Higher Education and Training, together with universities and TVETs, in addressing the skills shortages and skills needs in the various industries in our economy. So it is to ensure that curricula respond to the skills needs. And I can confirm to you, as I indicated earlier, because in fact we are from that meeting this morning, I can confirm to you that there's been a revised curriculum for the automotive sector designed jointly between government and the private sector so that we ensure that the skills that we now develop respond to the new technologies. But we're not just doing this as a department, we're working very closely with our colleagues in higher education and training. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Van Rooyen.
Madume Minister, thank you very much, Chair of the session. The nexus between industrial development and international trade is a well-established one and is indisputable. Hence, we assert as MK Party that industrial development must be planned and conducted with an eye not only on local consumption, but on global competitiveness. It is for this reason, Minister, that South Africa cannot avoid technology-driven industrial development. The skills that are developed must embrace new forms of technology and employment. The fear of job losses due to technology must be replaced with the drive to reimagine the world of work with fewer working hours if so required and more jobs for our people. Within this in mind, Minister, what are the measures taken by the department to ensure that technology is at the center of skills development for South Africa industrial drive? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable the Minister.
Technology is, in fact, an important part of the initiatives that we drive, with a particular focus on ensuring that in the master plans that we develop with various industries, there are various work streams that also include technology and competitiveness. Because in reality, our own economy as a country would not be able to absorb the demands that you need to grow the economy, meaning that we need to be able to be export competitive, to be able to sell to other markets so that we're able to grow our economy. So based only on local demand, you're not going to be able to grow that economy. By implication, it means that you need to be competitive in what you sell to other markets. You need to be competitive from the point of view of technology, of speed, of quality, and so on, to be able to meet the needs of those markets with which you trade. And that's the focus on both skills and technology to ensure that we're able to advance. I should say that Minister Nzimande has also said that it's important that we now work much more closely with the Department of Science and Technology so that we take fuller advantage of R&D that happens in our own country. Because in fact, we have great capability in this country. As indicated, we're now attracting automotive manufacturers in battery electric cars, but in reality, we had designed this ourselves some years ago. We simply didn't take it to levels of commercialization and take full advantage of the skills and capability in this country. But by working much more closely between the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition and those that are involved in the knowledge economy, we would be able to enhance our capability and competitiveness as an economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Kumani.
A go go leboge modulasetulo ke leboge ke tamišile yana ministera ke laetše gore ya rena e tlile go ba ya kopana bjalo ka ga e le bjalo ministera re hloka go tseba maano a gago a lego tshepedišong mabapi le maikemišetšo a tšhoma mmogo le ga e ka ba sona setswalela gore mafapha a mabedi a latelago lefapha la mathomo ga e be la manufacturers lefapha la bobedi e be le la tšhomišano le tlhahlo ya bašwa goba gona batho ka botlalo go mediro ye e lego gore e akaretša tša matsogo kudu-kudu re be re lebeletše tshepedišo ya tše di ka bago ke di-TVET sectors tša lena kudu re lebeletše gore e file gore go ka tsela yeo gona ke efe e lego gore le šetša le kgonne go ka di phethagatša le kgone gore fahlolola re tse gore e ka ba kae se sengwe se re nago le tlhologelo go sona ka kudu ke gore re be re dumile go tseba gore go ngwaga o re lego go yona mo go mengwaga ye mehlano e fetilego a e ka ba le šetša le kgonne go ka hloma dikgoba tša mešomo tše di ka fihlela go bokae a go go leboga mokone.
Honourable the Minister.
On the exact numbers, so that I do not give half a number short, may I require that I send the detail to the Honourable Member in terms of number of jobs created across the economy in South Africa over the past 5 years. I have a number at the top of my head, but right now I think it's only fair that we give you an exact number as opposed to what's at the top of my head. We are interpreter manje.
The number on top of your head.
The Honourable Mkalip is interpreting. The Honourable Mkalip is interpreting. I'm not sure if she heard. But in terms of partnerships, one of the areas of focus is about developing appropriate partnerships, including a focus on youth and skills development in the partnerships that we evolve. Part of the approach with regards to manufacturing and industrialization has been about adopting industry master plans and working with industry in executive oversight committees that include labor and government and the private sector, so that we're able to find solutions together and we're able to set collective targets. Ultimately, these targets include a focus on youth development and skills development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, question number 352 has been asked by the Honourable Chance to the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. The question is about whether the government plans to use special economic zones as testing grounds to refine trade and industry policies, making it easier to do business by streamlining regulations and bargaining agreements. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I should say that I'm duly advised that this question was also asked in the Portfolio Committee, and Deputy Minister Kodlimpi responded adequately to this question. However, I will continue to respond. The department is looking at a holistic approach on our suite of support for investment and spatial development. We're also consulting with the World Bank and other agencies on benchmarking SEZs in South Africa with international best practice, including a new model and funding options, as well as mechanisms to ease the regulatory operations for investments in an SEZ. Currently, our Act allows under Section 2 for regulatory measures and incentives for SEZs to be established in order to attract domestic and foreign direct investment and the establishment of a single point of contact or one-stop shop that provides ease of doing business measures to business. In order to consider if selected SEZs can be turned into testing grounds by fine-tuning industrial policies to support SEZ development and a comprehensive review of the SEZ program, needs to be undertaken in order to ensure that fragmentation of responsibility experienced with SEZ development in the country is addressed. However, it is worthwhile to note that although not formally implemented in SEZs, trade policies such as the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement through the Ministerial regulations on SEZs recognizes that SEZs are an important tool for development and allows products that are produced in SEZs to be treated as originating goods, provided that they meet the agreed rules of origin. Furthermore, the Act under 35K allows for SEZ operators to facilitate a single point of access or one-stop shop for businesses. SEZs such as Kucha, East London IDZ, and the Dubai Trade Port have adopted a number of pro-ease of doing business measures. These are specialized advisory services in, amongst others, the following areas: satellite one-stop shops, investment facilitation and aftercare services, access to services of companies and Intellectual Property Commission, the CIPC, and access to services of the South African Revenue Services. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The first supplementary question is to be asked by the Honourable Chance.
Thank you, House Chair. The SEZ Fund has no money left for this financial year. The Atlantis SEZ has 3 applications for funding of investors sitting with it. It has had to wait for the next financial year and the next tranche to see if they will get anything at all. This makes it almost impossible to give investors any certainty. Minister, what are you doing to create policy certainty for investors so that they can do long-term planning for investments into SEZs? Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
Thanks, Honourable House Chair. The first, of course, is about ensuring that we benchmark our SEZ program, its incentives and initiatives against best practice, so that we're able to enhance the outputs of the SEZ program. The second is about ensuring that we continue engaging National Treasury on the financing needs with regards to incentives in the SEZs and the enhancement of the output of the SEZs. But we also appreciate the fiscal constraints within which we operate and need to ensure that we maximize value in current investments. But no, we're not sitting down and saying, let us not look and find solutions to the problems that we have. And then we are also saying that not only should we focus on SEZs, we have now agreed to prioritize the industrial parks. Many of these industrial parks have been neglected, have not had capital injection, industry facilitation, and support for enterprises in these industrial parks. So we're also diversifying the suite of support programs for industrialization to extend beyond the special economic zones to also include the industrial parks that we have in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Gigaba.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Honourable Minister. With regard to the international benchmarking of SEZs, one of the things that is obvious is that the SEZs in South Africa suffer from lack of very bold ambition, which will ensure that they perform far better and higher than they've performed until now. But one of the challenges with regard to SEZs is that they also suffer from lack of sufficient coordination between the public and private sectors, as well as the issues of financing, but above everything, the question of leadership that will ensure that they become successful in terms of the objectives government has set for them. Now, Minister, what is the new administration going to do differently in regard to what you have outlined in respect of the question that was asked to ensure that our SEZs become bold, ambitious, have got correct
Thank you,
leadership,
Honorable Gigaba. Your time has now expired.
the department. Thank you.
The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I agree wholeheartedly with Honorable Gigaba that what we need to do is to accelerate the level of ambition and impact of our SEZ program. And part of what we're doing to achieve that is to start with a benchmarking exercise on special economic zones. We currently have initiated a program with the World Bank, but also with other sister countries to ensure that we're able to benchmark our SEZs in terms of one design, but also the impact of our SEZs. On the basis of that benchmark exercise, we'll be able to make firm recommendations on an adaptation of our SEZ program to increase its ability to drive industrialization and reindustrialization. And part of the role is that of the private sector, and it's always a chicken and egg in the SEZ program. So for an SEZ to be designated as an SEZ, you need the commitment of an investor. And investors say, but we need the SEZ before we make a commitment. So a lot of these SEZs have been hamstrung by this chicken and egg situation. And part of that is because we have set preconditions that sometimes are difficult to meet. And thus the initiative to benchmark so that we're able to adapt the design of the SEZ program to ensure that it's able to attract greater numbers of investors. And I think on the basis of the outcome of those studies, we will make firm recommendations about the direction going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Muhammad.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, has the Special Economic Zones, the SEZ program, achieved the goals of establishing local manufacturing businesses and creating adequate industrial skills for South Africans? If so, what are the details in this regard? And Minister, what mechanisms are in place to monitor the achievements of these objectives? I thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Well, Honorable Mohammed, I should say that we literally have to go into every SEZ, so I'll just make examples. And if you so require, we'll send you the detail of all industries and investors in the various SEZs. But I should say that amongst others in the Eastern Cape, over and above the automotive sector, there's now a focus on the pharmaceutical sector to build capability that historically we didn't have as a country, as part of the SEZ program. Earlier, a few months ago, we went to the Toyota plant in the SEZ at the Budgetary port that had attracted Okihara as one of an investor that would provide local component manufacturing in KZN. So in essence, to support the SEZ. If you talk about the Tshwane Special Economic Zone, not only did Ford increase its capacity to build and increase the volume of manufacturing that happens there, but also you've had tier one suppliers, some of them international that have come, at least 10 new firms have come into the country to support their production capability. So in essence, you do have examples about SEZs attracting manufacturing capability and supporting component manufacturing and downstream and upstream support programs that are there. What, if you so require, as I indicated, we can share the details of every SEZ and what actual industries have been attracted and are being built there. An example was made about Atlantis earlier, which is also one of the flagship SEZ programs that we run in the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Zondo.
Honourable Minister, regarding the potential of SEZ as a testing ground for recreation reform, has the department looked into implementing sector special policies within the certain SEZ or techno-focused zones? If so, what impact have these sector-focused measures has on attracting specialized industrial or fostering innovation in these areas? Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
Honorable House Chair, I should admit I didn't hear the question.
Honorable Zondo, can you maybe just repeat it while standing a bit closer to the mic? I know I won't be liked by the Chief Whip of the DA for saying this, but even sit down.
Minister, regarding the potential of SCZ as a testing ground for regulators' reforms, has your department looked into implementing sector-specific policies within certain SCZ, such as simplifying import-export processes for manufacturing or techno-focused zones? If so, what impact these sector-focused measures has on attracting specialized industries or fostering innovation in those areas?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I should say that it's a variation to an earlier question that dealt with how we are doing benchmarking of our SEZs and looking at innovation in those SEZs. What the decision we've made as indicated is to do a comprehensive benchmark, including what innovations we can introduce into our SEZ program to enhance its efficiency and efficacy. And some of the points being raised by the Honorable Member would certainly be considered in this process of review and would be able to indicate which we can incorporate into our SEZ program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Members, we will now proceed to questions which were transferred from written to oral in terms of Rule 146.1. In terms of Rule 137.5b, 30 minutes will be allocated for this purpose. The first one is question number 460, which has been asked by the Honorable Breitenbach to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is about the National Prosecuting Authority's succession plan to ensure continuity upon the imminent retirement of the National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Patoy, and her deputies. The Honorable Minister.
House Chairperson, thank you very much. The Minister has asked that I deal with this question.
Please proceed, Deputy Minister.
Thank you to the Honourable Breitenbach for the question. The issue of leadership succession in the National Prosecuting Authority has been raised with the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to ensure that there is a minimum of disruption and discontinuity during the leadership transition process. As part of the succession plan and informed by the NPA's capacity review exercise, senior staff of the NPA have been given the opportunity to act in higher positions of responsibility for set periods of time and are being exposed to training interventions to build their management skills. One Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions will retire in late 2025, and the NDPP and another Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions will vacate office in early 2026. Another NDPP is not near the NPA's prescribed retirement age, and therefore that in itself will contribute to some leadership continuity. The NPA will start active leadership exposure initiatives from January 2025, including executive and management leadership programs for identified leaders for possible DPP and DPP posts. The NPA will consider external options if required. It is expected that the NDPP appointment process will be shaped by the new NPA Act amendments to ensure that the operational and financial independence of the NPA. The President will make a final decision in line with the Constitution, but the NPA leadership encourages an open and transparent process, as was followed for the incumbent. The NDPP will engage with the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, and the President at the appropriate time will nominate suitable candidates for the process of the NDPP appointment. I thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Deputy Minister, I pity the Minister couldn't stay for this auspicious occasion, but...
No, she's here.
Oh. Oh, good. Hello.
Order, Honourable Members. Please proceed by posing the question, Honourable Breitenbach.
So, you say, Minister, that the appointment process of the NDPP will again be a transparent process as was followed in the past. Is there any plan to introduce legislation to entrench this process, or is it going to be left to the whim of the President? Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Breitenbach. I think just to reassure you that the Minister is alive and well and awake and sitting right next to me, from where she asked me to respond to the question. The issue is that this is not a legislative issue. It's fundamentally a constitutional issue. And it's in terms of the Constitution that the President appoints the NDPP. And therefore, as you would know very well, the President decided in the appointment of the incumbent NDPP to follow a particular process that enhanced the transparency and the public participation of the process. But I think we must be careful in considering any legislative institutionalization of that process, that we don't run into problems with interfering with the ultimate power of the President to make that appointment. But certainly, I think we would be open to suggestions and to engage with them. Thank you.
Thank you, the Honourable Deputy Minister. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Ngiyabonga mphathi wohlelo. Ngqongqoshe masibuka lapha phezulu ku-NPA abekho abantu abampisholo abafana nathi. Leyo nto ke ayihambisani nomthetho okuthiwa i-Employment Equity Act efuna ukuthi kuwo wonke ama-levels kube khona zonke iy'nhlanga zibe represented. Umbuzo ke uthi njengoba lo mama ophethe lapha uBudgetary esezohamba, mapha amaplani eninawo enzoqinisekisa ngawo ukuthi abantu abampisholo nabo bayangena phezulu esiqokweni ukuze umthetho lokuthiwa i-Employment Equity Act siyilandele. Ngiyabonga ke Ngqongqoshe.
The Honourable the Deputy Minister.
Ngiyabonga the Baba Uhlope. Yes, indeed, we are committed to, as is the Constitution and the law of the Republic, to pursuing representativity and equity in all positions. The NPA strives on an ongoing basis to ensure equity and representativity of the organization at all levels. And we can furnish the honourable member with a more detailed response, including detailed and numerical breakdown of the employment equity, the meeting of employment equity targets within the NPA. Insofar as the filling of the NDPP position is concerned, as we indicated to both in the main reply as well as in the follow-up by the Honourable Breitenbach, that process will take place within the provisions of the Constitution and the law of the Republic. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Honourable members, we've been informed that no requests were received for the third and the last supplementary questions in respect of this question.
Order, Chair.
Honourable Marquee, why are you...
Thank you, Chair. I think the Minister has not understood the question. The question related to employment equity at the top level, not in the entire organization. The question was whether the pending appointment of the new NDPP, will it take into account the fact that, as things stand, the NPA is not in line with the Employment Equity Act, as things stand? That was the question, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Marquee. The response I heard is that employment equity is indeed important to this government when making appointments, and I would think that would then apply to the top
Chair, we are not the
positions.
Point of order, point of order, Chair. We are not the Minister. Allow the Minister to respond.
What I'm trying to explain,
You're
Honourable...
answering on behalf of him. You're answering.
Order. Honourable members, previously during this specific sitting, you've put the presiding officer under some pressure to also make a determination as to whether the minister has answered. I am ruling that I'm satisfied that the minister, the deputy minister, in his answer dealt with the question.
We are not satisfied. That's why we're raising an order.
Thank
It's
you.
not about your feelings. We are not satisfied. Don't respond on behalf of the Minister to...
Honourable members, we will not have this disorder. If you want to be recognised, raise your hand. Honourable, Honourable Mente.
Thank you, House Chair. When you were wrapping up after the leader of the opposition, you indicated that your paper says there are no further requests for follow-ups. I want to put it on record and request that parties that are available to ask questions should ask questions, because ordinarily, question office will ask the parties to submit the intention for a follow-up, and these particular questions were not included in that list. So we are caught here by surprise that we did not respond, and us as an EFF would like to ask a follow-up question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Mente. The difficulty in dealing with that request is that there is, of course, some of the follow-ups that have been taken up, which then means that that specific opportunity was communicated. So as the rules currently stand, we are moving on to the next question. If there's issues, please take it up with the questions table. Honourable members, question number 461 has been asked by the Honourable Breitenbach to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. The question is about the external parties that demanded the department to reinstate the 13 suspended officials from the Master's Office, and the measures the department has taken to prevent external interference with investigations and to reform the Master's Office. The Honourable, the Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Shouldn't I open a case of abuse here? Thank you very much, DM, for the assistance. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and for the question. The insolvent matter involves Mario Rocha, and the Director General has reported the matter to the police, SAPS, and it is being investigated. The disciplinary committee of all the officials involved in the matters are continuing. Thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by... Sorry, Honourable Breitenbach, just hold on for a moment. Honourable Deputy Chief Whip.
We are freezing, Honourable House Chairperson. If you can do something with the aircons, thanks.
Yeah, I forgot to bring my own toolbox, but I will ask that somebody with some technical abilities and a toolbox look into it, please. Before we proceed to the follow-up question, Honorable Mente, I see your hand.
Thank you, House Chair. I know Mauto and Mente.
Oh, so my apologies, Honorable Mauto.
Okay. Chair, no, I'm following up on the ruling you made earlier on. We're making a respectful request to say, in this Speaker's determination, it says that we did not request for a follow-up. And we are here in the House. You can, within your rights, make a determination that those parties, there are 4 slots for follow-up questions. So it is not right that only 1 or 2 are taken and the others are not taken. We are requesting you, with the powers that are invested in you, to make a ruling that says those parties that are available to take follow-up questions, there are only 2 slots. Are there parties interested in taking those questions, those follow-ups? Because we do have follow-ups, House Chair. Please re-look into your ruling as the EFF want to take follow-up questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Mahotwe. I have sympathy. What I will ask the table to advise me while we are proceeding to the Honorable Breitenbach is to just confirm that the opportunity to take up these follow-ups were properly circulated. The difficulty is that we are all aware that the rules when we first went hybrid were changed to enable parties to indicate where they would want follow-ups, and then allocations are made on that. So we are not yet back at the old dispensation where we from the floor recognize members. But what I will do while the Honourable Breitenbach and the Minister engage is to just ask advice from the table staff to confirm whether indeed the opportunity to take up follow-ups were properly circulated. Honourable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, the rot described by the Director General at the Master's Office just worsens daily. Your predecessor did nothing to remedy this situation. You started off with a lot more promise, but the initiative seems to have stalled. Today I received a document which I sent on to the Deputy Minister. I don't know if you've seen it. I received from an attorney demonstrating that the Cape Town Master's Office received a letter in April this year and replied in October this year by scrawling in handwritten response across the original correspondence. How do you plan to address this completely unprofessional and incompetent behavior?
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Well, one doesn't dispute the difficulties the department has in terms of dealing with the issues of the corruption allegations in the Master's Office, but it is also, for the record, incorrect that the former minister did nothing. An investigation by the Special Investigative Unit into that issues was fully supported by the minister, including some endeavors that the department did, which led to 13 officials in total who were answerable to various allegations, 3 which immediately resigned. If I recall very well, 2 or 3 which the department has already concluded their disciplinary actions and the matters are continuing. Subsequently, all the investigations, both by the department and SIU, by Minister Lamula, were referred to SAPS for a final consideration. The DM has just indicated to me now on the issue or the letter or the information you have sent to him. I will in due course look into it and make sure that there are areas that the areas that are raised are addressed. Unfortunately, I'm unable to comment fully on that matter at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The second supplementary question is to be asked by the Honourable Nomvalu.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honourable Minister, our position and our observation as the MK Party is that what precipitates corruption at the Master's Office are the legislative deficiencies, which one failed to regulate the turnaround time for the issuing of the letters of authority, the letters of executorship, and the winding up of estate. The result of which the process becomes longer than anticipated because there's nothing that compels workers who work in the offices to do things on time. What is it that you have put in place to ensure that you close this gap? Because the workers take advantage of these legislative deficiencies by demanding bribes from the members of the community in order for them to do their work efficiently. Thank you very much.
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The digitization program which the department had started look into, amongst others, creating efficiencies in the Office of the Master. For example, the letter of authorities which are now applied for online and issued out online. Of course, we still have network and bandwidth challenges with regard to the full operation of that digitization program. But what have we learned in the investigation that we have? Just yesterday, the MINEXCO was tabling, officials were tabling to the ministry the turnaround plan of the Master's Office, which amongst other things will even look into issues of transformation in terms of businesses which also get to be allocated work, which is also one part of the problem of repetitive allocation of work to one and the same type of companies or industries which work within that space. So it's a full, broad spectrum of the issues that needs to be dealt with, from appointments, from the creating terms of reference with time frames on the responsibilities of officials, right up to ensuring that the system has got safety features to ensure that there's no payment which goes to a second or third party on funds that were meant for somebody else, which are the issues which were discovered in the investigation, and the swapping or illegal appointment of, what do you call the one who's responsible, of the executor who's appointed by the staff that is supposed to ensure that particularly it protects the rights of the widower, and the children who are involved in those masters' cases. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, after having considered the matter and having re-looked at the rules, Honourable Mahotwe, I'm satisfied that there's nothing in the rules that prohibits me from taking, let's say, asking whether there's interest in further supplementary questions from the floor. So we will then proceed to ask for whether there's interest for 2 more supplementary questions on this question. Can I get an indication?
Long live the chair.
Yeah, thank you. But now, having done so, it would seem there's no interest in any further supplementary question.
Sure, Chair.
Honourable, is it Tambo? Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being progressive. So, I have one question to the Minister of Justice. It's public knowledge that there's been the appointment by the National Prosecuting Authority of 2 advocates who are working in the Zondo Commission, namely Chaskalson and Pretorius. And their appointments came after they had led certain aspects of evidence within the Zondo Commission, and now they are going to be prosecuting the same evidence they led and developed on a different forum. So the first part of my question is whether you do not think this constitutes any form of conflict of interest or might shed any doubt onto the neutrality of the process. And secondly, there's been allegations in the public domain that the National Prosecuting Authority has been seeking unfettered access to records which are held by the Department of Justice which relate to the Zondo Commission. These include recordings and documentation for purposes of prosecution. So our interest is How far has that process gone? Because this has been happening over the past 3 months, where there's allegations that you are a stumbling block to granting this access to the records of the Zonal Commission. Is there any veracity to this, and how far is this
your
process?
time has now expired.
Thank you.
Yeah, honourable members, and now we're not following good order. Honourable Michalakis, I'll come to you just now. When allowing for supplementary questions from the floor, I specifically said on this question, and this question relates to the Master's Office. It's not maintaining good order for us to now go back to the previous question. Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, although I agree that it is always good to encourage democratic debate, I do also want to point out that the fact that one of the parties in the opposition failed to actually submit such requests are now taking away from the opportunity
Point of order is undermining your ruling.
to get their transferred questions answered.
Thank you, Honourable Michalakis. I take your point, but that's just the way the system works. Is there any follow-up related to the Master's Office? If not, then we move on to the next question. Honourable Mahotwe.
No, thank you very much. House Chair, maybe you should allow the minister to respond. She was ready to respond. She was listening and she was taking notes. Honestly, she was ready to respond.
Yeah.
So let's allow her to respond to the question. It's a very revolutionary question. House
Yeah, no,
Chair.
as it is, it
And you are
was two
doing so far.
different, totally new questions. Honourable Minister, do you want to take a stab at it? You're under no obligation.
The Minister. No.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The question does not relate to the office of the Chief Master. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
House Chair, if you would allow me.
Honourable Tambo, yeah, but we're not going to now revisit the whole matter.
Just one more indulgence, House Chair.
Yeah?
Yes, House Chair. You know, if we would apply your ruling retrospectively, the question I've asked relates actually
Yeah.
to 460.
Yeah, but I've specifically made it clear that I'm not applying it retrospectively.
No,
Please
you
take
had
your
it,
seat
House
so that we can move on. Honourable members, the next question that was to be answered is question number 462, asked by the Honourable Gagau to the Minister of Police. In the meantime, I have unfortunately been informed that the Minister was called away on urgent business. He has informed us, however, that his response is ready and will then be filed as a written response to the question. That's unfortunately as far as we can take it in the circumstances. And that, Honourable Michalakis, will then enable us to move on to question number 463, which has been asked by the Honourable Hunsinger.
Chair.
Honourable Susana.
It can't be right. I can't prepare my question, then I'm told that the minister is gone. This issue of the executive undermining us, in some instances, even in the portfolio committees, is unacceptable. You know, there's a deputy minister here, unless she's gone as well. There's 2 deputy ministers in that department. It cannot be right that you are saying to us here in the House that the minister there's an imported. We've got other imported things as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it can't be right.
You.
Then it means we must leave all of us here because we've got imported things as well.
Honourable Susana, thank you. I think that's a well-made point. What I will undertake to do is to engage the Speaker on it so that the Leader of Government Business can be engaged on the issue formally and that a report be given to the Chief Whip's Forum on the matter, or if necessary, on the record in the House. I'm going to recognize
Then I must leave as well.
one member of the EFF, Honourable Mahotwe. Are you going for...
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, firstly, the reason why we're dealing with these questions is because these ministers did not respond to the questions. These were first and foremost written questions. They did not respond to them. Now, these written questions were transferred to oral. The minister knew that these questions are coming.
Yeah.
Now, for us to sit here and be told that he had other business he had to leave, that's disrespecting this house. And we can't accept that, House
Thank
Chair.
you. You're quite correct. The context
Remember,
is...
they also have deputy ministers, House Chair. Two. So it's
Yeah.
totally unacceptable for the GNU to behave like this to us and to the people of South Africa.
Thank you.
We are sent here by the
Honorable
people of South Africa to
thank
come
you.
and hold these ministers accountable. For them to do this to us is totally unacceptable.
Honorable
House Chair.
Mahotwe, I will make sure to express that specific emotion as well in my engagement with the Speaker. Honorable Michalakis.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the issue that I have is that all of the remaining questions, except for one, are from the are to the Minister of Police. Now, I will take that up with the right channels, but I would like to request, is the Deputy Minister of Police at all able and knowledgeable on any of these topics to answer? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have been informed that the Deputy Minister is not in a position to answer. Yeah. Honorable members.
Water.
Honorable members, just hold on, please. Order. I can come to the further hands in reference to the... Order. I will come to the further hands. What I want you to consider carefully, honorable members, is that the half an hour for these questions is running out. I don't think at this point, except for putting your disgruntlement and unhappiness with the action of the minister on record, you're going to contribute further to the fact that we will, through the Speaker, engage with the leader of government business on the issue. Can I plead with you that we do that and that we then move on to at least one more question? Or do you want to be recognized? Okay, I still see the hands. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I just want to indicate that the Minister of Police and the two deputy ministers left in a hurry to attend to an emergency. That is what they have reported to us, and we have accordingly notified. We have accordingly notified the House chairpersons. So the minister indicated that he will be able to respond to all the questions. So, thank you very much, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Manyi.
What are you calling?
Order, Honorable members. Order, Honorable Manyi.
Chairperson, clearly this coalition is not assisting us because you are all covering for each other here. But the issue here is that if the chair was informed timelessly or at any point before the minister left, the chair had the duty to come to the House and get concurrence. The fact that you use your own discretion to say, okay, minister, you can go, is wrong. So you owe this House an apology.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Manyi. There was a hand from the EFF. Honorable Mkalipi.
Chairperson, we must not be taken.
Why you call my name Penny Penny?
Order.
Chair, I'm on the floor.
Mani chava ne.
Honorable member of the MK, you have not been recognized.
This is not a stage here.
Chair, I'm on the floor.
Yes, Honorable Mkalipi, please continue.
Yeah, Chair, I don't think that we must take that explanation from the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC.
Why not?
Because what we normally do, we get consulted by the Chief Whip of the ANC if there's a situation.
So now we are being just ambushed by the misconduct of the minister, plus the deputy ministers who does not want to account here.
Yeah.
So, Chairperson, you are also part and parcel of the programming committee and the Chief Whips Forum. We always raise these issues. So don't be soft of these ministers. Please, don't. We want answers now. Call them back to come and answer here.
Honorable order. Order.
Yes.
Honorable members, even, yeah, I would have loved to have the power to just summon somebody by magic to come back who are not here. I unfortunately do not have that power.
Deputy Chief Whip.
Order, I'm on the floor. I'll come to you, Honorable Skosana. Honorable members, I will give another few opportunities for you to add what you want me to engage the speaker on. What you must understand in the circumstances is the only thing I am able to do to assist you is to take this matter to the speaker. You can add some flesh or spice through the Chief Whips Forum or the Programming Committee to that engagement. But in the circumstances, that is the only option left to us in this House. Honorable Skosana, before I get to you, Honorable Member at the back, you had your hand up and then you took the floor without being recognized. Do you want to speak?
Yes, Chair.
Sing for us there.
Chair, I'm not here to be a Popeye.
You are an artist.
You are out of order. Chair, there is no favorite. Aguna favorite la. Hafana in Queen. Angefambi minister wena minga Steve afana we jeli ni guri o announce aguri minister wa famba unga treaty ku hambana afana and you must be order because you are a failure there.
Sing.
Order. Order. Honourable members, I think we have sufficient information to take the matter further. The last hand I'm going to recognise on this matter is that of the Honourable Ntlangwini.
That's magic.
Honourable Skosana, my apologies.
Mqinisihlalo umuntu oraranisa into elenguwe. Ngiyakubawa ukuthi akhe ngikwenzele naku umzekelo. If abo minister laba abanye bakhambile bonke ukuthi ngabe siyachayisa nje angitsho. Now bozositshela ukuthi bakhambile. No ngithi kuwe ke emgcinisihlalo. Akuthomi namhlanje ukuthi sinyazwe kangaka. Ukhambe uministara ungqongqoshe akhambe nje ungasitsheli wena usitshele mafanele sikhulume ukuthi uministara ukhambile kunento imported ayoyenza. Now lokho kuzokwenza ukuthi nabanye benze yona bayiphinde lento eyenzeke namhlanje. So ngithi kuwena ngiyakubawa ukuthi uyirarulule into lenje. Ngiyakuthokoza.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Ntlangwini.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, we must note with disappointment yet again that we are being failed by a police minister that today couldn't even give us correct telephone numbers for people to complain at. He was incompetent in that. And then he seen the questions and he dodged them and he ran with both of his deputies. We are being failed as this House and South Africans at large. That's why we are asking, when we are having the Programming Committee and the Chief Whips Forum, let the Speaker show us these letters that she is sending to the Deputy Minister to hold these ministers to account. And we want, what is his response? Because we always send letters and we never get what is the
prerequisites that are being put in place to ensure that these ministers are holding their jobs seriously and they are being held to account. We can't be seated here for 2 hours and then a person just run and dodge because he doesn't want to answer a question. In fact, the whole day he was just mumbling, not giving answers, giving wrong telephone numbers where members of the public can't even access these numbers.
Yeah.
None existed. And 40, we want to know how much are they paying those call centers with this non-existent numbers.
Thank you, Honourable Ntlangwini. Honourable members, I will from my side take the matter forward with the Speaker. The time allocated for questions has now expired. Outstanding replies will be printed in the Hansard. Honourable Mahotwe, I've said we've now concluded on this matter. Is it a new matter?
I promise you, I won't take 2 minutes.
No, Honourable Mahotwe, no. We at some point have to move forward.
You can write your own rules.
I know that, Chair.
Thank
I
you.
know that, yeah.
Thank you.
So, Chair, I'm saying it must be put
No.
on record, Chair,
Yes.
that out of the 24 questions that were written and transferred to oral, 18 belongs to police.
Yeah,
So
thank you,
out of
Honourable
24,
Mahotwe.
18.
I
So
will-
when these members of the GNU are busy making noise here,
Thank you.
they must know that the Minister of Police is failing our people in this country.
Thank you.
That's why
Thank
the
you,
crime is so
Honourable
high.
Mahotwe. We will take the matter forward with the Speaker. The Secretary will now read the second order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation.
I will now recognize the Honourable the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Honourable members, requests for declarations of vote has been received. In line with the motion adopted by the House on the 29th of October, I will allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration, an opportunity to do so on all the budgetary review and recommendations reports that the House will consider. The DA.
Water, please.
Durko continues to face...
Honourable Powell, just take... Okay, Honourable Powell, please continue.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, Durko continues to face significant challenges that undermine its ability to fulfill its mandate. The department's annual report found a vacancy rate that now sits at 21.8%, double the national average, ongoing material non-compliance and fruitless, wasteful, irregular expenditure, and a lack of consequence management. The African Renaissance Fund, established to foster cooperation between South Africa and African nations, achieved only 45% of its targets, with auditors noting that 50% of reporting was not credible. While the Minister noted the African agenda remains central to South Africa's foreign policy objectives, no targets were set and nothing was achieved by the ARF's program designed to foster cooperation between South Africa and other African countries. One single humanitarian assistance program was funded, which saw 50 million rand provided to the state of Palestine. Whilst violent conflicts continue to rage in eastern DRC, Sudan, South Sudan, and Mozambique, the ARF allocated funding to train VIP police protection in the Central African Republic, ostensibly to shield the elite, while ordinary civilians continue to languish in poverty. Things can't continue this way.
Honourable Pell, my apologies to interrupt you. Honourable Chief Whip of the DA.
Thank you, House Chair. Sorry to do this to one of our own members, but our member is being drowned out by members conversing, and I would like to ask House Chair that you just ask them to converse softer. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, we're now in the, I want to say, the graveyard shift of the day. If we will work well together, we can go at some point go home. And that must include, please, that you keep your conversations to an acceptable level. Honourable Powell, please continue.
Thanks, Chair. I was just getting to the silver lining, which is that the Government of National Unity presents a critical opportunity to restore South Africa's once great standing within the international community of democracies. Our committee has now mandated the DG to enforce tangible disciplinary action for material non-compliance and to provide a detailed remedial report to Parliament within 6 months. DIRCO must now refocus its efforts on capacity building and delivering on its key mandates, working urgently to restore South Africa's international reputation after years of state capture and institutional erosion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Douglas, did you want to be recognised? I recognise the MK. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Chairperson, esteemed members and fellow South Africans. Today, the MK Party rises to reject the Department of International Relations and Cooperation's budgetary review and recommendation report. It's clear that the DA leadership in their coalition with the ANC and others has left South Africa's global standing in dire state and have defunded DIRCO on purpose through the BRRR. To begin, DIRCO's overspending of 357 million and another unauthorized expenditure of 435 million and irregular spending of 200 million demonstrates severe financial mismanagement. With zero consequence management, corruption is rife in DIRCO in this DA-led ANC coalition government. An MK party-led government would put a stop to these breaches by implementing rigorous financial oversight and accountability measures to ensure taxpayer funds are effectively and transparently utilized. DIRCO's boast of 100% target achievement lacks substance when those targets involve mere attendance at meetings and report generation with no benefit to the ordinary suffering, ordinary masses of South African people at all. The MKP would set genuine performance indicators focused on concrete outcomes, prioritizing tangible diplomatic achievements over bureaucratic box ticking. With over 30% of our diplomatic properties abroad in disrepair, we should restore these assets as symbols of national pride and presence, making sure they reflect the strength of South Africa and create trade and import and export investment-centered benefits for all our people and not just the wealthy elite and those who can go to overseas. Rather than allowing our embassies to deteriorate, an MK government would commit to adequate maintenance, reinforcing our diplomatic influence and image globally. The department's outdated IT infrastructure, despite 600 million in spending, hampers our global operations and stops us from trade. The MKP would invest in modernizing DIRCO's digital systems, completing delayed projects like the Global WAN. We reject this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable members, before we move on to the EFF, Honourable Mantashe, as the grandfather of the House, please do not unmute and interject.
Order.
Thank you. The FF.
Uyahlupha, Uncle Gwizi. Uncle Gwede, uyahlupha.
Order, order.
Ke a leboga modulasetilo e re ke simololle ka go lebogisa mosimane wa rona Advocate Duma Boko ka phenya mo ditlhophong tsa kwa Botswana le go amogela tshwetso ya gagwe ya go gogela morago lekwalo thibelo la mosepele go President of the EFF Julius Malema, and also thank the Zambia for also having done the same. This signifies that one day Africa will unite and rise as predicted in the EFF founding manifesto in 2019. The EFF unequivocally expressed our support for the Russian Federation as our long-standing friend and ally, and no GNU minister must interfere with our foreign policies. We continue to be on the side of Palestine, people who are facing ethnic cleansing perpetuated by the racist Israel government led by the Zionist par excellence Netanyahu. We as an organization are in full support of the One China policy and are calling Mr. Ramaphosa of the GNU to ensure that Taiwan relocates its office from Pretoria. As in terms of the Vienna Convention, Pretoria remains an exclusive reserve of politically and diplomatic missions, of which Taiwan does not fall within any of these categories. South Africa continues to lose credibility in respect of, in the eyes of the international community because some of the incompetent people that are deployed by President Ramaphosa in missions abroad. And we are calling for the finalization of the regulations to enable the implementation of the Foreign Service Act. We are further calling for the implementation of the 2009 cabinet approval to have African Renaissance Fund, a soft power of the Republic of South Africa, to migrate and operate as a full entity of the department. Chairperson, we must reiterate our position that the re-election of the Donald Trump in the US is not going to change anything as the imperialistic nature of the US politics remains the same. The US represent the West form of politics, the kind of politics that South Africa, Africa, and the rest of the global South can learn nothing from. The EFF rejects this budget review and recommendation report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, the Inkatha Freedom Party commends the department on its alignment with the vision of the Africa we want, a continent united in peace and prosperity. This commitment reflects our IFP value of Ubuntu, affirming that Africa's progress depends on interconnectedness and collective responsibility. The department's strategic focus on expanding South Africa's trade and market share aligns with the National Development Plan. The IFP recognizes the department's success in achieving 100% of its planned annual targets for the 2023-2024 financial year, a significant improvement from the previous year's 96%. We acknowledge the positive audit outcomes for financial statements, although areas for improvement remain, particularly in the supply chain management and compliance. The African Renaissance Fund is also commended for its responsive approach to addressing critical needs. While ARF's target achievements rely on external requests, we appreciate the prioritization of resources that align with the IFP's principles of mutual support. The IFP stands with the department in its commitment to ethical governance and regional cooperation, ensuring that the ideals of Ubuntu and the Africa we want remain central in driving Africa's collective future. In consideration of the matters we have raised, the IFP accepts the report. I thank you.
Thank you. The PI.
The Department of International Relations and Cooperation has demonstrated commendable performance in both financial and non-financial aspects for the 2023/2024 reporting year, with a positive response from the Auditor General's findings, and the committee should continue to address non-compliance. Recurring weaknesses must be urgently addressed, particularly in financial and contract management. Senior management's engagement is crucial in overcoming these challenges and driving improvements across all levels. The ARF received praise for its alignment with South Africa's foreign policy goals. However, the slow transition to the South African Development Partnership Agency remains a concern. The department must revive the SADPA bill to fulfill its mandate for a prosperous Africa, maintaining unqualified audit opinions, establishing a combined assurance framework, and improving the management of state-owned properties abroad. We also urge for expediting the modernization of IT infrastructure, improving consequence management, and the implementation of the Foreign Service Act. There is also a need to address the slow pace of filling critical vacancies. Additionally, the department must ensure its international engagements drive tangible outcomes. We support. Thank you.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. Action SA has serious concerns about the financial stability, operational efficiency, and governance of this department. Until we see a solid recovery plan that is sound, that is based on proper governance principles, we would urge the President of the country, in view of the austerity measures taken, to bring back the resources that we spend on this department to fund much needed departments like the Department of Education, where we have cuts and we are putting teachers to pasture, Department of Health, and more importantly, to fund SARS so that it can continue collecting resources. until there is a clear plan, these issues will continue to undermine DERCO's mandate. We demand strengthened financial oversight. We demand a common IT platform. We have an ICT division. We have a minister of technology. Why are we not supplying financial systems that are common, IT systems that are common, so that we can leverage on commonality, save costs, and wasteful expenditure on procurement can be curtailed? We need to act as a nation. We need to ensure that we bring monies back to stop our children from starving. We need monies back to fund proper governance of shops. We need monies back to ensure that for our children, going to the shops to buy sweets should not be a fatal outing. Can the president bring the money back to South Africa and we reduce wasteful expenditure from DERCO, which
Thank you,
cannot
Honourable
manage
Member.
its
Your
affairs?
time has now expired. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The ACGP is cognizant of and concerned by the 357 million rand overspending in this department. The ACGP supports an African agenda as a central pillar of our foreign policy for the continent, based on good governance, respect for human rights, justice and the rule of law, peace and human security, and people-driven development. The African Union cannot be silent on the 14 African countries obliged by France through a colonial pact to put 85% of their foreign reserves into France's central bank, and through this colonial system, about $500 billion from Africa is placed in France's treasury every year. We cannot be silent. This department, together with the AU, must utilize its influence to silence the guns in the eastern DRC, Sudan, South Sudan, and other conflict areas on the continent. We cannot be silent. Some 16.2 million Christians, women and children have been displaced in sub-Saharan Africa, where Christians are violently persecuted, murdered, raped, and kidnapped by Islamic extremists on a scale never seen before. We cannot be silent. Why are some humanitarians speaking on Gaza, Israel, silent on the abduction of 276 mainly Christian girls by Boko Haram and the murder and ethnic cleansing of hundreds of thousands of women and children by the Islamic group Al-Sunnah wa Jama in northern Mozambique, or the almost 500,000 men, women, and children killed by warring parties in Yemen? This department must speak up when groups like Hezbollah call for the genocide of other religious groups, openly saying, first the people of the Saturday, the Jews, and then the people of the Sunday, the Christians. The hypocrisy must stop. We cannot be silent.
The UDM. Rise.
Na Kenza Mtramashtul. So, as Rise Mzansi, we're happy with the work that the committee has done. But then, they then make two recommendations, and hopefully the chairperson will speak to this. Recommendation 15 speak to some kind of a foreign exchange prediction formula. And I wonder what that is. Because if we were to predict what the foreign exchange rate will be next year, March, it will be a great world to live in. I don't know what the committee is thinking in that. But curiously, Chair, it then moves on to recommendation number 30. And if we then accept it as it is, and the chairperson might then want to speak to this. So the portfolio might very well be arguing that it wants to do its work outside the borders of this country. And that's creating another committee that will oversee the Portfolio Committee on International Relations. So there might need to be a clarity on that, Chair. But otherwise, the analysis is correct. The challenges are well laid out. But on those two recommendations, I think the chairperson might want to clarify those two. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Bosa. the ATM, Al-Jamaa, the NCC, the PAC, the UAT, Good, the ANC.
Presiding Chairperson and honorable members, we, the Revolutionary African Nationalist Discipline Force of the Left, the African National Congress, we are on the same wavelength with the department in as far as its BRRR report is concerned. And our reasons are very simple. I'll put them succinctly. The first one, we had said to the department that go and pursue matters of geopolitics in the context of building a better Africa and a better world, and we are firmly on progress already in that particular matter. The second, we said to the department that because of the fluctuation in the currency, it does impact on the auditing outcomes of the department because of procurement in missions and embassies. We are very happy that the department is engaged in Treasury so that this matter can be resolved. Thirdly, we have agreed with the department that go and improve your audit outcomes, and now the department is on an unqualified audit. The department has to do its work in a smart way, and we commend the department for making sure that IT modernization became an important focus for the department, and 95% of the embassies and missions of South Africa abroad have now been covered through IT. Fifthly, we are happy that the department listened to the committee when we said align your strategic plan with what the president had announced in as far as the 2024-25 strategic goals are concerned, and that has been done. The department, we had said to them that deepen the South-to-South relations.
Honourable Member, unfortunately your time has run out.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing progressive forces of the
I
left.
put
like
the motion,
MK.
order. I put the motion again. Are there any objections? The EFF.
We object as the EFF, Chair.
Thank you. I see a hand there at the back. I'll come to MK. Action SA, did you want to object?
Yes, we do.
Action SA, objecting. Honourable Manye.
We object vociferously so.
Thank you. With those objections noted, the report is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
The Honourable the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Requests for declarations of vote have been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration, an opportunity to do so. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. Local government is the first interaction residents have with government. However, from Nelson Mandela Bay to Johannesburg and eThekwini, we see communities without water. Families grow thirsty and are unable to clean or cook. Can you imagine trying to raise a family in conditions like these? We see communities without power for extended periods, a general decline in all municipal infrastructure, children playing in sewage-filled streets, and people left homeless as disaster response is slow. The Auditor General's recent findings stated that across government, she observed weaknesses in service delivery planning, reporting and achievement, failing infrastructure and increasing pressure on the government finances due to a lack of prudence in spending practices. Program 2 deals with intergovernmental support. This links directly with service delivery that residents deserve from their government. While funding for Programme 2 increases relatively to inflation, its 64% performance this year shows room for improvement in providing cost benefit to the taxpayer. Another deficiency is the NDMC has a budget of 2.4 billion rand for disaster management. The cost of floods in KwaZulu-Natal was 36 billion rand. This clearly demonstrates that a 2.4 billion rand budget is not sufficient. MISA has in addition been a great disappointment. While having spent their budget, very few outcomes have been achieved. We need to focus on giving local governments the capacity and technical skills to be able to do the function MISA offers, but in-house. Thus, our program's budget could be better spent. We must address areas of inefficiency to ensure taxpayer funds are allocated towards meaningful outcomes. COCTA's budget constraints necessitate a clear focus on reducing wasteful expenditure. We have a choice. We can either continue on this path of neglect, or we can change course and give our communities the local governments they deserve. Let us do better. Thank you.
The MK.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable members, today we examine the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, COCTA and its associated entities. The MK Party, a government in waiting, cannot support this budgetary review and recommendation report as it represents the department failing to address fundamental financial management, chronic inefficiency and long-standing inequalities. Firstly, the numbers speak for themselves. In the 2023-2024 financial year, COCTA incurred 137 million in irregular expenditures across its entities. Only 2 out of 6 entities obtaining clean orders. The MK Party would ensure strict financial controls are enforced across the board, establishing a zero-tolerance policy for waste and irregular expenditure. We would enhance transparency by implementing monthly financial tracking, holding leadership accountable for every public cent, and preventing a recurrence of these staggering losses. Despite commendable audit improvements, the Department of Cooperative Governance still struggles with critical issues, particularly in the Community Workers Program, the CWP, where the awarding process remains under scrutiny, and MKP government would prioritize comprehensive reform of the CWP, increasing oversight to prevent corrupt policies and ensuring funds are used genuinely uplift communities, not lost to bureaucratic mishandling. The Auditor General highlighted 86 million lost through a material irregularity yet to be recovered due to a payment error to an incorrect beneficiary. We would implement stringent measures to trace and recover every rand, ensuring those responsible face the necessary consequences to uphold accountability. The audit findings on the failed municipal support and interventions plan, the MSIPs, reveal deeper problems. Out of 66 dysfunctional municipalities, only few have seen tangible improvements. And most troubling is the lacking process.
Honourable Member, your time has now expired.
Thank you, Chair.
The EFF.
The King. Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to the President and the leadership of the EFF. The EFF rejects the budget review and recommendation report. Firstly, COCTA must get its house in order. The department is in a mess. How can, out of 6 entities that reports to COCTA, only 2, which is MISA and SALCA, obtain clean audits? The rest cannot properly account for how they use public funds. But the biggest threat facing the department is the collapse of municipalities. And COCTA has proven time and again that they have no solutions. Their program 2, which is local supports, have only achieved 14% targets. They set targets, they fail to reach their targets. Out of 257 municipalities, only 34 are able to properly account for public money, receiving clean audits. While the audits reflect the state of finance, they also provide a glimpse into the collapse we witness in service delivery every day. The majority of municipalities are unable to perform the most basic functions. They cannot provide clean water, cannot collect waste, cannot maintain streets. They are just helpless. This report overlooks this very basic fact. In Umsunduzi municipalities, workers are getting salaries while they're sitting in jail. Not only salaries, they're even getting bonuses, even overtime. What is that? That is madness. A Teguini manager, municipal manager, is being investigated by SIU and Hawks, but the mayor is just quiet on the matter. And that MM is still in the office. What is that? In conclusion, House Chairperson, the biggest threat to municipalities is the current misguided funding model based in incorrect assumptions and the tendering system. We will not only support a budget.
Your time is now expired.
We reject this madness, Chair.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, the IFP supports the report, acknowledging the ongoing efforts to improve governance across South Africa's cooperative governance and traditional affairs sector. While the report highlights progress in some areas, it also raises critical issues around financial prudence and the effective functioning of COCTA entities. The IFP is deeply concerned about the 137 million in irregular expenditure and ongoing non-compliance with supply chain management regulations. This continues to undermine public trust and hamper service delivery that is so urgently needed by our communities. The IAP calls for immediate and comprehensive measures to enforce financial discipline, transparency, and accountability across all COCTA structures, ensuring taxpayers' money is used effectively to benefit communities. Honorable Chairperson, a key area of interest and non-negotiable area for IFP is the recognition, support, and empowerment of traditional leadership. In this regard, we applaud the Minister for opening a new era of greater collaboration and deeper engagement with traditional leaders and South Africa's majesties. Following this engagement, we are adamant that the clear roles and responsibility of Amakosi, particularly in the local government, will be delineated, as the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi once urged His Excellency former Deputy President David Mabuza to define clearly the role, powers, and functions of traditional leaders in legislation. As I conclude, Honorable Chairperson, the IFP underscores the need for robust capacitation of local councillors, prudent financial management.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is now expired.
The IFP supports the report.
Thank you. The PA.
The Prince has a nice color suit.
Order, Honourable Members. Let's work together. Please proceed, Honourable Souls.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs used close to 100% budget expenditure for the reporting period. Yet there are concerns regarding the alignment of this spending with actual performance outcomes. While we commend the department for achieving a 64% performance level, we note that no mention is made of the questionable performance with regard to employment equity as it relates to race. It is unacceptable that out of a total of 454 staff in total, the department only has 7 males and 5 females who are colored. We are deeply concerned by the exclusion of Khoi and San royal leaders, where other royal houses are included in the annual budget, receiving government benefits and official recognition. The Khoi and San remain marginalized with no recognition or official acknowledgement of our First Nation status, not to mention the legislative delays in this regard. We are, however, encouraged by the express commitment of the Honourable Minister Slabisa to deal with this issue. We are especially thankful for his collaborative efforts with the Honourable Minister Gayton, the action man Mackenzie, to this end, once again proving that the GNU is working. The Patriotic Alliance supports this report. I thank you.
The FF Plus.
Agbare voorsitter, daar is geen twyfel dat die meerderheid munisipaliteite in Suid-Afrika in 'n haglike toestand is nie. Hierdie departement het tot op hede gefaal om werklik sy rol te speel van koördinering tussen die verskillende sfere van die regering, om te moniteer en om in te gryp en te ondersteun daar waar nodig. Early warning signs are mostly ignored, and there's a wait until it's too late for interventions to take place with regards to municipalities that are not fulfilling its constitutional obligations. And at such stage, the harm that's done to residents and to communities are already severe. We need a department that gets its house in order. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs can't play that role of support whilst it itself is not complying with rules and legislation and not obtaining clean audits. We need better governance in the department itself, but also a rethink of how this department supports municipalities. Support programs up until date have failed. Millions and billions of rands are spent on these programs with no real results. People are suffering and we need real change. I thank you.
Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. Legislation requires an annual assessment of performance and effectiveness of departments. Action SA must highlight the report's exposure that there is a regression in financial performance and management. You are getting worse. Irregular expenditure around the Municipal Finance Management Act, the PFMA, and SCM procedures is a euphemism for corruption. Friday's landmark SCA judgment by Judge Ashton Shippers in the matter between Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality and the company Style and municipal officials, which is a reportable case now and now constitutes a national binding precedent on the application of Section 32 of the MFMA in respect of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure and recouping thereof. Hopefully, this will precipitate an avalanche of recovery of stolen state money from corrupt officials and contractors, including the 86 million rand referred to in this report. Action SA proposes an introduction of a policy of strict financial penalties for companies and individuals found guilty of corrupt activities expressed as multiples of their annual income or salary, respectively, to recoup stolen money, and this ruling reinforces our call to retrieve stolen money, especially under the current constrained fiscal realities. 64% achievement when you've spent 100% of your budget is not enough. We would urge the department to use some of the funds they get to ensuring that we reform the traditions that endanger the lives of women.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has taken note of this report. Now, municipalities are supposed to provide communities with essential services such as clean water, proper sanitation, reliable electricity, effective waste management, and well-maintained roads and municipal infrastructure. Many are failing in this regard. Many are facing water and electricity crises. Many are facing financial bankruptcy and are unable to pay for services. According to the medium-term budget policy statement, municipalities owe creditors 116 billion rand. But however, on the contrary side of this, it's important to note that municipalities themselves are owed billions of rands. 339 billion rand is owed to municipalities themselves. No wonder they are not able to provide services when they are faced with such financial constraints. 73% of households account for this debt, 20% businesses, and as we know, certain government departments also do not pay their municipal debts. So what is required is a long-term sustainable strategy for municipalities to raise their level of their payments towards that are owed to them and to improve credit management. And of course, there can be no doubt that the local government funding model, the equitable share, requires review. And in addition, alternative municipal revenue streams need to be explored. And once these funds are collected, they must be properly spent. The Auditor General, in a recent report, has said only 34 municipalities, or 13%, obtained clean audits. 36 municipalities have regressed. This is deeply alarming and requires urgent attention. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. Rise.
Okay, I'm generally satisfied with the work insofar as the analysis is concerned. What we find, and it's of concern to ourselves as Rising Suns, two aspects that we want to raise. One is that the recommendations of the committee is very silent insofar as the governance of municipalities. We know where the problems are, but then the recommendations of the committee itself is very silent in terms of the strengthening of the governance at a municipal level. The second one, which is quite interesting, it's recommendation number 8, chairperson of the session and chairperson of the committee, around the ward delimitation. I think what we should be looking for, it's more the creation or the delimiting of more voting districts, so that people don't have to walk long distances to go and participate in the democratic processes in 2026, rather than looking at the vote share that is allocated to the wards. But that's something that we will then interact with the committee, so that we provide proper oversight on the MDB to ensure that there are more voting stations and voting districts than more wards. Thanks very much. Councillor Schnell.
Thank you. Bosa. The ATM. Al Jamaa. The NCC. The PAC. The UIT. Good. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The African National Congress supports this report. The Portfolio Committee has looked at the report and adopted it and commended the department for the sound financial environment in which all auditees achieved at least unqualified audit opinion. In fact, almost all have had good outcome, but all of them are having unqualified audit as a list of their achievement. The committee urged all the entities to follow the example of Salga, where there have been consecutive clean audits, and this we are indicating as a committee that it's a starting point towards a destination of effective service delivery that would ensure community satisfaction. We also noted the need for councillors, the capacity of the councillors to be improved. The ANC has also urged that we should intensify the support to municipalities to close the gap between what the communities wish to have as a service delivery and also the challenges that we see when we talk to the communities as such. We also have noted that there's indication of improvement on the numbers of municipalities who are being moved out of being distressed. During our oversight visits, we were able to see the gaps between service delivery and the reports from the municipalities relating to water, sanitation, electricity, and governance issues, political instability, and elimination of corruption. The ANC emphasizes the need for continuous support and monitoring so that this good audit outcome must then translate to improvement in the performance of the municipalities on the ground and the satisfaction
Thank
of
you,
our
Honourable
community.
Member. Your time has
We're also
unfortunately
concerned about
expired.
the issues of Khoisan leaders
Thank
and
you.
the language. Thank you
you.
very much. The ANC supports this report.
Honourable members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections? Honourable Manye, please just put your objection on the record.
The EFF objects.
Thank you.
The MK Party government in waiting objects.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Any further objections? With those objections noted, the report is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation.
I now recognize the Honourable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. Requests for declarations of vote have been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration and opportunity to do so. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson Horn. The Department's 2023-2024 budget allocation increased by 1.8 billion rand from 9.1 billion rand in the 2022-2023 financial year. When adjusted for inflation, this is a real increase of 13.4%. The increase was due to the additional monies allocated for the National Space Infrastructure Hub and expansion of the Meerkat Square Kilometre radio telescope. The department transferred approximately 95% of its budget to implementing agencies. The transfer in subsidies allocation increased significantly by 8.6 billion to 10.3 billion. The department also received 56.5 million, that's 95.48 million from the 22 to 2023 financial year in donor funds from the European Union, and collected revenue of 6.4 million rand from the Commission on Insurance for Personal Transactions, project fund surplus, interest for a deposit account held with a commercial bank, payment of bursary debts by officials, and other recoverable expenditure. With the current financial constraints, the challenge for all entities is not to become stagnant or decline in value. In real terms, Parliament's grant is that important. This grant supports the core legislated mandate of the entities and development and maintenance of this national capability. I have said it once, House Chairperson, and I will say it again. Technology and innovation cost money. We know that we have the capability. We are not a third world country when it comes to science, technology and innovation. Let us start acting accordingly. We support this budget. Thank you.
The MK.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, the government in waiting, to reject this report. Despite considerable budget allocation, the department has fallen short in demonstrating significant impact in South Africa industry growth, job creation and economic development. The department reported a budget expenditure of 99.1%, yet only 83% of its key performance indicators in its annual performance plan were met. This discrepancy reveals critical inefficiency in resource allocation. Spending nearly the entire budget without achieving key targets signals a lack of strategic prioritization and accountability. The MK Party would prioritize comprehensive performance monitoring systems, linking funding direct with deliverable outcomes that generally contributes to economic social goals. The department's inability to stimulate industrial development, innovation, is particularly concerning. The department has made little progress in leveraging highly potential sectors such as hydrogen energy, bioinnovation, health, and space science. all of which hold an immense potential in technological advancement in economic growth. Under MK Party government, the department would aggressively pursue strategic growth location industries, prioritizing local manufacturing, and reduce dependence in imports by investing in small, medium enterprises and fostering innovation-driven industries. In conclusion, the MK Party rejects this report on grounds of inefficient budget utilization, failure to achieve KPIs, missed opportunity for industrial innovation, and inadequate progress in skills development.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired. The EFF.
To the Commander-in-Chief who carries our generational mission, CIC Julius Malema, commissars, fighters, and ground forces, receive my revolutionary greetings. House Chairperson, the EFF rejects the budget review and recommendation report tabled by the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson, for its failures to make decisive interventions. The report should have demonstrated that austerity measures and budget cuts are eroding our country's capacity to innovate and advance in critical technological areas. The 10-year foundational digital capabilities research platform led by the CSIR is an initiative meant to drive South Africa forward in nanoscience technologies, which affects health innovations, food security, reindustrialization, and job creation. However, funding cuts have compromised this plan, and others across various entities, threatening a delay of implementation and leaving South Africa lagging behind in a rapidly advancing world. Science and technology evolve constantly, and our delayed progress pushes us further behind. This setback is made worse by our position in a divided global landscape, as we struggle between Western imperialist interests and BRICS alliances. Our ambiguous and uncertain stance in foreign policy, particularly regarding the USA and China, restricts access to critical technologies such as the H100+ chip, essential to driving innovation. South Africa currently imports more technology than it produces locally, and even exports goods we should be manufacturing ourselves. Globally, countries leverage existing technologies to build self-sustaining industries.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
The EFF rejects.
The IFP.
Honored Chairperson, the Inkatha Freedom Party recognizes the critical vision of the Department of increasing the well-being and the prosperity through science, technology, and innovation. Importantly, to ensure that national system of innovation support effort to reduce poverty, inequality, and unemployment as envisioned by the National Development Plan. Firstly, the IFP commend the Department for achieving an expenditure rate of 99.1%. Additionally, it is noteworthy that the Department settled 98.4% of its invoices and contractual obligation within 30 days during the 2023 and 2024 financial year. I think as members, honorable members, we need to commend where it's due. The IFP welcomed the Auditor General findings that the Department incurred no unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless or wasteful expenditure in 2023-2024 financial year. These achievements reflect the IFP principles of accountability and transparency in governance. Notably, the Department also reported no material loss due to criminal conduct in either the current or previous financial years. Furthermore, the AG acknowledged the Department clean audit for the 6th consecutive year, highlighting that no material non-compliance with legislative requirement or significant defense in internal control were identified. In 2023-2024, the Department achieved an imperial overall performance rate of 80% 87%, meeting 62 of its 71 performance target. It is important to emphasize that this work has clearly sustainability, aiming to address the country's challenges. However, it is concerning that these capabilities and development through public funds
Honourable
were
Member,
not
your
widely
time is now
utilized by the
expired.
government. The IFP
Thank you, Honourable Member.
This report. Thank you.
Thank you. The PA.
No declaration from the PA we support.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Honourable House Chair, the wholesale adoption of new technologies as a way to erase old power relations. That is why it's called a technological or an industrial or a whatever revolution. En dit is die rede hoekom maar 'n norm wêreldwyd is om te sê 'n staat behoort daarom 1,5% van sy bruto nasionale produk aan navorsing en ontwikkeling te spandeer. In Suid-Afrika spandeer ons ongelukkig 0,62% daarop, wat heeltemal te min is. Die Departement van Wetenskap en Tegnologie en Innovasie bestee op sy eie maar so tussen 10 en 11 miljard rand, terwyl die totaal in die land so 38 miljard rand is. Nou, ek vermoed daar's dalk van daai geld wat 2 keer getel word, want die Departement van Wetenskap en Innovasie
Honourable Member, just take your seat for a moment. Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Bakhambile Chair. Abantu laba bebasitshela ukuthi uthini indoda ekhulumako nje la imember ehloniphileko. Abasekho la ngizwa ukuthi uthini and ngicabanga ukuthi kuyafuneka ukuthi ngizwe ukuthi uthini. So ngiba ungiprotect, ngifuna ukuzwa ukuthi uthini as a belief.
Yeah, thanks, Honourable Skosana. As it is, during the plenary earlier today, we confirmed that one appointment has been made. I've seen today, and if you are on the circulation of emails from Parliament, another advertisement going out. I will again ask the Deputy Speaker also to report on the matter to the Chief Whip's Forum.
Mara ungizwile ukuthi ngithini kuwe emgcini sihlalo, uyangizwa? Ngiba ukuthi uyangizwa ngoba mhlawumbe uphendula into ongayizwanga ni ngoba la kunamuntu la. Abakutshele ukuthi ngithini ubese uyangiphendula se believe.
Yeah. Thank you, Honourable Skosana. Your point is well made. Honourable Boshoff, please continue.
Honourable Chair, I regard the language problem as not my own but Parliament's problem, so I'll proceed in Afrikaans. Die 38 miljard rand wat bestee word volgens berigte aan wetenskaplike innovasie en navorsing en ontwikkeling word 2 keer getel omdat die departement geld oordra byvoorbeeld na entiteite wat onder ander departemente val en dan word dit weer in daardie begroting getel. Nou, die geld ontbreek om die potensiaal wat ons raak sien reg oor die land werklik waar te verwesenlik. En dit is omdat hierdie begroting verdwerg word teen ander noodsaaklikhede soos maatskaplike ontwikkeling, polisie en hoër onderwys voorgraads.
Honourable Boshoff, please just take your seat again. Honourable Kahula.
Hayibo, ngibonga wesihlalo lapho ngaphambili. Ngokukhulu. Uyabona akukho into ebaluleke njengokuthi sihloniphane. La kufuneka kube khona laba bantu ababizwa ngokuthi masikhuluma wotolika. Ukuze sizwe ukuthi uthini, asazi noma uyasithuka. Musani ukudlala ngathi nina lana. Zingaki ingane ezifundile kufanele abe sizotolika la eParliament. It's not a business yet la ukuthi aniqashe.
Yeah, thank you.
Salotolika.
Thank you, Honourable Kahula. I take that reprimand on behalf of the presiding officers, and as I've indicated, I will again alert this to the Deputy Speaker. Honourable Boshoff.
So dan gaan ek maar aan in Afrikaans om te sê wat ons besig is om te doen in Suid-Afrika is om die potensiaal wat daar is om African excellence tot stand te bring, te verkoos en ons bevestig
Honourable members,
Afro-pessimism.
order.
Baie dankie.
Order, honourable members. Order. This is the difficulty around this is, of course, this member also has a right to speak in English.
Listen here, Chair.
Honourable Kaula.
Chair, must listen what we say.
Yeah.
Ngeke sivume ukuthi la eSouth Africa ezweni lethu abantu ba-undermine thina. Lani thina sikanye. Why ngempela ningafuni thina silalele ama-language wabo? Kodwa thina niyasiphoqa ukuthi silalele sifunde ama-English.
Yeah.
Sicela tolika la.
Thank you, Honourable Kaula.
We're not playing here.
Yeah, thank you. Your point is taken. The translation services must indeed work for all. Action SA.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo, ke go dumediše ke tamiše gape le maloloko ka moka a parlamenteng. Science and technology represents the future, embodying our nation's innovation and aspirations for the 21st century. Honourable House Chair, we are being let down. Although Action SA commends the department and its entities for achieving largely clean audits in a challenging fiscal environment, an example, quite frankly, which most departments can follow, we do, however, have a few concerns to register. A major concern for Action SA is the chronic underfunding of the National Research Foundation by 2.4 billion rand. This funding gap only means that 4 out of 10 applicants receive support, stunting growth for our future scientists. It is simply unacceptable that additional 2 billion can be allocated to never-ending conflicts in the DRC while funding for innovation at home is neglected. There is a misalignment in priorities. Furthermore, South Africa's lack of its own communications and Earth observation satellites, as well as the operational launch facilities, is deeply troubling for Action SA. This dependence on foreign powers for satellite imagery and duplication of procurement processes across departments compromises severely our sovereignty, and it is costly. We have the technology and expertise locally. There is absolutely no reason why we can't do it ourselves. What we do lack is political will and strong leadership. Finally, we cannot overlook the Human Sciences Research Council's waste of 400,000 on missed flights. Honourable House Chair, we demand that those who are responsible for this wastage must reimburse the public purse, as accountability must be unwavering. Action SA urges a realignment of priorities to ensure our nation's future and strongly feels that political will is needed to further investments in science, technology and innovation.
The ICDP.
No declaration, thank you, Chair.
The UDM. RISE. BOSA. The ATM. Al-Jamaa. The NCC. The PIC, the UIT, GOOD, the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The report detailing the performance of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation highlights the urgent need for the increased funding to enhance South Africa's capabilities in science, technology and innovation. The African National Congress is aware that current financial constraints, especially the decreasing parliamentary grant, significantly threatens the effectiveness of key organizations like the CSIR and the NRF. These institutions play a pivotal role in the advancing of scientific knowledge and driving innovation, yet their ability to fulfill their essential mandates is increasingly jeopardized. One of the critical recommendations made by the committee is to advocate for a substantial increase in budget allocations for these vital entities. Such a boost would enable them to maintain their operational capabilities and continue contributing meaningfully to South Africa's national development goals. By prioritizing funding in these sectors, we can ensure that South Africa remains competitive on the global stage. This commitment will not only foster an environment conducive to scientific and technological advancements, but also improve the science literacy of our citizens, equipping them with the knowledge and skills necessary to face future challenges. Honorable House Chairperson, the African National Congress fully supports this report. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the motion again. Are there any objections? Honorable Marquee.
The government in waiting MK party objects.
Thank you. Honorable Mahotwe.
Thank you, House Chair. Please register the objection of the EFF and we are calling for a division.
Thank you. Honorable members, the division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Science and Technology Budget Review. Science and Technology. It's pointless. They're just wasting time.
Then after that, it's Forestry and Mineral.
Thank you, honorable members. Please take your seats. Order. Honorable members, we are proceeding. Order. Thank you, thank you.
Papa Tony must sing again.
Order, order. Order.
Let's sign the Bella bill now.
Now, honorable members, please be disciplined. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party may do so by informing the chair. Order. Honorable Mahotwe, is it in respect of this? Yes?
Respectfully so, Chair, yes. We're just trying to establish, Chair, if it's not possible to have a secret ballot.
No. Honorable Mahotwe, thank you.
Conference.
Order, order. Honorable members, having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is whether the Budgetary Review and Recommendation Report of the Portfolio Committee on Science and Technology and Innovation is agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The table will assist us if needs be. Are the party whips ready to record the votes of their members who are present? The ANC?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. The ANC, we are 90 voting in favor of the report. I thank you.
Thank you. The DA?
Yes, you can count if you want.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with...
Order. Order, honorable members. The DA?
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 48 members votes in favor.
The MK?
Thank you, Chair. MK, we are 40 voting totally against.
Thank you. The EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. EFF, we are 18 in the House voting against.
The IFP?
Thank you, Chair. We are 8 favoring the report.
Thank you. The PI?
Patriotic Alliance, we are 4 in favor. Thank you.
The FF Plus?
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. Ons is 4 in die huis ten gunste.
Action SA?
Thank you, Chair. We are 4 in the House in favor.
The ACDP?
1 in the House in favor. Thank you.
The UDM? Rise?
Half of the Rise Mzansi caucus support. I'm alone here.
Yeah, please just confirm the number, Honorable Ghana.
I'm alone, Chair. We
Yeah.
support the report. It's half the caucus.
1 then. Thank you. Bosa? ATM? Aljama? The NCC? The PAC? The UAT? Good. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed.
Chairperson, we want to vote on section 4 and 5 of the Bella Bill. Is it allowed?
Honourable member, please, no, not at this point.
The Bella Bill has been assented into law.
Order, order.
There's nothing to vote.
Thank you, honourable members. The result of the division is as follows. Those in favour, 160. Those against, 58. There was no abstentions. The report is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and Environment.
The Honourable the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. Requests for declarations of vote have been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration an opportunity to do so. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Dr. Dion George, has rightly referred to climate change as an existential crisis. In addition to biodiversity loss and the fragmentation of natural habitat, Dr. George has inherited several problems of national importance that threaten the lives of South Africans. He's further tasked with leveraging our natural assets for economic growth while also conserving our irreplaceable biodiversity. Maslow's hierarchy of needs demonstrates that our physiological requirements underpin our existence, namely air, water, food, and shelter. We rely on this department for all of these to varying degrees. Not only will the newly signed Climate Change Act allow Minister George to lead South Africa towards decarbonisation and a greener future, but the curbing of harmful emissions will also cut pollution and improve air quality for our citizens. The securing of strategic water source areas as part of our 30 by 30 conservation area expansion will help to ensure that our people have access to life-giving water. Our advanced early warning system for natural disasters will enable us to protect our people, agriculture and infrastructure from harm. The department's policy leadership will drive local level implementation of waste strategies to clean up our polluted communities and environment. And our national parks and gardens provide natural spaces for recreation and tourism, but must be modernized to reach their full potential. The Minister must achieve all of this against the backdrop of an ailing economy with departmental budget cuts. The recent Auditor General's findings show that there is still significant work to be done to bring the department and its entities up to acceptable levels of financial management operations. Indeed, Minister George's predecessors oversaw nearly 300 million rand in fruitless and wasteless expenditure in the last 5 years. However, the Minister has been proactive by initiating a departmental spending review, and we support his actions around fiscal management and consequence management. We support the report and the direction taken under our new Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. The MK.
Madam Speaker, House Chair, honorable members, South African citizens at large. It is my honor today to stand on this platform and present our view as Umkhonto weSizwe Party concerning budgetary review and recommendation of portfolio of forestry, fisheries and environment. The MK Party wishes to express its strong opposition to the budgetary review of the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, While we acknowledge the department's efforts to address climate change, however, we won't accept this budget. Kuyashaqisa ukuzwa ngodaba lwesabelo zimali ezingenele ukubhekana ney'nselelo zokuguqula kwesimo sezulu. Lolu daba lubucayi njengoba amazwe asathuthuka evamise ukuthinteka ngokungalingani uma kunezibhicongo zesimo sezulu. Ngeshwa-ke avamise ukuba-ke leyo mazwe abe ney'ngqinamba ezizolingana kuwo wonke indawo ngenxa yesimo sezulu. Kungakuhle ukuba umnyango uphuthume ekhuphuleni imali yoxhaso ey'nhlelweni ezinjenganalezi ezolimo ezikwazi ukumelana nesimo sezulu, inqalasizinda yokuvikela ikhukhula, inhlelo zokuxwayisa ngaphambi kwesimo sezulu, ukuguquka kwamandla okuvuselelwa phecelezi renewable energy transition. Ngaphandle kokuxhaswa okwenele ukuhanjiswa ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu, iNingizimu Afrika izongena engozini yokulimala okukhulu komnotho okungabangelwa ukuthelelwa kwesimo sezulu. Ngakho-ke
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is now expired.
asizuyamukela le budget.
Thank you. The EFF.
Ndolivuwa mudzula chidulo khabantendele ndilumelise mu president wa lihoro la Economic Freedom Fighters Vosilo Julius Malema na hovasiho muranga phanda wa caucus ndidobe ndilumelise na chimebi bo omphile mautwe mufaragwama bo Veronica Mente national chair ndisahangwi na zwimebi zothe zwa EFF zvirepano na vashumisani. House Chair, it should be noted from the onset that the EFF is rejected this budgetary review and recommendation report. As per the audit report by the AG, the department still faces issues related to financial statements, and SunParks and SunB have challenges with asset and revenue management, respectively. These three have been intermittent findings since 2019 to date. SunB financial performance has been made by irregular expenditure, which increased to 2.2 million in the 2023-24 fiscal year, 1.9 million in the 2022-23 cycle. Even though fruitless and wasteful expenditure decreased, it remains a concern. These three honorable chair are suffering from deficiencies of financial reporting resulting from inadequate implementation of daily and monthly controls, year-in and year-end reporting that affect the quality of financial statements. The department and all its entities incurred irregular expenditures amounting to 635 million for the year 2023-2024 financial year, 756 M 2022-2023. This excludes SAFCOL. The department inherited SAFCOL, and to date, there is no annual report tabled. What does this tell the taxpayers?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is now expired.
Thank you.
The IFP.
Honourable House Chair, the IFP commends the Department for unqualified audit opinions for most entities. However, we are concerned about assets and revenue management issues in SAPAC and SAPI. Therefore, we ask for improved control and reporting. The record expenditure of over 600 million for 2023-24 truly reduce the required further scrutiny to ensure fiscally prudence. We highlight the EPWP success in creating over 80,000 work opportunities that empower communities and alleviate poverty. Support for these programs are crucial for environmental health and job creations. Further, the IFP welcomes the transition to a lower carbon economy, while emphasizing the need to support forestry and fisheries sectors. The department, by diversity protection initiatives, resonate with our values. Therefore, we advocate for more backing for small-scale fishing cooperatives, anti-poaching effort. As we are community involvement in decision-making, the IFP acknowledges the Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment for its diligent work. While progress is recognized, as we urge the department and its entity to maintain higher standards of accountability and reduce stewardship to preserve South African natural heritage for future generations. In conclusion of the matter we have raised, the IFP accepts the report. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. The PA.
Now declarations we support.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Honourable House Chair, if we all use our own languages and translation services becomes essential and not a luxury, it will be a win for a post-colonial South Africa, en daarom gaan ek maar aan in Afrikaans. Nou, ek het 'n ruk na die 1994 verkiesing gelees dat Prof. Kader Asmal eintlik verwag het om een van die top menseregte portefeuilles te kry in die eerste kabinet na 1994. En toe kry hy omgewingsake. En daar het hy toe besluit, maar omgewingsake is wel een van die top menseregte portefeuilles wat daar is. Want dit gaan oor die lug wat ons inasem, dit gaan oor die water wat ons gebruik, dit gaan oor die bodem waarop ons elkeen moet leef, waarvan alles wat lewe afhanklik is. En daarom het hy met mening te werk gegaan om omgewingsake te omskep in so 'n menseregte portefeulje. Dis ook belangrik om daarop te let dat baie mense wat 'n inkomste tekort het, dit aanvul.
Honourable Boshoff, just take your seat for a moment. Yes, honourable member.
Sorry, Chair, we can't hear. There's nothing here. We don't understand what he's saying.
My apologies. I was previously informed by the table staff that channels 2 and 5 offer translation services. Please check there.
Nothing on 2.
Nothing on 2. Will you please attend to that? Thank you. Once again, honourable members, my apologies. I will take the matter up with the Deputy Speaker. Honourable Boshoff.
Translation services are working, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, honourable member. Please don't unmute and speak. Honourable Boshoff, please continue.
Dankie, voorsitter. Ek het so 'n minuut oor gehad. Daar gaan ons aan by 52 sekondes. Baie dankie. Nou, dit is inderdaad so dat alles wat ons nodig het om te lewe elke dag val by omgewingsake en mense met 'n tekort aan inkomste gebruik baie keer vissery of versameling in woude in onbewerkte gebiede om hulle lewensmiddels aan te vul en daarom is dit baie belangrik. Nou die entiteite in hierdie departement is nogal suksesvol. Hulle kry hulle geld gespandeer, hulle kry selfs heelwat meer geld ingesamel om selfversorgend te wees wat die finansies betref. Die vraag is egter of die departement in werklikheid daarin slaag dat ons 'n positiewe, gesonde, volhoubare omgewing in Suid-Afrika kan handhaaf en of ons net suksesvolle entiteite binne die staatsopset het. Ek dank u.
Thank you. Action essay. Order, honourable members. Dr. Litlape, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. This department is the guardian of our environment and essential for sustainable development when considering South Africa's pressing fiscal reality. Weak financial controls and inaccurate reporting are beyond unacceptable. Action SA is particularly concerned by the failure of the South African Forestry Company to table its 2023-24 annual report, exposing a breakdown in basic financial management. If an entity cannot fulfill basic responsibilities, its broader mandates become impossible. A rap on the knuckles is not good enough. Stringent consequences are necessary for such epic failures in basic accountability. SANParks' 321 million rand in irregular expenditure is equally troubling. As stewards of our national parks, SANParks must enhance financial accountability. Discussing lofty ideals like Vision 2040 are meaningless without proper financial oversight. SANParks must improve performance and ensure that it becomes a living plan, not a dormant document without impact. Action SA strongly believes Vision 2040 must involve local communities who engage daily with our parks and outline clear strategies to protect and expand this heritage amid a growing climate crisis. We would like to see local communities being empowered with appropriate education so that they become leaders in park management. Future generations depend on our commitment to safeguarding their natural inheritance, and therefore we simply cannot fail them, and we must align our actions with this duty. The environment is important. Let's keep it clean.
Thank you. The ACDP.
No declaration, thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. Rise.
No declaration, we support.
Thank you. BOSA. ATM. Al Jamaa. The NCC. The PAC. The UIT. Good. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The ANC welcomes the unqualified audit opinion that the department has again received for this current financial year. This signifies good governance, financial control, and accurate financial reporting. And it remains an important aspect, more especially in the midst of an economy that is not significantly growing and under fiscal consolidation. Therefore, fiscal discipline and value for money remains our priority. An expenditure rate of 99% indicates that nearly all allocated funds are being utilized, which is a strong indicator of financial efficiency within the department. However, the true measure of success lies not in just the rate of expenditure, but in the tangible outcomes and improvements these funds are generating to the public in the sector. This means that the impact of the expenditure should be visible and felt by the people, leading to real positive changes in their lives. It's crucial for the department to regularly assess and evaluate the effectiveness of its programs, and it make adjustments where necessary to maximize the benefits to the public. The ANC recognizes the challenges posed by extreme weather conditions, particularly the recent damages to over 30 schools in Limpopo province, highlighting the need for the continuous support of the climate change legislature framework to address the increasing risks such as droughts and floods. The ANC supports the adoption of this report, which is in part a shift to strengthen more accountability and a climate resilient society.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has
Thank
now
you.
expired. Honourable Members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections? Honourable Manye.
The government in waiting, MK Party objects.
Thank you. Honourable Mahotwe.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF objects and is calling for a division.
Thank you. Honourable Members, a division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
No,
la se vugela se shaitina sola la la sola la la tina sola la la se vugela awena wocheluba wena wocheluba sometimes
Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC, call your members to come back. Siyasebenzela.
Pela pil, pela pil,
Call them to
pela
come
pil,
back.
pela pil, pela pil.
Aye, this is too much, and we don't get overtime. No. Maybe Nina may I call. No. You don't.
No, because there is a limit of
Anyway, not every day.
Order, honourable members, please take your seats. Honourable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber to take the decision. Thank you, that's confirmed. Party whips will now be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Order, honourable members. The question before the House is that the Budgetary Review and Recommendation Report of the Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter until voting is concluded. Whips, could you please confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The table will assist if necessary. I now move on the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. The ANC, we are 90 voting in support of the report. I thank you.
Thank you, the DA. Order,
Thank you, House
honourable
Chair.
members.
The DA with 48 members present votes in favour.
Thank you, the MK.
Umbutho MK Party ozawulawula nje kungekudala singamashumi amane sayikhaba le vote.
Thank you, the EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. We are 19 who are voting against. We are 19, House Chair.
Thank you. The IFP.
Honourable Chair, we are 8 voting in favour.
Order, honourable members. I think if you do not cooperate, the table staff might struggle to hear. The PA.
Patriotic Alliance 4, we are in support. Thank you.
The FF Plus.
Agbare huisvoorsitter, ons is 3 teenwoordig en ons stem ten gunste.
Action SA.
Action SA 4 in support.
The ACDP.
ACDP is 1 in the House in support. Thank you.
The UDM. Rise.
Rise 1, support.
Bosa. ATM. Aljamar. The NCC. The PAC. The UIT. Good. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Order, honourable members. The result of the division is as follows. Those in favour of the report being adopted, 159. Those against, 59. There is no abstentions. The report is accordingly adopted. The Secretary will now read the 6th order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Mineral and Petroleum Resources and Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy.
I now recognize the Honourable the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Honourable members, requests for declarations of vote have been received. I will now, for up to 2 minutes, allow one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration an opportunity to do so. The DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Some recommendations in the report will help to improve mining, but sadly none of them will be enough to put the industry back on its feet to spark significant growth. It is nice to think that simply allocating more money to the Council for Geoscience will take care of our exploration needs. But that on its own will not be enough. Race-based policies must go, and our mining industry must be open to investment before growth begins to happen. Similarly, it is good that we will now be receiving updates on the progress with the new cadastral system. All future growth in the industry depends on it, but the ANC's refusal to buy an off-the-shelf system with a proven track record puts us at a high risk of procuring a new system that might not work. We have seen this movie before. On the side of energy and our just energy transition, the downstream value chain in oil and petroleum must rationally reside in the portfolio of electricity and energy. The review and alignment of performance targets to the core functions in our entities should facilitate improved performance and add value. Fast tracking of the integrated energy plan, the integrated resource plan, and the efficient rollout of the independent power producers procurement program has great potential to harvest substantial generation capacity from renewable sources, and that with relative speed and affordability. Our beleaguered citizens will benefit from a review of the 2003 Free Basic Electricity Policy. But above all, Speaker, citizens and businesses must be protected from the legacy of looting and corruption that crippled Eskom, and from the irresponsible municipalities that failed to manage their energy demand efficiently and who failed to pay for the energy
Thank
they
you, Honourable
consume.
Member. Your time has now expired.
Thank you.
The MK.
House Chair, it is very disturbing that despite a legal requirement for Eskom to table its annual financial statements and annual report to Parliament by the 30th of September, being 6 months after year-end, Eskom has failed to meet this deadline. In fact, the report that the Auditor General gave to the new Portfolio Committee on Energy is that the Eskom audit is still underway, and therefore Eskom is unable to meet its PFMA obligation of finalizing and submitting to Parliament its audited financial statements. Alexco completed its prior year 2022-23 audit in January of 2024. Alexco's current year audit is still not complete due to it finalizing and submitting its audited financial statements to its auditors only on the 3rd of September. The AG is concerned about the going concern status of Petrosa under the Central Energy Fund. Its total liabilities exceed its assets, and the entity is technically insolvent. The DMRE's Independent Power Producers Office has not been institutionalized. The AG is concerned that this may lead to several issues, including a lack of accountability in achieving its objectives. The IPPO office also lacks a publicly formalized planning, monitoring, and evaluation process. The AG is concerned that this may compromise South Africa's energy sustainability. The Auditor General reported that the Petroleum Products Act requires that for the petroleum industry to develop in an orderly manner, the progress in the development of the industry should be reported publicly through the APP document. The practice of the DMRE during 2023-2024 financial year was to only report internally in violation of the requirement to be transparent about reporting developments of the petroleum industry. The Auditor General cited non-compliance.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
As a result, MK Party
Thank
does
you.
not support the
The
PLENARY.
EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief, officials, commissars, ground forces, and most importantly, the mine workers that goes down in these shafts to extract the minerals that this country and Africa at large was blessed with. House Chairperson, the EFF rejects the budget review and recommendation report for the Department of Mineral, Petroleum Resources and Electricity and Energy for the following reasons. The report was meant to provide a thorough diagnosis of the manufactured electricity blackout crisis that has cost our economy billions, but it fails to do so. It offers no recommendation on the reopening of Komati Power Station, nor does it call for the arrest and prosecution of Andre de Rechter and his associates who looted Eskom. Health and safety remain serious issues in our minds, with rising fatalities, Minister, and incidents of sexual harassment, especially black women, within our minds that will have to give men sex in order to handle this strong machinery. Your department needs to pay attention to that, Minister. According to the AG's report, Minister, Petro SA have approved the credit limit of 12 million on forged documentation under your watch. Yet there is no strong recommendation to address this fraud. Minister, the state diamond traders achieved 42% of its planned targets, yet the report lacks firm response under your watch. Additionally, we should condemn NERSA approval of trading licenses that will compete with Eskom, ignoring hardships faced in Europe and in UK from privatized electricity. This is privatization
Thank you, Honourable
for profit
Member. Your time
and not
is now
electricity
expired.
security. The
Thank-
EFF, I still have 6 seconds.
No, it's minus now.
We are not convinced that the solar heater
Honourable
program
Member, your
exists,
time
and
has
we
expired.
want to know at which municipalities is the 82,000
Honourable Member.
solar systems that you have installed.
Honourable
We
Member,
reject.
the IFP.
Honorable Chairperson, our consideration of this report is informed by the fact that the IFP acknowledges the department's mission to ensure that a diverse range of resources is available in sustainable quantities and at an affordable price to support the growth of South African economy. The IFP notes with concern the underspending of the budget, though we appreciate that expenditure reached over 90%. The Auditor General's report highlights significant issues, including high level of fruitless and wasteful expenditure and the impairment of accrued departmental revenue. It is especially troubling that the report points to a lack of consequence management within the department, despite this being a legislative requirement under the PFMA. Equally concerning is that some of these findings are repeated from the previous financial year, amid a period previously marked by poor financial performance. We commend the department for the 6 state-owned entities that successfully achieved clean audits. The IFP acknowledges the recommendation that more state-owned entities achieve clean audits, a feasible goal given that 6 entities have already met this standard. The Auditor's General report must be taken seriously, particularly as that issue highlighted were raised in the previous financial year. In consideration of the issue we have raised, the IFP accept the report. I thank you.
Thank you. The PA.
No declaration, we support.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Agbare huisvoorsitter, baie dankie. Hierdie departement se take kan 'n mens in 'n sekere opsig opdeel in 3 soorte. Daar's navorsingstake wat dit moet verrig. Dit doen dit nogal betreklik suksesvol deur die Raad op Geowetenskappe en Mintek en van die ander instellings. Dan is daar regulering wat ook nogal relatief suksesvol hanteer word as 'n mens kyk na die audituitslae. En dan doen die departement ook besigheid deur van sy entiteite soos Eskom wat nie state ingedien het nie, Elexkor wat laat is en wat eintlik 'n bietjie 'n gewoonte verliesmaker is, en dan die Sentrale Energiefonds. Nou die Sentrale Energiefonds het lekker baie geld verloor. Deur die State Fuel Fund het hy 313 miljoen rand verloor en deur Petro SA 1,2 miljard rand, so saam so 1,5 miljard rand. Dis 'n lekker klomp geld wat 'n mens kon gebruik het byvoorbeeld by wetenskap, tegnologie en innovasie, as jy dit nou nie verloor het nie. En die sentrale energiefonds het nou ook SAPREF gekoop. Nou ons weet ons het die raffinaderry kapasiteit nodig in Suid-Afrika. Ons hoop net die energiefonds kan dit beter bedryf as Petro SA. Dan is daar die werksaamhede wat met kernkrag te doen het, wat nogal verbasend doeltreffend is, sowel die regulering as die produsering van produkte, as die hantering van afval, wat alles nogal regtig waar op 'n manier hanteer word wat nie net finansiëel selfversorgend is nie, maar wat ook die doelwitte bereik. Nou die onderbesteding in die departement is blykbaar as gevolg van stadige vordering met die hele kwessie rondom skaliegas. En as ons nou na skaliegas kyk, dan moet ons sê, ons hoop skaliegas word hanteer soos wat die departement se werksaamhede in kernbedrywighede hanteer het, en nie soos die sentrale energiefonds nie. Baie dankie.
Action SA.
Chair, one of the key policy drivers of Action SA is that of a professional public service free from corruption and incompetence. In this regard, Action SA believes that it is unacceptable that the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy has once again failed to produce a clean audit. Furthermore, it is concerning that only 75% of the department's performance targets were reached, which falls below the 80% benchmark set by National Treasury. Both highlight inefficiencies and poor oversight within the department. Action SA's position is clear. When a department is repeatedly not able to produce a clean audit and meet its performance targets, the minister must be held to account and there must be consequence management. Unfortunately, the lack of accountability reigns supreme in the
Honourable
department.
Member, will you just take your seat for a moment? Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognised?
No, thank you very much, House Chairperson. I just want to get clarity. Is it parliamentary for a member to have his hands in his pockets while addressing the House?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Let's not reflect on the stance of other members. Honourable Member, please continue.
I'll hold my pen. Unfortunately, the lack of accountability reigns supreme in the department, with nearly 50% of the entities reporting to the department failing to produce clean audits. Chair, Action SA supports the finding and observation of the unaffordability of the proposed electricity price increases for next year and beyond. The proposed increases are ludicrous and will hurt all South Africans, particularly the poorest of the poor. Lastly, Action SA welcomes the recommendation that the Minister needs to expedite engagements to ensure that the missing container with the 3 Lily Mine employees is safely recovered. This matter has gone on for 8 years, and Action SA will not let go on this issue until the container is recovered and the family gets much-needed closure. On the 25th of July this year, you, Minister, made a commitment to retrieve the bodies of the victims, yet there has been no action. Minister, how much longer do these families have to wait?
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP appreciates that the purpose of these review reports are to focus from an oversight perspective on service delivery performance and the effectiveness and efficiency of the usage of resources and the forward allocation of these resources. And in that regard, this report succeeds to a large degree. When one then considers that we've had more than 100 days of no load shedding behind us, South Africans trust and hope that the crisis is largely over. And whilst one wants to commend Eskom for this, I suppose, does one commend a fish for swimming? But one does appreciate the progress that has been made in this regard, and the nation clearly needs a stable baseload to meet the demand. Minister, one does need to commend the work that has been done in the electricity sector, given where we come from as a history. And we fully appreciate that we have almost 200 years of coal deposits and using clean coal technology is necessary in order to protect our environment and the health of nearby inhabitants. The question can be asked, why is Europe importing our coal but then requiring us to speedily impose these technologies and green to the detriment of our power stations, particularly when one considers what many believe was the premature closing of Komati. I earlier referred to, or the ACDP earlier referred to, the challenges with municipalities in failure with their electricity repair and maintenance, and the fact that this is placing a larger constraint upon consumers. And this is an aspect that does have to be looked into. And we're also concerned about the level of nuclear waste. And this is radioactive waste that lasts for thousands of years. We, as the ACDP, will continue to monitor our disposal of nuclear waste. But we
Thank
will
you,
support
Honourable
this
Member.
report. I thank you.
Your time has expired. The UDM, rise.
No declaration, we support, Chair.
Thank you. Bossa. The ATM, Al Jamaa, the NCC, the PIC, the UAT, good, the ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The African National Congress support the tabling of this bill. The African National Congress supports the tabling of this BRRR as it provides insight into the department's performance, which has improved from 58% in the previous financial year to 75% in the current financial year under review. Our support for this BRRR is guided by 4 reasons. Firstly, the department has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to fast-tracking the implementation of the cadastral system, which is aimed at replacing the outdated SAMRAT system, which has probably cost South Africa's mining sector billions of rands in lost investment. Secondly, the department continues to prioritize the rehabilitation of derelict and ownerless mines, which is one of the deeper causes of illegal mining in South Africa. This is true regardless of the budget and human resources constraints that forestall the department from effectively scaling up rehabilitation at the pace required to easily overcome illegal mining. Thirdly, the department has acknowledged that its approach to public consultation regarding the new nuclear build program might have blunted the participation of some South African citizens. Accordingly, the department is working tirelessly to coordinate a response to ensure that all due processes are followed to the satisfaction of the citizen. Given that nuclear remains a critical component of the country's energy mix. Finally, the department has demonstrated that it has adequate capacity to expedite the reviewing of the Integrated Energy Plan and the Integrated Resource Plan before the end of the 2024-2025 financial year. For these reasons, House Chairperson, the ANC support the BRRR. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections? Honourable Marquee.
MK Party objects.
Thank you. Honourable Mahotwe.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF objects and is calling for a division.
Thank you. A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. Thank you. Honourable members, please take your seats.
Hi, Chair, 5 minutes, I paid.
Honourable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber to take this decision. It is so confirmed. Party whips will now be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. Order, honourable members. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Having confirmed the requisite quorum, the question before the House, honourable members, is of course whether the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Mineral and Petroleum Resources and Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy is supported. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter until voting is concluded. Whips, could you please confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ANC, we are 89 voting in support of the report. I thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 47 members present vote in favour.
Thank you. The MK.
MK parties ngamashumamani sayikaba.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters, we are 19 in the House. We are voting against.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We are 7 and vote in favour.
The PA.
Patriotic Alliance, we are 4 and we vote in favour. Thank you.
The FF Plus.
Dankie, huis voorsitter. Ons is 3 teenwoordig en ons stem ten gunste.
Action SA.
Action SA, we are 4 in the House and we're voting for the motion.
The ACDP.
The ACDP is 1 in the House voting in favour.
The UDM. Rise.
1 in support.
Bosa. The ATM. Al-Jamar. The NCC. The PAC. The UIT. Good. Honourable members, is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable Skosana, unless you have a point of order pertaining to the division and the vote, it cannot be entertained.
The number is inaccurate. The number given to you is inaccurate.
Yeah, thank you. We of course rely on party whips.
So we can lie in the House. Is that acceptable?
No, we can't lie in the House, Honourable Skosana.
Okay. I'll lie next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, clap.
Thank you. Honourable members, the result of the division is as follows. Those in favour, 156. Those against, 59. No abstentions. The report is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, I request you to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber.
House Chair.
Yes, Honourable Marquee.
Order,
Honourable members. Honourable Marquee, why are you rising?
Yeah, thank you. No. Chair.
Order.
Can we get your house in order? I want to raise an
The House
order,
must
Chair.
adjourn.
Order, Honourable members. Honourable Marquee, why do you want to be recognised?
Chair, please protect me.
Order, Honourable members. Please take your seats. The House has not been formally suspended yet. Honourable Mahotwe. Order. Honourable members, please assist the process. Honourable Mahotwe, please continue.
Honourable Mantashe must sit down.
Please protect me, Chair. I want
Honourable
to-
Mahotwe, you are recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, House Chair. Chair,
Chair.
I think the Minister of Police is around. We can go back to those questions of police.
Honourable Mahotwe, it seems you don't
We
want to
didn't
go
finish
home.
the questions, Chair.
Yeah, you
And
don't
I'm
want to go
glad
home.
informed that the Minister of Police.
You can't close the meeting and open it up.
So let's
Thank
go
you.
back to the question. It's very
Honourable
important.
Mahotwe,
House
no,
Chair.
that's not a point of order.
Boregile wena.
I request members to
No, my
stand
chairman.
and wait for the presiding
I am
officer
on
and the
chairman.
mace to leave the chamber. This concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.